This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Never add any details and nailed it. First shot, first go. Flawless intro.
Ooh.
Welcome back to season 6. Season 6, yes. I meant to check before we went on live. Season 6 of the Spurr of the Moment podcast. We're back for a new season of talking about movies and movie news and doing movie reviews because we do that now.
I'm Jordan, and I talk about movie and movie-related
I
products.
talk about movie and movie accessories.
That was it. That's what I was.
Yes, we were on vacation. We were on a Mexican beach with Mai Tais for 2 weeks. But there was content while we were gone. But now that we're back with a proper show, I'm in uniform. I'm wearing the costume. I put on the shirt. Jordan occasionally will put on the shirt. But I wear the shirt.
If I put it on too often, people think that you're talking to yourself.
I mean, it's true. Ever since you stopped wearing it regularly, it has seen a drastic decrease in why is bro talking to himself. I have seen that significantly less since.
I'm just saying there must be correlation.
Correlation maybe does in fact equal causation. On today's show, we're back, which means you waited patiently and eagerly for a Mario Galaxy review. We're going to do that. We're going to answer the question, is it really that bad? We're going to answer that question. And then, movie news, as we always do. And then after that, because it's the season premiere of season 6, we do anime. But also, maybe a little bit of, maybe some tokusatsu flavoring on top of the anime for me. I'm actually very excited about this week. There's some legit, good shit coming, at least in my opinion. Solid recommendations that I would be like, Jordan, you should watch this. Not even just the audience, it's just specifically Jordan. I'm gonna be like, Jordan, you should probably watch the Red Ranger Goes to Another World.
I mean, we do have a tokusatsu week coming up. No, I can't. We just did anime.
Yeah, right. But that's coming up later. But first, we got some comments, Jordan. Comment number 1: this breakdown really goes to the core of the machine logic versus human emotion. It honestly reminds me so much of the themes in Eve Andromeda. Especially with Cynthia's arc and the complexities of AI survival. Such a fascinating watch.
That sounds like it was written by an AI.
I mean, that absolutely sounds like it was written by an AI. Jordan looked it up. It is apparently an AI show. I'm reasonably sure that was AI. You want to hear more comments that are definitely human? Here's more comments.
I do enjoy comments left by humans.
That are definitely from humans. The breakdown really gets to the... Wait, no, I already read that one. Sorry, that's not the one.
No, man, there was a glitch in the machine there.
That was not
I'm gonna have to reboot Justin.exe.
There it is. This performance is outstanding. I did not expect it to be this good. And then on another video from the same person, this tutorial is worth sharing. I did not expect it to be this good. It was a video about Animorphs, and it was not a tutorial.
Yeah, we don't do tutorials as far as do we do tutorials?
I cannot think as to do. I mean, maybe. Yes, I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, so
for the engagement.
This going forward is an instructional how to do an anime themed week podcast.
Exactly. I mean, one day when I launch when I launch the project that I'm working on.
Where's my bagel at?
No. I mean, one day we will. One day when we're famous and famous comedians, I absolutely do want to do a comedy album called "Where My Bagel's At." It is. I've said if I ever do a stand-up comedy special, it's the name of my first stand-up comedy special. If you want to know the story about where that comes from, I will tell you, but this is not the forum. But if you get our watch time up, I'll tell you what, that can be a channel membership video where we'll do talk about that maybe. But you got to get our watch time up. I mean, we're almost there with the subscribers. The watch time, you got to get the watch time up. But then I am working on a project that is a tutorial for how to run a successful award-winning podcast.
I feel like we've gotten away from the comment though.
That was the comment. And then Jordan, put it on the board. This is our first. I almost want to frame this I want a trophy for this, Jordan. As a comedian, it's like
You
a
know where
badge of honor.
you know where you could get that trophy, Justin. TrophySmack.com using our link in the description below.
I don't have a link anymore. But
Oh,
if I did have a link, it would be in the description below, and that would be a place you can get it. Um, on our video about the Passion of the Christ and how that movie was unpleasant, um, we got several. I think when we already talked about how people thought I said Christian, I didn't. I said Catholic. Then I got a Bible verse recommendation, but this is my personal favorite. I got a "What the hell is wrong with you? Y'all need Jesus." Put it on the wall, Jordan. It is an honor.
boop.
Boop. That as a comedian, Jordan, if no one's asking you what's wrong with you, you're not doing comedy right.
And to answer the question, plenty.
Plenty, lots, lots. I believe the comment was what is wrong with you? Why do you enjoy stuff like this? Y'all need. They said God, but it's the same thing. Jesus is the same thing. Y'all need Jesus, and they're probably not wrong, or they are wrong. Who's to say? Again, Jordan cannot stress enough. Badge of honor as a comedian, and then I have officially decided that the Lord of the Rings fans are the coolest. Sorry, everybody else. The Lord of the Rings fans, until dethroned, are the nicest comments we get. Like, we've been thoroughly been over how the Star Wars fans are mean and awful.
Sure.
The bronies are welcoming, but
And
also at
and
the same time they can
and
be mean. So
and also, just to have one further dig, the Star Wars quote unquote fans are also never happy.
they're never happy. They're never happy. I mean, neither are the Lord of the Rings fans, but they're very reasonable about their discontent, unlike the Star Wars fans. Like
Uh, that's true.
they're quite reasonable about it. They're like, I don't like this, but like, so like we got quite a number of them that like this is my favorite. I love Lord of the Rings, but I'm not sure how I feel about these movies. That is the softest dig I've ever seen. That's fair.
That
That's
feels
fair.
fair.
That feels
You know,
entirely fair. That's fair. That feels fair,
I don't
right?
love I don't love Lord of the Rings, and I'm not sure how I feel. No, I
Right?
am sure how I feel. It seems like a bad idea, but
Right?
you know,
Exactly. I thought that was funny. And then again, all these Star Wars, all these Lord of the Rings comments, great. The only community that is equally has been nice to us, but they're not nice is the Bronies. I have like a top 5 for like the nicest communities. Um, Hazbin Hotel is pretty chill. They're pretty chill. The Lord of the Rings, though, thus far, you wear the crown as being the most chill and understanding. You're like, fair enough. Oh, actually, Jerry Seinfeld fans, or people who don't like Jerry Seinfeld, no one gets overly defensive of Jerry Seinfeld for some reason. Never
because
like
he's
how
an
he said.
ass.
But here's another comment says it's like the Gollum game, which was a bad idea, and then they
Yeah.
said they ended the comment by being like, give us prequels. They did. It's called The Hobbit. You can check them out. There's 3 of them.
Unless you mean a prequel to the Hobbit, like you want a first age movie,
Oh, okay, maybe.
I
Technically,
guess you
though,
could do that.
that does also already exist. It's called War for the Rohirrim, and it's quite good. It's animated.
Sure, but there's plenty of stories in the first age.
I don't know enough about
I don't know about Laura. I don't know like a lot, but like I know there's a whole like in the Silmarillion and the Age One stuff. There's a whole bunch of stories in there.
and then someone pointed out that Frodo apparently because I never read Lord of the Rings, so I don't know a ton about it. But I guess after in the book after Bilbo's birthday, there's 17 years in between then and when Frodo leaves to go on the Lord of the Rings. And apparently Gandalf does pop in the Shire every now and again.
He pops in the shower with Frodo and he's like, "Hey, hey,
hey.
how's it going, buddy?
So, um,
I barely fit. You're short."
you're short. It's not meant for 2 people. Um, and then yeah, someone responded to that comment saying that they kind of retconned the 17-year period in the movies to keep the pacing. Gandalf was away researching in Minas Tirith for a while, but not for 17 years. A few months, maybe. Not sure if they wrote themselves into a corner with that or not. I mean, you could easily retcon that. That's not terribly difficult. And finally, that's it. Pleasure having you, Jake, on the spur of the moment conversation. We're always looking for more conversations to be had in the spur of the moment. Haley has already
Yeah,
volunteered. She says she wants to do one, so we're gonna have to get her in the podcast hot seat, interview hot seat, as it were.
the proverbial hot
Yeah,
seat.
she's gonna be the interviewee for once because she's normally the interviewer. Ooh,
That'll be fun.
that's gonna be fun. Um,
We're gonna ask the hard
we're gonna
questions.
hit some hard
We're
hitting questions. Yeah,
gonna have her under the microscope.
absolutely. Yeah, and we're gonna.
Microscope, magnifying glass,
I mean, it's the same
either,
thing. Either works.
both.
But no, we got a really passionate. I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm just gonna say Sango because the back half of the name is a lot of words and numbers, letters and numbers. Um, and they got really passionate about Supergirl, and it became apparent
Mm-hmm.
that they've definitely read the comic book that this is based on. Which is that Supergirl movie is based on. I'm gonna butcher the name. I'm pretty sure it's called Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, and that's where this concept of her being a bit more. Yeah, you say as they put it, you'd be depressed too if you're like the lone survivor of your planet, because technically speaking, as much as Clark is, he doesn't really remember Krypton, so
Oh
she has.
no, absolutely. There's been versions of it in the
Um,
past, in the Supergirl show, they kind of acknowledge that, and it's like I get it, I
yeah,
understand that that's how she would feel. That's not fun.
she's like, and then this person
It's
was
just
like,
that's kind of a bummer.
she's not like willing to kill people. Like she's not willing to kill people or willing to hurt people. She's, as they put it, more there to maim than to kill, and she's only rougher because she's in space, and in space you got to be rough.
Mm.
But at the end of the day, she still has the same fundamental principles that Superman has. She's just a bit rougher, which again, yeah, it's you're getting your. It's so they can give you a version of Superman that is willing to laser people.
To
That's
cut loose,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. That is,
Like I said, I functionally I understand it. I just
and they said they're excited for it. I don't know.
I'm still not sure how I feel.
I'm excited for it in the basis that like I'm excited to see what this universe does, and I like how it's interconnected. I like how it's basically a sequel to Superman without being a sequel to Superman.
Yeah.
That is early MCU. That shit is exciting.
I
Like
I
I'm
think
excited for Man of Tomorrow, legitimately. Like because that
I
I'm excited for that. That's what I'm
I
excited for.
I think for me, how in terms of this movie specifically, not further implications of what could come from it, but just this movie specifically, I don't necessarily think I would use the word excited at
No,
this
that
point.
yeah,
I think I would use the word interested. I'm
yeah.
interested to see where it goes.
Which is more that could be said for a lot of.
I am excited for Lobo.
I'm intrigued by this, which is could be more that could be said for. But to be fair, it's a superhero thing. I'm always going to be a base level intrigued.
Sure.
It's just the facts. I'm just excited. Just I guess I'm excited for this because there seems to be a level of consistency which this universe has lacked up until this point. Because
Cohesion.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because like I'm just like Creature Commandos looks cool, but I'm like, okay,
I
and
don't
then Superman also exists in that universe. It's all it just doesn't the weird shit doesn't work for me if you don't establish a base level. And I think that Superman does a better job of that. Of being like he's the
Yeah.
anchor point for everything. Just like if you want to be like Iron Man, the
Yeah,
anchor
well, I
point of the
mean,
MCU. He's the
uh,
anchor point of this universe.
yeah,
And that works
I
for
was
me.
gonna say the MCU had to work up to having Guardians of the Galaxy,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that felt weird at the time,
Right.
right? Like you didn't just jump into, okay, we did Iron Man, now we're gonna do Guardians of the. You didn't.
No.
You
Yeah.
can't. That's
Exactly.
not.
So
It's
doing a Superman.
otherwise you fall into the same problem that the Snyderverse had, where you can't force it. You have
Right.
to build up to these
But doing a
things.
Supergirl movie where he's just there on a phone call, on a video
Yeah,
phone call,
it's the cohesion.
that works so much. Like, and I don't understand why people are not more excited for. Like, that's what you people are asking for. That's what we want. And then when we get that, people complain, and it's frustrating. So yeah, I'm
That's
excited for that
because
feeling. I'm
that's
not
be,
excited for the movie itself. If
or
that
I
makes
guess
sense.
I should say, in my opinion, I need to preface everything with this.
Yeah.
That's because the people that you're talking about that aren't excited for that and that aren't into that aspect of it aren't comic book fans.
I just don't
They're
think they
mo-
are exactly.
they're movie fans. They
Yeah.
enjoy these from the perspective of a movie. You and I find that exciting because that's the movie version of what makes a comic book is that you can just have a quick flyby, wink and nod. Oh, there's Superman. He's flying off to save someone else.
I
You can have those in comics, and to see a movie version of that is
yeah.
fun and exciting.
I think this is going to dovetail beautifully into the next segment of the show, review of Mario Galaxy.
Ba da ba
But it can be said about this too, where I think this younger gag me, this younger generation of TikTok or YouTube,
young whippersnappers. Well, back in my day.
I think they take this shit for granted. I really do. I don't think they. Oh my god, this makes me sound like such a fucking boomer, but it's just the truth. I don't think they appreciate this shit for for what it is. Like sitting there and being like, we're talking about a Supergirl movie that followed a Superman movie where Superman is in that Supergirl movie. That's crazy.
No. They've just always had those movies. Like a lot of the younger people, anyway.
Yeah, they just always had that
they've
shit.
just always they had Avengers like for years.
Yeah, they were like 5
right?
and they had
Like,
Avengers, right? So you're like, you don't understand
that was
how
a big deal.
its very
like,
existence is cool. So yeah, okay. I want to start the Mario Galaxy review off this way because you've all seen the title.
We'll start it off spoiler free.
You've all seen the title, which is Mario Galaxy as bad as everyone says it is? Jordan, is Mario Galaxy as bad as everyone says it is?
No, I
No,
mean if you liked the first
absolutely
one
not.
and you like Mario,
Right?
you're gonna like it. You're gonna have a good
I-
time with it.
I had that epiphany midway through the movie. That epiphany I just said, where I think the young people, I think they take this shit for granted. Like I think they got shit like the Angry Birds movie and shit that looks like The Thing, and they just expect The Thing to look like The Thing and have more to it than that. And we're sitting there being like,
Hey, remember the live action Mario movie?
right? I'm
was,
sitting there.
That was my Mario
This isn't a
movie.
spoiler; it's in the trailer. But I'm sitting there and I'm looking at a pretty, like, obviously there's slight differences like that are minute, but I'm looking at Mario and Luigi ride motorcycles through a desert. And
A desert that looks a lot like Mario Odyssey.
and I literally become the critic from fucking Ratatouille, and I flash back to being utterly terrified of the Bob Hoskins version, and then I flash back and I'm instantly happy. Like that's where I'm at with this. like people are like, oh, it just kind of looks like The Thing, and that's it, and there's nothing more to it than that. But
Why is that not good
why
enough?
is that not good enough? It looking like The Thing is fine. That's incredible that it looks like
Just
The
imagine,
Thing.
just imagine how upset people who think that that's not good enough. Just imagine how upset you would be if you walked away from it going like, "Yeah, it was a terrible story, and it didn't even look like The Thing."
Yeah, it didn't
That's
even-
that's what we had.
We had. It was terribly written
A
and a bad
subpar
story, horrible characters.
and it doesn't look and it doesn't even look
It
anything
doesn't
like
even
the
have the
characters.
audacity. And like so my big thing with this movie, the spoiler-free version, is for me as an elder, maybe an elder millennial, but certainly a millennial. This is a big expensive version of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. Do you
Yeah.
like the Super Mario Brothers Super Show? Cut the theme song. Do you like the Super Mario Brothers Super Show? That's what this is. When they're cutting in and they're just doing plumbing for the people from the one level from Mario Odyssey, and it's like, yeah, that's pretty much how one of those episodes.
I mean,
would
right
start.
down to even ignoring the story structure of it, just down to their personalities. The
Right.
personalities that they have in this, I mean, it's slightly different, like slightly different variations, maybe, but like 90% is just what they are.
I
in
would
the
say that
Super
Mario in
Brothers
this
Super
is
Show.
substantially more likable than the Super Mario Brothers Super Show.
I don't
Mario.
know. I'd say he's
But-
pretty similar.
But like, and I love Charlie Day's Luigi, so I also think he's better. But yeah, they're basically, whoever wrote this loves that show. I mean, clearly, because the theme song's in the first movie. So
Yeah.
like, clearly whoever wrote this has a reverence for that, and probably Super Mario Brothers 3 as well. Like that's where all this. So for me, I'm like, this is that. This is my, like, it drives me crazy when people are like, oh, why can't the kids movies be more like they were when I was a kid? That's what this is. That's
Well,
what
I
this
mean,
is.
The thing is that when we were kids, there are when it comes to
But
when it comes to children's entertainment,
there's a but
there
with
are
that
a
though.
few very what?
I do have a but though. There is a but continue.
Just real quick. When it comes to children's entertainments, there are varieties,
Yeah,
right? Like
exactly. It's
there
a
are different
spectrum.
kinds. It's a
It's a
spectrum. So
spectrum.
like you have your movies which are like your Toy Story or your How to Train Your Dragons or like the ones that have a little more nuance, a little more depth, a
Yeah,
little
absolutely.
more
Your
to them.
Inside Out, your
But
Toy
but like
Stories, your
but you also have your movies that are like your Despicable Me, your
your
Minions, which is also like
Madagascar.
your Madagascar, which are just dumb and stupid and
It's for
zany.
three. It's for 3-year-olds.
Or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or to go back even further back in time, it's the difference between you have your rubber arm cartoons versus your Looney Tunes versus your Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, they'll
There's
have a big different levels of
different
complexity to it.
kinds of right.
Absolutely,
And,
absolutely.
and so this fits into a particular kind of kids movie, and there's nothing
Absolutely.
wrong with what it
No,
is.
like yeah,
It does what it is very
we
well.
went into this. There's a trailer for that. I can't.
The island,
The
the
Lost
Forgotten Island.
Island, Forgotten Island, which like this is deep. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's well thought out. It's that can exist and this can exist where this is dumb as
Yes,
shit and it's clearly for 3-year-olds and it's
like
just bright colors. It's Mario punching things for no narrative reason. And it's just
it's a Mario. It looks like a
it
Mario
looks like
game.
a
It's what a
Mario
Mario
thing.
game is.
Now,
And for the record, this is made for kids. We were in a theater full of like with
yeah, they
kids.
were having
The
a
kids were having a great
blast. They
time,
thought it was hilarious. They were having fun. It's hitting the
and the
target
parents were
audience.
having a good time
Yeah, that's
too.
all that. Yeah, it could just be thing you like. Jordan turned to me and went, "It's so many things I
It's
recognize.
so
It's
many things
almost
I
overwhelming."
recognize. Like, and not even just visually, but like audibly. There's music
Audibly,
cues.
music.
There's
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like,
like
oh my
so
god,
many.
this is a fun reference.
Like
Yeah,
at a certain point, I lean and I'm like, Justin, I'm stimming. I'm being
yeah.
stimulated so hard.
Right? It's like, oh my god, yeah, this is overwhelming. And that's
I had a
fine.
great
That's
time.
fine. That's what it can be. It doesn't like my thing is whenever anyone's like, the story wasn't nearly complete. What do you want? What do you think the complex version of this would be? There is no
Well,
complex version of this,
the thing that irritates me about comments like that is I'm like, you guys have played a Mario game, right?
right? Yeah, that's
Like
the thing. It's Mario.
there are other Nintendo games which have more depth and which have more complexity
Yeah,
to
yeah.
them.
Legend of Zelda, for
Mario
example.
is Mario is not that character.
No, he's not. This is a slight like there's literally points in this where I was like, if Mario had story and stakes like this, I would probably play more Mario
They would
games.
be better.
It
They
would be
would be
way
better
more.
games.
But then at a certain point, I'm like, this kind of feels like a Ratchet and Clank game, like in terms of its story,
Kind of.
or a Jack and Daxter, or like a Sony
As
game.
soon as one particular character showed up,
Yeah,
I can see the
yeah,
Ratchet and Clank
yeah,
comparison.
yeah. But yeah, no, like there's moments in this, just like in the first one, and even more. They've really done a good job of when there's a montage in this early on after this. Again, I don't really think this is a big spoiler, mostly because it's the part of the plot of the movie, but Peach goes off to help Rosalina, basically, and there's a bit where Mario and Luigi are covering for her while she's gone, and they've got a big world map, and it's literally just levels for Mario represented on a screen.
Are we jumping into spoilers now?
No, this isn't a spoiler.
I don't
But
think that's in the trailer.
her going off with Toad is in the trailer.
No, level map that you're talking
Well,
about.
you see that anyway. It's not a spoiler. Um,
Seems like it is.
that that watching them do that is what it felt like to play the games.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely, especially when they feel like when they finish a task and on the map a little flag goes
yeah,
up,
it
and it's
looks
like
like
with the M.
yeah with the M, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's
It's like that's right out of New
super
Super Mario Brothers.
super fun. Um, um,
There's a lot of visual things where it's
yeah,
like that's just from the game, or that's
yeah.
a character that I recognize from such and such game, or that's a
Yeah.
power up that's from this one, and it's like
I
that's
don't
fun.
I don't recognize this thing, but it's
But I
probably
know
from
it's
the
a
thing.
Mario thing
It's probably from the thing that the movie's named after. At
for a
least
lot of them, yeah.
I assume that it is anyway. Um, all the voice performances across the board stand out. They're all good. They're all fun. They're all having a blast.
Yeah.
Um, if you're not if you're a Rosalina fan, taper your expectations. Is what I would say there.
Yeah, but
Um,
also she's a side character, so there was
Not
only so
Mario
much she was going to
Galaxy.
be in it. Right, no, but I'm talking in this movie. Like
Yeah,
in terms of this world, as long as there's one princess,
yeah.
you only have time for one.
But yeah, it is a little there, and there are. I do have story issues, and we're gonna get into those, but they involve spoilers. I do have story. It's not a flawless movie, but it
No,
for
but
what it is, which is a Mario movie. Like I don't know, it's like all these people's standards are so high. Like I'm just like this has a slightly better story than Mario Sunshine. That
yeah.
and that's fine because it's a Mario movie. Like it's what I expected it to be, and the same one. In fact, it's probably slightly better than I was expecting because there's a lot of references in here that are really like deep cut.
Yeah,
Um,
surprisingly so for some of them.
okay.
Spoilers.
Spoiler. Yeah. So big ass spoilers now. So
So if you want to come back in like 10, like 15 minutes, we'll probably be done the spoilers.
the cool bit is,
Um,
I mean, they're in the trailer.
but that was your warning.
They're in the trailer, which is that we're gonna jump to the big spoiler in a bit. But the big disappointing part of this is not the movie's fault, but the marketing team sucks on this. They suck on this because there's a big section where Wart and Birdo and Mauser and all the characters from Mario 2 show up, and that
Yeah,
would
they
have
were on the
been
poster.
fun to find out organically. But that seems cool because it's Mario 2. Like they're kind of
Yeah,
roughly doing Mario 2, where it's like they get beaten by the radish, which is a thing from Mario 2. That's the first game to introduce Peach and Toad
yeah.
as playable characters. I
And they're
don't
the ones in that scene.
Right, I don't know if Jordan and I couldn't remember if that's where the parasol, the concept of Peach having oh yeah, this introduces Peach
And
getting
yeah,
an origin for the Peach's parasol and has her use it as a major weapon, which is cool. There's a bunch of sequences of her fighting with it, which are just cool. They're cool. They're really fun.
and over the course of this movie, it's like there's so many like visual
Yeah,
like we said like so many that it's like I think I have to watch it two or three more
yeah.
times to kind of remember them all.
Makes me wonder if maybe the because there's a bit where it shows a flashback between Bowser Jr. and Bowser, and Bowser's doing like a little play. Makes me wonder if
A
that's
little
supposed to
puppet
be
show.
because it kind of seems to skip over Mario 3, and by the end of it goes straight to Super Mario World. So I'm guessing the next one is the next one seems like it's gonna be Super Mario World because it ends with the big montage. There's a
A
big
lot of the
montage of him.
visual stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he gets the feather and the cape at the end, and
yeah.
the castle I believe is the castle from Super Mario World. So it won't surprise me if then in the next one has the Koopa Kids. That wouldn't surprise me if the next one has the Koopa Kids. And I don't know if they're probably gonna do the retcon where they're not related to Bowser.
They'll probably just be henchmen.
Is my guess, yeah, or like they're fans is probably what I would do.
Maybe.
They're part of the Bowser fan club, and then you still play into his ego or whatever. Yeah, Bowser did
It
love what
really,
they.
it really depends. Not going too deep into. Are we in spoiler territory?
I was just gonna say I don't love what they did with Bowser in this. I don't love it.
Yeah,
He's
I
kind of a
kind of
superfluous.
don't mind it because it kind of puts him in that Mario Kart, Mario Party
I
kind
liked
of
it up
position where
until the
he's
ending. It was great the
frenemies.
whole movie. It was funny, and I was like, oh, he's obviously gonna betray that. Like, so a big part of this is Bowser is still captured after the events of the last one, and he's gone through rehab, therapy, whatever, and
Torture.
he's turned his life around, and he's trying to be a good guy, and he's become friends with Peach and Luigi, and him and Mario still hate each other, but
They're
he's
frenemies.
trying to win over Mario to be more friendly, whatever. And the plot of this is that Bowser Jr. wants to rescue him. He rescues him and presents him with an army and a planet, which I'm guessing is a reference to the final level in Mario Galaxy, if I had to guess.
If from what I remember, the how that ends is he essentially wants to remake the universe or something like that.
Yeah. Well, the planet I was gonna say that the Bowser planet is probably the last planet you
Oh,
go to, if I
yeah,
had to guess.
probably
Um,
some variation of it. I'm guessing.
yeah, and so um, him and Bowser Jr. get together, and initially Bowser is kind of like, "Oh man, maybe don't kill them. I like those guys." But then like in an instant in the final scene is just like, I want to kill you, in a scene that like is cool but narratively is annoying and doesn't make any sense. You're like, wait, so you're telling me that this entire his entire character arc throughout the entire movie is now just completely pointless? Like there's no
Well,
reason
see,
for
that's
it?
where I think it's gonna depend on what they like. In terms of this being its own thing, yes, I agree that I don't like that they did that. Pretty much as soon as he went back to Bowser Jr. and I was like, oh, he's just gonna be evil by the end of this.
I know.
I didn't love that, but they have, how do I word this? They have the potential to make it satisfying depending on what they do in the third one.
Yeah, I guess if they have him come back
Um,
around and he's like, I'm sorry for that, or
if they have it come around where like it's an arc basically where he's like Bowser Jr. kind of regresses me and makes me go and be my worst self, and they like kind of lean into that,
I mean, I'm just saying,
then
Bowser
I
Jr.
I
also plays golf with them.
I think, I mean, that's where I say it depends on what
Just
they do. Like if they
just
have it
saying.
where like in the third one, it's like him trying to change Bowser Jr. instead,
Oh, okay,
then
maybe I'm
then
okay with that. Yeah,
then it
maybe,
could maybe work, right?
maybe.
It depends on what they do.
Yeah,
Like I just feel like it puts him in the perfect, like he's in the perfect position where he could be a frenemy to them, where he's like, oh, we're not actually friends, but I don't hate you guys. You're kind of cool,
yeah, that'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of fun.
right? Like
I just,
something in the third one where he's like, I don't want to be against you guys, but I have to be against you guys, but I
yeah.
don't want to be. Like,
There's a lot of scenes in the final little bit where it just becomes they're just doing a Bowser Castle from Mario. That was really
yeah,
cool. Where it kept
that
cutting
was
back
fun.
to the screen. They're just doing a Mario level on the screen. That was fun. The
Um,
fact that there was a representation of the first boss fight ever, where it's Mario versus
um,
Bowser at the end, where he's even got the axe. I was like, oh
yes,
my god,
yes.
that's
And
amazing.
there's a lot of characters that show up too, where it's like didn't expect to see certain ones.
Right?
There was one big one which was kind of spoiled, but
Yeah,
um,
yeah. We gotta knock the Mario the Mario movie
I got to
promotional
knock at
team,
some
the marketing
points
team, because
because
yeah, no, big. Okay, this is the biggest spoiler ever, but
this is the
Nintendo
big
spoiled
one.
it already, so everyone knows it. But Star Fox is in this, and
Yeah,
they revealed it the day before the movie came out. They put out a poster and announced that. See, I saw the poster and I thought the poster was AI, because there was a
I
big
thought,
thing.
yeah,
There is a big thing going around where it was like take characters and put them into the Mario movie style. So I thought it was one of those, and so I skipped past it. But for me, the thing that confirmed that it was real was that they announced the casting, and it's Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell, you wouldn't know who he is, but I know who he is. And so as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh fuck, that must mean it's real. And then there's a bunch of um interviews that were popping up for promo, and they're like, "Oh, you're in this movie with Glenn Powell. How does that feel?" I was like, "Motherfucker!" So yeah, I was yeah,
mm.
gave it away. I was so pissed.
For
Like the
me, it
day,
was just
like,
I was
come on, man.
it was like a day or two before or something like that for me. And I was scrolling through Facebook and then, yeah, I saw that one poster which had the star and I quickly scrolled past it and I'm like, I don't know if this is true. I didn't see any casting like or anything like that. I
Yeah,
didn't look into that. But like I very actively
I
tried to then avoid everything and anything to do with it. But I was like, I had already seen that and I'm like, it looked real.
well, what happened was there was an image that was similar to the image that they put out on the poster that went out when people guessed that he was in it based on the trailer, where they're like, "Oh, Star Fox is in this," and then
Yeah,
there
the
was
one
like,
foot that they saw.
yeah, there was like fan shit that was going out, and that's where that image came. Like there was images that looked like that were fake, that were going around months ago.
Interesting. Interesting.
And he's fucking great.
Oh, he's
He's
great.
great.
And like he has
It
this
would
whole
have been great
scene.
to be, that would have been mind blowing if I
He,
didn't know
he
that.
he has this whole scene where he kind of gives the background of like how
Yeah,
he
the
got there
animation
and
is
stuff.
really
And the
cool.
animation is really cool. And I'm just like, so, and they very explicitly say that he's from another universe.
Very, yeah. They were like, "Oh, I
And
went through a
so
portal. I wound up in your universe."
as
So,
soon as they said that to me,
Nintendo multiverse confirmed officially confirmed,
yeah. And
officially
so as
confirmed.
soon as they said that to like as soon as they said that line, I'm like, that's like a my my podcasting like flag went up where I'm like, I know how these things work. You don't set that up for nothing.
Oh well, yeah. I don't know if it'll be in that art style and that animation style because that looked
No, no, no,
expensive.
no, no. I just mean the line that he's from another
Oh no,
universe.
that's absolutely it.
I
Yeah, oh
I
for sure
was
it is,
like, so like in the Star
for sure.
Fox movie, it's gonna be about him trying to get back
Oh for
home.
sure, for sure.
You're gonna use that to introduce other new
But also
characters.
they do this thing where they introduce characters where it's like you should be doing like 1,000 spin-offs of this. Why aren't you? And he's one of those ones where yeah, immediately I'm like, Meg, I did see something come about they're talking about it, but like immediately I'm like greenlight a Star Fox movie. Greenlight a Samus
Yeah.
movie. Greenlight you could do that. Now you have a way where you could be like, yeah, we could do all these Nintendo properties and they can all look differently. And here's my pitch for the Smash Brothers movie, by the way.
Um, real quick though, real quick. Um, and another thing is interesting to me that and I knew I had heard that he wasn't, but that Donkey Kong isn't in this one, other than I think like a brief
He's in
cameo
it
in
for a brief cameo.
one part of it. But I'm like, okay, so I wonder if that means that while this is happening, like his movie will be
Probably.
taking place at the same time.
It looks like yeah. I'm guessing prob well, I mean if they're smart, yeah, that that shot of him where he's in the what is clearly a
New,
reference to Donkey Kong, where he's in the
yeah.
scaffolding. Yeah, that's that. I'm getting yeah. His movie will probably be about him going to New Donk City and meeting
Do you
Pauline.
I was gonna say, do you think his movie is gonna introduce Pauline?
Absolutely, it'll introduce Pauline. Yeah, it
Do you
absolutely will.
think do you think it's going to be the adult Pauline, or do you think they're going to go the new Donkey Kong game and have her be a kid?
Well, I think technically in the new Donkey Kong game she gets turned into a kid. I don't think she is a kid.
I don't actually know. I've
I could be
never
wrong
played the
about
game.
that. Or maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe she is a kid. I would probably do someone in the same age range as Princess Peach and the rest of them.
Interesting.
So then she can match their vibe, which is what they're
Interesting.
clearly going for. Because also, spoiler alert,
Interesting.
Daisy shows up at the end and she doesn't have a voice yet. Much like Amy does not have a voice yet. So who would you cast as Daisy?
I don't know. Hmm. Weirdly, the okay.
Emma Stone. I'm going Emma Stone.
I was gonna say weirdly
I'm stunt casting
the
and I
two
think it's gonna be good.
voices the two voices that immediately come to my mind. The very first one that came to my mind was Hilary Duff.
That'll also be
Um,
fun.
but the second one that came to my mind is and I'm gonna butcher her name, Chloe
Oh,
Mortez Grace.
Chloe Grace Moretz.
Yeah,
Yeah, she'd be good. She would be good. Yeah,
I feel like she would also be
yeah, she'd be
good.
fun. Yeah, that would be fun. I'd like her as well. But
Um,
here's my pitch for Smash Brothers movie. Um, I don't really have much other than um, I've got two ideas. One, there's a big evil bad guy, evil villain. I think it's an original villain. I think we create an original villain, and the Master Hand and the Crazy Hand are interdimensional weapons, and the Master Hand can be used to yank people from their universe.
I mean, if I'm being honest,
And when they get yanked,
the
they get turned into the statues as a reference to Smash Brothers Melee.
if I'm being honest, they have very easy thing that they can use as a template for a movie. Um, and you're just gonna be like, yeah, but that's lazy, and yes, it is, but it just slots right in. Subspace Emissary.
No.
You have a character who's like Taboo, who is in terms of Mortal Kombat is like your Shenlong or whatever, who is the
Yeah.
person who is running it all. He controls Master Hand and Crazy Hand, just like you're saying, and is using them as weapons to pluck people from their different universes to fight in a competition at his whim.
The only reason why I'm like no,
Except I would change Taboo and make him look more like the creator of Smash Brothers.
uh, no, only because that's too Final Fantasy for the tone of the illuminate. I'm playing within the confines of the illumination universe, and I just don't think Taboo fits. That's why I'm like, you get an
Well,
original
that's why.
character.
That's why I'm like, no, 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 no. I should be clear here. I'm not saying use taboo. I'm saying use that template of having a character that fits into
Yeah,
that role.
yeah. I would just make him
Basically,
and
like create a new character.
create an original
Have
character.
him be what is the version, like essentially, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that, where he's
because and
basically
then
that character.
that and in the Subspace Emissary, all the Smash Brothers characters are like kind of from the same universe. I would have yeah, where yeah, you're yanking them from their own universes,
Again, that's why I'm saying that it's a template.
and then
You know what a template is,
you have
right?
Ryan Reynolds be Pikachu.
I mean, that would be hilarious. Um, I would, yes,
And also
yes.
you include Sonic.
Have him take the Pikachu that's from the Detective Pikachu
Yep.
universe.
And then you have
You
Sonic.
can have Sonic, yeah,
But specifically the movie version of Sonic.
sure, sure. And I mean, if I'm doing something like that, if I'm doing something like that and I'm Nintendo, I I am reaching out to anyone and everyone that I can. I am getting like an animated version of Sora and having Haley Joel Osment come and be him.
I
I'm reaching out to Sony and asking if we can get the live action version of Kratos,
I
the
mean
guy who voices
no,
him.
absolutely not. No, no, we're keeping it
I
Nintendo.
am going full ham into this.
Absolutely not. We're not. No, 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 no.
Yes.
No, we're putting the reins on that immediately.
No.
Game and Watch, Mr. Game and Watch shows up. That was a surprise.
That was a surprise.
I
You
was
see the
very surprised.
Pikmin, but interesting to me that you did not see Olimar.
No, but they're in Olimar's ship.
Sure, but you didn't see Olimar.
But
Um,
that is interesting. That yeah, that Mario. I guess that means that Mario and the Pikmin officially exist in the same universe.
yeah, seems to be.
What else? Oh, there's the addition that Rosalina and Peach
Oh,
are
and
now
Rob,
sisters. Rob, yeah, Rob doing the sloth joke from Zootopia.
which was funny.
It's just the sloth joke from Zootopia.
Yes, but I like that
Yeah,
joke,
but it's
so
a
it was funny.
reference I get. It's a thing
Yeah,
I recognize. Go
it's a
away.
thing I recognize. Shut up.
Shut up
Um,
and go away.
um, yeah, you had what was the one you said before, Rob? Um,
Mr. Game and Watch.
Mr. Game and Watch, which I did not expect to see. The fact that he was created using the brush was interesting. The fact that you saw Flood was a fun reference.
That is fun. That was fun.
You're looking at his weapon shack, or rack, not shack. Yeah. Overall, if you like Mario and you like the first one, chances are good that you're gonna like this one. That's my ultimate summation.
Right? Okay.
All I really have to say about that movie.
So that's yeah. That Mario Galaxy. It's good. It's fun. I had a good time. I laughed. I did not cry.
We laughed, we cried, we teared up. We were overstimulated with all the
Which is
references.
so many. There's so many things I recognized. So many of them. So Jordan, I skipped over. That's it. Go watch Mario Galaxy. It's in theaters. Support your local economy. That's the end. That's the end of the review.
Da 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 da
Movie
da
news,
da da
Jordan.
da da. Movie news.
So I skipped over two stories in previous weeks because they had to do with Mario and spoilers. But so this title is Why a Smash Bros. Movie, according to ComingSoon.net, sequel doesn't make any sense. It says even though this movie contained a ton of cameos, including Fox McCloud and numerous fighting scenes, a Super Smash Bros. Sequel doesn't make any sense, and here is why.
Go on.
One of the biggest hurdles is that a potential Super Smash Bros. Movie sequel would be the overwhelming number of franchises it would need to include, and I don't agree. So
I don't. What's difficult about that? Avengers did it.
right? They're like you would have to, even if you only did the original, you would have to have Captain Falcon, Ness, Pokemon, and Legends of Zelda and Kirby. And I'm
I'm
just like
I'm still not seeing what makes it so
I'm
difficult.
just like do some of those you could just introduce in the Smash Brothers movie itself, and then a few of those you're gonna have to do the legwork and do some movies. I think Kirby could probably exist in in the Mario universe. I don't think you need to go out of universe for that. Same
No.
thing. I think they reference Samus at the end of in the post credit. I'm pretty sure.
Do they?
Yeah, because he says I made a deal with a space princess to fix my ship. Isn't
Samus isn't. Yeah, no, that pretty sure that that's talking about Princess Rosalina.
Oh.
She's a princess of space who rules over star people.
I'm pretty sure though that Samus is also
She's not a princess.
a
She's a bounty hunter.
I'm pretty sure in one of the newer games that was revealed as part of her backstory. But
Uh,
maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. It's possible I'm
I
wrong.
think you're saying things that aren't there.
I don't know. But regardless, okay, fine. Metroid's not in that universe, but you can just put Metroid, give its own universe to a Metroid movie, and then same thing with Captain
I mean,
Falcon
they
could
could
just already
easily
be in.
have it. You could easily have it be where Samus exists in his universe.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay.
Like the thing
Uh,
is, and that's where I'm like, they've already said that Fox McCloud is from different universe, like a
also,
different
like,
universe. So yeah, there can be multiple other universes which have
right,
these characters.
right. That's
Some of
why,
them you can double up.
right. That's why you introduce uh
And you're already doing a Legend of Zelda live action movie. It would not be at this point because you've said that they are all alternate universes. It would not be that hard to, if you made a Smash movie, have Link and Zelda come over, and they are the movie
right,
versions who are voiced by their live action movie actors, but in animation. Like
right,
it wouldn't. You could at that point you can have them be in whatever style. You could for all you like for you can make it where the Smash Brothers movie is in stop motion and they all are in stop motion now because it's in a different universe. It's
right.
they've set it up beautifully. What the
Jordan,
hell are you talking
that
about?
that would involve people actually using the uh I just realized that I forgot to put the timer on.
Well,
Anyway,
that was your first problem,
uh,
first mistake.
yeah, that would involve anyone having anything creative to do or say with the multiverse. But nobody does. Because as soon as someone says multiverse, all of their brains shut off.
Oh my God. You and I should write the Smash Brothers movie. It would be infinitely more
I'm
interesting.
just saying. And then there's a
And we would include Sonic.
right, and we would include Sonic. But Jordan, bad news. There's an update for this, and I guess in reference to the fact that yeah, that there's a bunch of other Nintendo characters in here like Fox, um, and Pikmin are in this movie. He said don't get your hopes up on any Nintendo or any situation where the Nintendo characters would all appear together in one thing. Um,
Who said this?
Miyamoto apparently said it. Said right off the bat, I said that unlike something like Smash Brothers, I don't think you'll have a situation where all Nintendo characters would be joining. As you know, my rule is Pikmin can appear in any Nintendo series. That's apparently his rule.
Okay.
Um, so I guess that's just that's their way of being like just because we put Star Fox on in this, don't get your hopes up on a
I mean, here's what I'm gonna say about that. Why would I believe him?
that's true.
If you wanted to hide it, the fact that they're setting up for a Smash Brothers movie because it's gonna blow people's minds, why would I just automatically take this guy's word for it?
I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Movie
Also,
makers are notorious liars.
Jordan, we do this, and we already know that Illumination pitched an idea for a Nintendo Cinematic Universe leading up to a Smash Brothers movie. We know that they did pitch that to Nintendo. We don't know what
Yeah,
the outcome.
we definitely remember
We,
that.
we don't know what the outcome was, Jordan, but we know that they made a pitch to them to do that, and they should. And they've definitely created space for them to do that with Fox McCloud. I think Fox McCloud was their way of being like, let's see how
Of-
people will
I
feel
think it was
about
their way, yeah, of testing the
for
waters.
sure. Like again,
Oh,
if 3-4 weeks from this we're not talking about a Fox McCloud spinoff, there should be one. They should do one. Like if they're not already talking about it, they need to be. Um,
yeah.
because yeah, that character. Oops. I guess that character is great in that movie. Sorry if you're just joining now. I may have spoiled the Mario movie. Whoops.
No, no, he was a character that we already said was in marketing,
Oh
so
yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, there were trailers and shit. People knew. People knew.
they've already
They
spoiled it.
spoiled it
Anyways, so
themselves,
Mario is good, and more people should watch it.
and they should make a Smash Brothers movie.
Yeah,
They want first to see my
there
lineup.
we go. Buttoned up.
What's it? Okay, here's a question before we move on to Animal Farm. Um, um,
I think you mean not Animal
what
Farm.
is what is your
Anyways,
what is your lineup of Nintendo Universe movies leading up to a Smash Brothers movie?
hmm. Well, I guess the big question that I would have to ask before I can answer that question is, are we saying that for the first Smash Brothers movie, it is exclusively characters that were from the first Smash Brothers game, or are we able to include like Fire Emblem characters from Smash Brothers Melee, or like
Um,
characters from Brawl? Because like if we're not including characters from Brawl, then Sonic isn't there.
I would say we're limiting the amount of characters to I'd say eight, no, maybe seven, no eight, eight. We'll do eight. Um, that aren't already in Mario movies that have appeared. And you only get three movies, and it could be anyone, but that's it. Like the
Hmm.
roster is limited to eight characters, and you have to include the ones that have already appeared.
So you got to have uh, Mario, Peach, Luigi.
Yeah, and you don't have to include. You can include Sonic in the roster, but in terms of the movies, you don't have to be like Sonic 4 in there.
No, I mean if he was in, I just if he was in there, I would just have it be where it's explained in the movie that he
Yeah,
was drawn there.
he could be a character that just gets pulled into it. Like he doesn't.
Yeah.
You don't have to give him a movie. You want me to go first?
Hmm. Yeah. Give me
Number
time to
one.
think.
Number one, Little Mac. Punch Out movie. Number one,
Interesting.
Punch Out movie. Number two, uh, number two, probably Metroid Prime. Number three, oh, Kirby, Kirby. Yeah, Kirby, and then
Like they're
lastly,
getting their own movies?
yeah, these
You'd
are
give
their own
you'd
movies
give
that
you'd give Kirby a movie?
I'd give Kirby a movie. Yeah,
I wouldn't.
maybe not. Maybe not. Well, because I'm not including any of the ones that are already coming out. So I'm not including Legend of Zelda, and I'm not including.
Well, no, I'm just assuming they would be in it.
Yeah, I'm not including those. Samus. That's yeah. I want to say Earthbound, but that just feels like it's just too much. It's too much for one movie. Those are convoluted games. So I'm trying to think basic characters. So that's why I went Kirby initially. Oh, and I'm gonna stick with Kirby. Kirby, and then but animated Kirby movie. I got one more, right? Or is that it?
I
I'm
don't
go-
know. You said three.
I'm going from Iron Man 2 to Avengers. That many movies.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's three.
Three? Okay, then yeah, Little Mac,
I think.
Samus, and yeah, Kirby.
I'm just trying to remember all the characters that are in. Well, I gotta bring up a roster. I'm just gonna type in like original Smash
But like,
characters.
yeah, this is in a universe where Donkey Kong is getting his own movie. Diddy Kong is getting introduced there. Um, the Legend of Zelda. I would bring the live action people in and make them animated. I would do that. And then all the Mario characters.
Oh yeah, no, okay, that's one. That's one that I would probably do that you didn't mention. Um,
Or I guess Captain Falcon would also probably be
that's
good.
yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. That's one that I would
He's one that needs a bit more explanation. I guess the character I would probably stick to the first Smash Brothers, and yeah, I would do movies on the characters that you haven't already introduced yet. Like I would do a Fox McCloud movie in there, but I that's not he's definitely gonna get one anyway. Yeah, you're right.
So in the original,
Probably
you have Mario, Yoshi, Donkey Kong, Link, Samus, Kirby, Fox, Pikachu, Luigi, Jigglypuff, Captain Falcon, and Ness.
yeah, Pikachu. You don't need to do Pokemon. Just have him be one of the characters that gets yanked. Same with
Yeah,
Ness.
I would, joking aside, I would actually take the and I, in this instance, I think you could get away with also if you do this specific version of the character. I think you could get away with bringing Mewtwo as well. But
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I would take the one from Detective Pikachu
But
and
yeah,
have it be voiced by
you
Ryan
do the same
Reynolds.
thing with Ness. You pull Ness from another universe and just be like, "What's your backstory?" And he goes, "It's complicated," and then that's it. He's just there as a gag character.
I would
Um,
yeah, I would have him be like, yeah, it's like have him holding his classic home run bat and be like, it's complicated. I was playing baseball and then like cut away or
is
something.
that is him playing
The home
baseball?
run bat is the home run bat comes from him.
And I know that, but he was playing baseball, and that's where he gets pulled into adventure. Does it really have to do with
What?
baseball? Does the is the inciting incident of that game is that he's
Oh,
in?
I have no idea. I'm saying that I know that he has
Oh,
the home run bat.
I see. I
So I'm
understand.
saying if I'm having a movie where it's him, I would have like a scene where like they're like in a gladiators
Yeah,
arena before you go out to fight, where like you're all or
and
like a sports
he knocks him
competition
out
where
in one hit.
you're all milling around talking or whatever, and like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mario or somebody walks up to Ness and is like, "Oh, how'd you get here?" He would be like, "Oh, it's kind of a funny story. I was playing baseball," and then you cut away to whatever the next scene
Yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah,
That's what I would do.
yeah,
I wouldn't
yeah.
have a movie with Ness. I'm just
Yeah, no, yeah,
that's
I would do something similar. Yeah, where he's just one of the characters where he's the one that gets pulled in. The only one that I think of there that really you could do a
so
movie.
in terms of me, three
Yeah,
movies.
F
I don't
Zero
know.
movie. Do an F Zero movie.
I don't know what order I would have them in necessarily. I think I would start though Fox McCloud, then I would do Samus, and then I would do Captain Falcon.
Yeah, yeah.
And then any of the other characters, so like Mario, you don't he's just pulled in from whatever his
I just know
last
I
movie
wanted
was.
2D. I want
You know,
a
same with Yoshi, I would same with Luigi, same with Peach, um Pikachu, Ness, you can just drag them in.
yeah.
Jigglypuff, you could have it be where she got dragged too.
All I know
Um,
is I want a 3D animated Little Mac movie, Punch Out movie. I think he.
I just don't think no, he's it's too soon for him.
I mean, just generally, I want a 3D animated Punch Out movie. I think
I
that
mean,
character would
that's
be.
fair.
I think that
I
character
just
would that story would be a great sports movie. I think it would be really fun, and I think that character you could do all kinds of jokes about how he's small. I think it would be like a great Illumination would be a great. That's what I'm saying. There's so many opportunities with that studio to do spin-offs of this, and they don't. And I know it's because of Nintendo, but still, make a
all I know is that
make a make a Punch Out movie.
for me for a Smash Brothers movie, just the most logical sense is yeah, they're dragged into a tournament, and then you have you like it writes itself where there's a montage of the different characters fighting on the different stages that are very easily recognizable from the game. You could have it be where whoever's running this tournament has taken certain things from
Yeah,
certain places, which is why there's like the Princess Peach's castle stage. And then the last couple scenes of the movie, you need to have two stages for sure, no matter what. The one of them I think is from Smash, but it's gonna be fucking like very recognizable, which is the battle zone where it's like it's got the two
yeah.
things up top and the bottom one. And then the final scene, whoever the last two characters that have made it to the end that are fighting, it has to be in Final Destination. They have to ultimately decide not to fight each other and team up, and the dude has to send in Master Hand and they fight Master Hand on Final
Yep.
Destination.
They gotta
Like that has
fight.
to be one of the last scenes in the movie. Like, it writes itself. Get on this, Nintendo.
Get on this Nintendo. Jordan, Animal Farm.
I think you mean not Animal Farm.
Hey, like my first observation about this trailer is somebody saw the first trailer and went, shit, it doesn't look enough like Animal Farm, make it look more like Animal Farm. And by golly, you could tell it's been made to look more like Animal Farm, but it's really obvious that this trailer is desperately trying to hide the fact that the third act involves fighting humans. You know, remember how that first trailer showed all the bits with the humans? It's been cut out of this trailer, but it's really obvious it's still there. It's still a major part of this movie.
I mean, what I found funny is when I watched this trailer, and one of the top comments is it's sort of Orwellian how they've like rewritten an Orwellian story so it's less Orwellian,
I know, right?
and I'm like, yeah,
Yeah,
accurate.
a little bit. Yeah, yeah. I just was like, I don't think any of the pigs are the main. It's not about a pig who goes too far, right? Like that's what this trailer is making it look like. But it's been so long since I've read Animal Farm
Well, I
that I
mean,
don't remember.
it is about a pig going too far.
No,
It's
but he's
about
not the
Napoleon going
he.
too, or not Napoleon.
No, but
Napoleon?
he's not the yeah, Napoleon.
Yeah.
He's not the point of view character though that the book is written from.
No, no. I mean,
Snowball.
from what
It's
from
Snowball.
what I,
Snowball appears to be the main
no.
character
Yeah, well, in this you mean?
in this movie. Yeah,
No, is that who that character
I'm
is?
pretty sure that's supposed to be Napoleon. Let's find out. It's the Gaten Matarazzo character. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to
Yeah,
be
yeah. Is
Napoleon.
that supposed to be Snowball?
Not
No,
not not
Napoleon is Seth
Seth
Rogen.
Rogen. Sorry, Snowball. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be Snowball. Yeah. Hold
Is
on.
he? Because I thought he was a new character.
Oh
Like to me,
no!
it
Oh
came
no! No! No!
across like
No!
he's a new
No! Sorry,
character.
I'm wrong. Yeah, you're right. He is. He's a character called Lucky. So I think he is a
Yeah,
new character. I
which
think
is
you're
a new
right.
character.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. That is a new character.
Because yeah, no, I mean, I don't remember the novel itself, but the movie that I watched, arguably the main character in that is the dog.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
dog
I
girl.
know there's a point of view character that the book is told from because he's the one who sees all the bad shit happening.
Yeah, it's
Now we
just
have to
it's
Google
not
this.
it's not
It's
again
not a
unless the
pig.
I from what I remember anyway. It's been a long time since I've read the original story.
We're
To be
googling this.
fair,
We're googling this.
but from what I remember, no, it's not a pig.
We're
It's kind of the
googling this.
point is the pigs become the bad guys.
Right? It looks as though. Oh, it just looks like it's a third person narrative. So isn't really a specific. Uh,
Like it's one of those like I get why they made that choice, but you're
do
missing the
you?
point of the story.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a third
Well,
person narrative.
I
There isn't
do,
really a main character.
I do in terms of making a movie, a kids movie at that.
Oh yeah, you want a character
You
to learn a
need to
lesson?
you need to
Yeah,
have a yeah, you need to have a character that the kids can latch onto to learn to be them, to learn a
right.
lesson through.
Let's
So like
see.
structurally, movie making technology, all that, I get what that, but it's just that's where I'm like, who is this for?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, exactly.
why are you I don't my thing has always right from the beginning been why are you doing a kid's version of Animal Farm? I don't get it in that regards. Like anyone who knows Animal Farm is not going to enjoy this because it's not Animal Farm, and the kids aren't going to get that it's Animal Farm. Like that's not going it's not going to mean anything to
Right,
them,
right.
and it's not a story that's really. I remember reading this in like eighth grade or ninth grade English class. It's not for like a 6 year old. Like
It's meant to be a story about the rise of Russian communism.
of communism. Like
Yeah.
it's, but again, that's where I say it's
Soviet
not.
Union and the USSR. It's technically CIA propaganda, but
It's not for like 6 year olds.
it's just like
Like
what
this feels like it's meant to be.
this looks like. Again, this trailer has made it look like it's what Animal Farm is. Napoleon goes too far and turns the farm into a dictatorship, and he's the bad guy. But like, yeah, and again, the third act of it looks like it has involves human characters coming in, which is not. Also, it's not that they're about to get taken to the slaughterhouse and they fall off the truck and they create their own farm. It's they take over. They take over the farm from the humans because the humans are supposed to represent the
The
monarchy.
the terrible monarchy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Uh,
it's not
and
that
well,
they
to be
create
fair,
their own
there's
system, which is what this appears to be. They know the animals didn't
no
create communism; they adopted communism. That's the point.
one, and that's where a lot of people are saying that this is rewriting that's the narrative, and it's
Yeah, it
just
totally is. It looks like it's gonna be
it's.
like capitalism is the bad thing, and it's like, I mean, I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
say it's not, but it's
it
just
is, but it's yeah.
it's missing the point
This
of Animal
movie, yeah,
Farm.
this movie is missing the point of it. It's not Animal Farm, is
It's
the
just
point.
not Animal Farm. That's the big thing.
You know, if when you change enough planks on a ship, is it really the same
Yeah,
ship?
it's really
No,
a ship of Theseus situation, really, when it comes to a movie.
yeah.
When you've changed it enough in adaptation, does it stop being the thing it's based on a
Is
little
it
bit?
still Animal Farm?
Right?
No.
And I was like, Andy Serkis, what are you doing? He's like, oh, we're updating it for a modern audience, and I'm like, I don't think you are. I don't know,
Uh,
maybe this is less bad when you like this. It gives me. It's
Maybe they're
giving
just
me.
bad
Yeah,
trailers.
it's giving me their bad trailers because like there's no way. I don't know. I guess we'll watch it for the show, Jordan. Have to watch for the show. Jordan. So when I was a youngin, I used to take care of young children, and at one point I invented a song.
Babysat. You babysat. Say it less weird, Justin.
Never. Um, but we like the song Iron Man by
I am Iron Man, running over ice cream kids now.
and then we sang a song called Ice Cream Man, where it's I am Ice Cream Man, running over fat kids with my van, running as fast as they can, and Jordan, it seems
Yeah,
that
it wasn't tonally great. It was the
it
2000s.
was
Okay, come on.
I was 17. Okay, we thought it was
When
funny.
I was 17, I thought of a very bad joke. It was
Um,
a very bad joke I thought of when I was
the point is,
17.
disgusting horror man Eli Roth. He has made a movie called Ice Cream Man, which is that song. It's about an ice cream man who kills kids. That song that I just sang, Jordan, it's like that.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
I thought there was a trailer. It's really there's just a poster. It's called Ice Cream Man. It's a picture of a kid holding a bloody ice cream cone.
Okay.
Oh, apparently the teaser trailer is gonna come out on the 13th, Jordan. It's an announcement about when the teaser trailer comes out.
Friday the 13th?
I don't know. I don't. I truly don't. I
Sounds
don't.
outrageous, Justin.
It's truly outrageous.
Truly, truly
Jordan, next
outrageous.
trailer I sent you, Punisher, One Last Kill.
Mm, yes, that was something that I saw.
I the only reason why in my opinion, here's the thing, right? They're going to do that classic Marvel thing where they imply that they're connected and then you're going to watch it. You're going to watch it cuz you're interested in how it connects to Spider-Man, and then it's not going to connect to Spider-Man. And you're going to be like, "What the fuck? They said it connects to Spider-Man," and then it's not going to connect to Spider-Man, and I'm going to be agitated. I can already see it happening. This is
So,
not a show or a
so,
movie though, so it's a special presentation.
so, Sport, can I sit you down here and I'm gonna lay on some harsh truths here. I never finished Daredevil, so I never got to the point where he shows up.
You definitely did.
And
He shows up in season 2, which I'm pretty sure you finished season 2.
okay, if I did, I don't remember him showing up. And you and I tried to watch the show, and I didn't like that.
Yeah, it was very dull.
It was very dull and very boring. Um, I probably won't watch this because I don't. Him showing up. Okay, so we obviously, because of the trailer, know he's going to be in Spider-Man. I could care less that he's going to be in Spider-Man. He is probably one of the least exciting aspects of that movie for me. I'm excited in so far of the fact of, oh, hey, it's a crossover. Crossovers are always fun. Hold on to that thought because we will be talking about a crossover later today. But crossovers are always fun. I don't even need to know the character to have fun with it. So in that regard, that's the only reason that I care that he's in Spider-Man. But I'm not a Daredevil fan. Not Daredevil.
Punisher?
Not Daredevil either. Punisher. I never read his comics. Don't really care about him
No.
as a character. Don't really care that he's doing another thing.
I
Don't
just
care.
I just
It's fun to see him with Spider-Man because I like Spider-Man. But
I just don't. I haven't watched. The reason why I would watch this is if potentially Spider-Man were to show up, which he's not gonna, and it suffers all that same shit that I always talk about, where it's bloody and characters are cursing, and it makes the fact that he's in Spider-Man feel incoherent. There's no consistency within the
the
universe, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, the thing for me is like, sure, I could sit down and waste an afternoon watching it, or I could wait until all of the cool clips ultimately come across my TikTok
Yeah,
and
pretty
just
well.
watch the coolest parts of it and be like, okay, I've seen everything I need to
Yeah,
see.
I mean, this is one of those special presentations, so it's only gonna be like 30 minutes at most. It's not
Sure, whatever, but you get what I'm saying.
maybe an hour. It might be an hour at best. And yeah, it supposedly is good, supposed to set the stage for what he's doing in Spider-Man, and I'm just like, Yeah, I don't. I've never
You
liked the
know,
Punisher. I've never.
I think
There's only one Punisher thing I like, and it's Punisher Warzone, and that's because that movie is gross and violent, uh,
I think ultimately the
cartoonishly over the
other
top.
reason why I can't get behind this, just as a concept, why I can't support this is because it would feel hypocritical of me to be like, oh yeah, you should all go do homework to watch your Spider-Man movie. When for Star Wars, I complain about how you have to do homework
Yeah,
to watch your Star Wars movie.
yeah. I'm not.
If you can't understand what the Punisher's motivations are within the confines of that Spider-Man movie, he should not be in that Spider-Man
Right, and
movie.
I'm just never been. I don't find the Punisher all that interesting.
No,
He's
yeah,
just a
that
guy who
tacked onto
shoots.
that. Yeah.
Like the thing about superheroes, comic book stuff is you want to watch them do
He's just a
something
war vet who's obsessed with killing
with
criminals.
obsessed with killing criminals and using guns and shooting people with guns, and it's like that's not very
He's
interesting.
not really a superhero.
He's not shooting guys with guns with any sense of flair. He's like Batman if you stripped away everything that made Batman interesting and handed him a rifle. It's just not. He's a
He's just
guy who
G.I.
shoots
Joe.
guns. His costume isn't even really all that interesting. Like, and I don't. The psychology of it has never interested me, and I've never seen the only one of his movies I ever liked was that Hayden Church one, and that was because again it's cartoonishly violent, and there was just three of us watching it, so it was fun.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's a really fun, violent time. It's the only one of those I liked. I didn't like the Thomas Jane one, and the show was boring. Although he's really good in Daredevil. Daredevil season 2 was really good. But I've never finished the Daredevil season 2. Never felt motivated to. I probably will for this because, you know, Jordan. Apparently, Pixar once canceled a movie that they had in development because it had quote too much girl power, according to some familiar with the project. Apparently, one Pixar movie that was previously in development that fans will seemingly never have the chance to see was called Be Free, stylized as Be Free, BEFRI, short for Best Friends. The project was in development for years before it was officially scrapped around late 2023. It was inspired by the real life experiences of director Kristen Lester and was supposed to be about two teenage girls who find themselves drifting apart after one of them sets out on a quest to save all of humanity. Per The Hollywood Reporter, new details have come to light about why it's not happening, noting that Disney asked for a major retooling of the film after several focus test screenings, according to a former Pixar employee who wishes to remain anonymous. Knowing that Disney was unhappy with the film following the screening, the creative team offered to redo the entire film in just 6 weeks, which they did. Disney and Pixar were apparently still not happy with what they were given. Apparently, it was on Hopper's level, which is why it befuddles this person why they passed on it. Disney felt like they just didn't feel like little boys could see themselves in the film enough. Basically, Disney reps were like, we can't have a girl power movie. Apparently, it was going to be similar to like a Pretty Girl kind of thing. Kind of like they described, they were like, they said it was kind of going to be like a K-pop Demon Hunters kind of style of movie. And they were like, oh, people won't get into this. And then after they canceled it a year later, K-pop Demon Hunters came out and was huge and is good.
I just I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around that because I grew up in a time when like people loved Kim Possible. She
Yeah,
was a girl.
Totally
She
Spies.
was like badass. You had Totally Spies. Those were girls. They were bad. You had the Powerpuff Girls, which
Right.
was literally a team of little girl superheroes, which a lot of I loved that show growing up.
And
You
even
had Lilo and Stitch, which was about a little girl and her alien.
right.
Like there's so many examples of like literally Disney shows where the main character is female and is a boss.
Right. I mean even
Like,
that, yeah, like I say, within the next year, you got K-pop Demon Hunters and all sorts of
sure.
stuff coming out that like the
Or like
clearly the zeitgeist was ready for that. Pixar, what were you doing?
I mean I also like I you had movies in the past where the main character is a girl and
Right?
it's successful. I mean, Frozen, main character is a girl.
Right?
Lots of people love that movie. Rapunzel, main
Right?
character Tangled, whatever. Main character is a princess. A
Right?
lot of people love that movie. Like, what are
Right?
you
Right?
talking about? Like,
Right?
my brain is having a hard time
Unless
wrapping
they,
around the logic.
the idea was gonna be like they're best friends and they have a falling out and they're secretly lesbians and they were like it's too woke or whatever. I think
It's
a lot of movies are gonna suffer within the next. I think we need to go full around to where we realize nobody gives a shit and we need to stop thinking about that in either direction when we make a movie. And I think a lot of movies are suffering for people not wanting to be woke or whatever.
I mean,
I think it's an over.
that feels like a nice way of saying American politics has infiltrated Hollywood
I
and
mean,
is being reflected in their
I mean,
movies.
American politics has always been infiltrated, always infiltrated Hollywood, and
Right,
it
but
reflects in the
what
movies.
I'm saying is currently there is a particular politics
Yes,
which is
yes. Is what
prevalent.
I'm saying. Yes, I'm saying there's a overcorrection to not yes, and this we're in the overcorrection phase till we swing back around and things get to be like relatively like who cares again. We'll hit a point where
Yeah,
that happens. Who cares? Like
you
yeah, make
know,
a sick ass science fiction movie where the main lead character are two best friends. Why wouldn't people want that? That sounds dope.
I'm just
Like
saying, like I don't. Yeah, maybe I'm just too. That's me being too
maybe we're too PC.
moderate.
We're too moderate. I don't know, but
I don't
yeah,
know,
I like.
but
But also clearly, it's evident because again, I cannot stress this enough. K-pop Demon Hunters is huge and good. Like that's a good movie that is
it's
great
just
for girls
yeah.
and is just a
Like
good movie.
I think for me the reason why it's so baffling is because like if you're doing it right,
It's just make a movie,
them being girls is incidental.
right? Just make a good movie, and if that movie happens to have a person of color who is Mexican or a black person or
Whatever.
as long as it's a
Like
good movie, nobody cares.
yeah.
But like, stop
Again,
overcorrecting and going out of your way to not be woke. That's just as bad as trying too hard. Not trying enough, going out of your way to look like you're not trying is worse than not trying.
it's a bad look.
It's a bad look. It doesn't help you. Like
And it's
get over the fact
again,
that
it's
idiots
just
on the internet are gonna yell at you for having a gay couple in the background. Just put the gay couple in the background.
it's just
Stop caring.
baffling.
Stop
Like it's
caring about what
baffling.
people. But then like, don't go out of your way to put the gay couple in the foreground because you feel like you have to. Just put the gay couple in the
Just
foreground.
just treat them like what they are, which is people. They're
Right.
just people.
Right.
Like like the best shows, like don't have a neon sign which is pointing at the characters, going like gay, gay,
Right.
gay,
But also
gay, like
they don't
or
have
whatever.
yeah, they don't have the big neon sign being like not gay.
Yeah,
Like the both
like
aren't
it's just
equally stupid. I don't need you to
uh
tell me. Just have these people exist because they
they
exist.
exist.
So just have them exist like regular
What
people.
what we think about it is not relevant.
Fun
They
fact.
exist. It's just
Fun fact.
yeah.
Fun fact. The most
Oh, the
people
world is stupid.
they're just regular people, man. Regular
The,
people.
the world is stupid, and
Um.
what people choose to cancel things over or get upset by is stupid and
So
arbitrary.
Jordan, legendary Konami video game getting moved from Final Destination Bloodline directors.
Contra?
Ooh, you're close. More modern.
Metal Slug?
You're close.
What else is there?
Metal. It is metal
Uh,
something. Not metal
Metal.
slug.
Konami. What else is Konami? Oh, Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, there you go. They're finally talking about making a Metal Gear Solid movie. It's officially in the works. Being directed by the. Oh, I want to see Final Destination
Okay.
Bloodlines. I hear that
See,
movie's good.
if they're doing that, then when we have the Smash Brothers movie, we have whoever plays Snake.
Snake.
Whoever plays Snake in the movie can just do the voice in the animated
So we
one.
have to have to see if Adam has any time to come do a long explainer of the Metal Gear Solid because I'm just like, isn't that franchise notoriously convoluted?
Yeah, I have sort of a very rudimentary knowledge of it, and my rudimentary knowledge of it is it's complicated.
Because
Also, war never changes.
the Solid Snake from Metal Gear
There's like
Solid
four different versions
versions
of
of Solid
Snake.
Snake, right? Yeah,
Like
the one
like
who's in
there's like
four
there's
is
the original one, and then there's one which is in I think the second and third one where it's like he's a clone of that original
yeah,
one,
and then
and then there's like Boss Snake.
the fourth one is not the Solid Snake from the first game, but he's Boss Snake, a different snake from the snake from the first game. And there's Liquid Snake,
Yeah,
who's a different snake from. I've never played these games because they didn't interest me. And then by the time the fourth one came out and it kind of looked interesting, I was like, most people were like, "Don't do it. It's
I own
so
the fifth one.
long. It's very convoluted. They're confusing games. This is not the franchise for you." Like, I happen to be a lot. Where it was like,
Yeah, like I said, it's convoluted. That's my knowledge of it is it's convoluted. Like I know in the fourth one you're an old guy, like you're old Snake because like you're a clone who's like your lifespan is like
what,
made you age super fast
that's the
or
one
there's a
where
virus or something. I
that's
don't
the
remember.
that's the one where I'm pretty sure you're Big Boss Snake. You're the original Snake, who's the snake
No, I
from.
think I believe that's the fifth
Is
one.
that the fifth one? Yeah, one of them you're
Yeah.
Big Boss Snake, and he's the original Snake that the Snake from Metal Gear Solid is cloned from.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the
So
fifth
he's
one.
technically the Snake from the first game's dad, because it's not like he's not like a direct clone, but it's like a born clone. I don't know. Like, that universe is convoluted. Jordan, the guy who directed. I
They'll
wonder.
probably if they make a movie, they'll probably do it based on the first game.
Probably. Um, what's his name? Brad Bird, the director who directed Tomorrowland and The Incredibles and Ratatouille. He's making a movie called. I wanted to send you the pictures, but I couldn't find good ones. But it's a Neo. It's I guess it's based on a comic book, I think, but it's called Ray Gun, and it's going to be an animated neo noir detective story starring what's her name, Sam Rockwell and Scarlett Johansson. Sam Rockwell is going to be Raymond Gunn.
This is Pixar?
Scarlett Johansson is Venus Nova. I don't think so. I think it's independently animated.
Oh, okay,
Who is
cool.
who is doing this? Warner Brothers. Netflix. Netflix.
Ah,
It's a Netflix movie. And hey, man, Netflix is just nailing it with animated movies.
they're
So
doing pretty well.
like, they haven't really of the last, I'd say 4 or 5 of them that we've watched for the show. They've all been good. Like, they've all been good. I
Yeah,
can't I can't think of a bad one.
not off the top of my
Um,
head.
Hey Jordan, speaking of things that we avoided, good, good. We avoided it. Good.
Hmm.
Um, apparently, I've seen this pop up a few times, but those Power Rangers movies, apparently, they had a whole thing planned. The guy who played Jason came out and said they had a 4 picture deal. They were gonna do 4 movies. Apparently, it was gonna be this big, huge, like epic thing, interconnected universe, whole deal that they canceled after that first one bombed. And good, those movies suck. That movie sucks. That movie is
I
bad.
I was gonna say, why do you keep saying those movies? I remember there being one and it being a thing that needs to be wiped
I
from the human
I
consciousness.
think you need to. I feel like you need to watch it for the show.
I feel like I should never watch it again,
I feel like
and
you need to.
we need to erase it from the collective consciousness of humanity.
I've gotten into.
Just to, like just like Dragon Ball Evolution.
I've gotten into so many fights on the internet where I've been like, that movie's bad because that movie's bad. It's a terrible movie, and there's so many people who are like, we had a real missed opportunity. We could have had 3 of these Power Rangers, these god awful Power Rangers movies, and hey, maybe in the second and third one they would have worn the suits. Those movies are bad. And I was like, I feel like Jordan hasn't watched them for the show yet. To find a reason for you to watch it for the
I
show.
don't think I've watched it since the first time I watched it
Really? Oh, then we're definitely gonna have to get you to watch it then.
because they're trash and I hate them.
It one. There's only
Eh.
one.
I was more talking about all of the Rangers in the movie.
Oh yeah, they're all trash and awful, and that movie sucks, and it's bad, and it's not very good, and it's bad, and it's bad,
Uh,
and it's bad, Jordan.
maybe I'll consider doing it as a rapid fire for next week.
Maybe I was gonna say for say a nice thing about a bad thing.
No, I can't do that.
If you can find it
If
on.
I do it for that week, then I have to say something nice about it, and I don't want to do that.
Exactly. Exactly.
No. So maybe for Tokusatsu,
Have you
we'll
seen
see.
Have you seen Interstellar? The Christopher Nolan movie with
Um,
Matthew McConaughey.
I know the name,
Fun fact: apparently Steven
but
Spielberg was supposed to direct it, and then he chose not to.
I can't. I don't remember. If I did, nothing is coming to mind. So
Fair enough. Uh, um,
go on.
Never heard of it. Cutting it. Cutting the story because I've never heard of it.
All right. All right.
Apparently,
I understand.
that doesn't make any sense, but all right. So, way back in the day, Jordan, you know the movie The Batman, the Robert Pattinson one?
I'm aware of it.
It was initially going to be a Batfleck movie, and then it became The Batman. But according to this, um, initially, see, I always thought it was going to be because when they announced it, they announced Joe Maglinetto. I know that's not his name, but the guy who plays Flash Thompson in Spider-Man, the original Spider-Man, he was Deathstroke at the end of one of those movies. He shows up in the Legion of Doom thing with Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor's bald. It was in the Justice League movie. Well, he was gonna be in that Batfleck movie, and the implication was that it was gonna be a Deathstroke versus Batman movie. That was the implication. But now, according to this, apparently Mr. Freeze was gonna be the villain. In this Batfleck movie, which like wouldn't have worked unless it was like they were gonna do maybe a flashback or something. I don't know, but like the problem with the Ben Affleck Batman is he's an old Batman. So you're just like, wait, so
Yeah.
you're old Batman and you're just now doing Mr. Freeze? Like,
Unless it's like they already knew each other.
right? Right?
Like
Uh,
I, I have to be
Apparently.
honest, Justin. That's another example of I like to forget that Batman existed.
But I like that Batman. That's the thing. Is like I would have liked it if they had done it where they
I don't.
did the
He was old, and we didn't get
right.
anything
But
cool with that.
if they had done the next one and it was like a prequel, and he was young Batman, and it was when he was like in the midst of his career, and it's a more like
Okay, but see, my response to that is then you didn't like the Ben Affleck one.
I like Ben Affleck as Batman, and I like his costume. I maintain thoughts
Right,
removed from how I feel about it. It is still the best live action Batman
but
costume.
but what you're saying is that the next one you wanted a young Batman, which wouldn't have been Ben Affleck. You couldn't like what? Are you gonna de-age him
Oh
with
yeah, yeah, for sure.
horrifying
Yeah, you
CG?
absolutely not with CG, no, but with hair and makeup, you could absolutely age him down 10, 15 years to make him look because they're right. Like they're intentionally in Batman vs Superman. They've added gray temples. They made him look old. Like Ben Affleck did not look that old naturally. They've made him look old. So you could de-youngify him and make his hair black, and absolutely you can have the Ben Affleck. You could have
No,
done
I'm glad they rebooted.
but I'm not saying go back to like I'm saying go back to instead of doing he's at the end of his career Ben Affleck Batman, he's mid career Ben. I don't want beginning of Ben Affleck career. I want a mid career where he's been doing it for like kind of like I'd like a movie version equivalent of the Insomniac Spider-Man, where like
Mm.
he's been doing it for 10 years, he's kind of in the middle of it, but he hasn't been pushed to the brink of wanting to quit yet. Like that version
Yeah,
of
yeah, and
Batman.
I get what you're saying, but
That's what
for
I wanted.
me,
That's what I wanted his
that's
Batfleck movie to be.
but so here's the thing. For me, that's what I want currently. Like that's what I want now with a new
No,
actor. I
that's what I
want
want
them.
generally.
I don't know, but I'm saying I wouldn't have wanted that with Ben Affleck. That would have still been in a universe that was broken and shitty.
Yeah, but
I didn't want I
that's
want what
that's
we
what I
got,
wanted.
which is fresh slate, new Batman.
You know, I wanted it. That's the one thing I said going out of Batman vs Superman is I want a Ben Affleck Batman movie. I like Ben Affleck as a director. I like him as a performer. I liked his Batman. I liked his physicality. I still think it's the best costume. Everything I disliked about Batman vs Superman, other than Martha, I did not involve Batman. But apparently, what this would have been, I guess, is apparently it was heavily involved with Arkham Asylum. And there were, and see, I like this. It was going to be a bunch of villains popping in, and Mr. Freeze was going to be in it, and apparently it was going to be more than a cameo, and it was beautiful and haunting. So yeah, it's basically Batman. It sounds like it was like Batman. All of Batman's villains are put in a box, and it's about them breaking out of the box. And it probably would have included Jared Leto's Joker. So like, I don't think this would have been a good movie.
No.
I think the he's mid-level, and it's him versus Deathstroke version of that, which is what it looked like it was gonna be. Sounded interesting, but yeah, I wanted more with Ben Affleck Batman. But the more we got was also bad. Like when he shows up in the other stuff, and they're trying to make him regular Batman now, and it doesn't feel right because retroactively. So maybe that's what it would have become. Who's to say? And then finally, Jordan. Finally, this ties into our show this week because this is they did a big announcement where they announced a bunch of different companies for Kamen Rider. One is going to do movies, one is going to do shows. Then they're now, because Super Sentai has been put on, I don't know if it's canceled, but it's certainly hiatus, and they've replaced it with a new Space Sheriff Gavin show, and it appears that all the money that Super Sentai used to get, Kamen Rider is now getting. So there's going to be a new anime apparently, and a new show, and I am stoked because I was thinking about it this morning. I think you could do a CW show with Kamen Rider. Because when you think about it, it has all the elements of a CW character show. Most Kamen Riders have like a pit crew of people who help them out, a little supporting cast that can quarterback them. You know, like your
Yeah, I'm for me, I think it depends.
slap on a belt
Uh,
that has just the correct level of melodrama. It would be ideally suited for
are
CW.
are we gonna have a Kamen Rider CW show which ends up being like The Flash, which is good? Or are we gonna have a CW show which ends up like Riverdale and needs to be buried by the river?
Flash. It's gonna be like the Flash.
Because one of those I could get behind.
The Flash
The
is
other
pretty much
one,
that format is completely ideally suited for a Kamen Rider adaptation where you could do an adaptation of W, or maybe not, well, I mean, Force you maybe could, but like you could do an adaptation of any number of the more melodramatic Kamen Rider series, slap an American Kona paint on it, and it would totally work on like a 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time slot where it's a PG to PG-13 rated show.
so here's what I think they
Totally would
should
work.
do. Here's what I think they should do. Um, if I was, I mean, this, okay. What I would do is I would like whoever this studio is works with, let's say Netflix. Doesn't have to be Netflix, but let's just say Netflix. Um, and you do a Kamen Rider show. And it's not like a special American version where they're all white now. Just do a Kamen Rider show, but have all the cast speak in
Oh no,
English.
see, I'm talking. We give it the Power
I,
Rangers
I get I
treatment.
get what you're saying, but I'm saying don't do
I don't
that.
think it would work.
Just make a Kamen Rider show, but have them speak English.
Yeah, it would. That would involve. I don't think Americans are good at Kamen Rider Sentai aesthetics. You'd have to have Japanese people involved in making it for it to work, because
Yeah,
otherwise,
that's what I'm saying. I'm
yeah,
saying have it be made by all the people just make a Kamen Rider show for
yeah.
for Netflix or
That,
Prime or
that's
whatever.
that's not really what I want.
Make the show,
I want them to do a
but just
straight.
have it be in English.
Just bring the footage over from bring the suits, and just do do any one of the seasons that they've already done. Just do an adaptation of that. I don't understand why they haven't done that. It doesn't make any sense. Like like instead of for the English footage though, instead of marketing it towards kids, market it towards teenagers instead, which is what they do in Japan. And what that means in America is make it slightly darker. Yeah, I'm thinking like the
Yeah,
Flash.
mine is simpler.
Make it the Flash tone. Like, yeah, you could absolutely like do an adaptation of fuck. You could do Garo. Someone should do Garo. We're gonna talk about Garo next week, but someone should do an adaptation of Garo and put it on HBO. Make it bloody and violent. I would totally watch that. It'd be amazing. That's it. That's the news. Okay, show. As always, as is always the case, because they always need help and we want to support the animals, is brought to you by Wild Education. I have the link to their Facebook. You can always support them through their. I don't know if their GoFundMe page is still running, but you can donate directly to them. They have a link to a direct link to donate on their Facebook, which is in the description. They need the help. They need the support.
I think they always need the help.
Moving is expensive, and their costs are high, and they are struggling, and they need your help and your support. That would be cool.
Think of the animals.
Think of the animals. And also, Jordan, let me ask you this question, Jordan. Jordan, do you have a YouTube channel that you need to make tons of short form content in a very quick, rapid period of time?
Yes, one of the two of us definitely does.
Well, Jordan, if you have one of those, what you can do is you can go to Vizard.ai using our link and use their proprietary AI technology, which will go through the footage that you give them and find the most ideal clips. It'll format them for you. It'll give you a title, and it'll rate them based on how likely they are to go viral. And you could edit and change them and clip them all you want and put them onto various social media. Because, Jordan, the key to a successful social media page is not only long-form content, but it is also short-form content as well. And with Vizard.ai, they will increase your output of short-form content exponentially and in much faster fashion. If you use the link in the description, it helps us out. And
that sounds pretty metal, Justin.
Tells them that we sent you.
Sounds pretty metal, Justin.
Vizard.ai. So, we're back, as we've pointed out.
No.
It's the Season 6 premiere, and because it's the Season 6 premiere, 6-1. It's the Season 6 premiere, we did anime.
6-7.
But anime came with new rules this week. So for Rapid Fires, you're only allowed to watch 5 episodes. If you're watching a show, you're only allowed to watch 5 episodes. And you have to tell us whether you would continue watching it, whether I should watch it, or why I should not watch it, depending on whether or not you liked it or didn't like it. Only with 5 episodes. And then for the half scenes, you watch as many episodes as you want, and then have not seen. It has to be the end of something. Theoretically, if possible.
I guess I should I should start us off then.
Just jump right in there, Jordan.
So the first thing that I watched, which at first I was like, I technically broke the rules for this, but then I was like, it's actually technically 3 things. So I didn't break the rules.
At first you were afraid you were petrified?
No, yes, sure. But I watched Toriko X One Piece collaboration special, which was recently re-released on Netflix because they have officially dubbed it. So on Netflix they have it split up into 6 episodes, but it's technically 3 specials. And stop that. And I learned something new because of this. Because of the little Wikipedia that I'm reading here. So the first one, so basically, yeah, like I said, on Netflix they've got it split into 6 episodes because they've split each of the collaborations in half. So what I didn't know was the first Toriko One Piece crossover special that they had are actual episodes in both shows. So this actually serves as episode 1 of Toriko. The one, and it's episode 492 of One Piece. Um, and then a year later, at the first anniversary of Toriko, and because of the success of the first collaboration, they made a second one, was a 1 hour special. It's episode 51 of Toriko and episode 542 of One Piece, which explains then why at the end of the third one, at the end of the second one, I believe it is, they actually, on the special that I watched, when you get to the end of the credits, they have the preview of the next episode of what is Toriko. And I was like, why do they have this on a special? That's weird. It's because it was actually an episode. And then at the end of the third one, I believe they have the preview for the next One Piece episode, which is funny.
Gago, set for the One Piece.
So then, yeah, the third collaboration came out April 7th, 2013, and it has Toriko, One Piece, and it refers to it as Toriko X One Piece X Dragon Ball Super collaboration special, even though on Netflix it just calls it Dragon Ball Z. It has ones from each character. So let's jump into the story just a small bit here. They're fairly simple.
Dragon Ball Z.
But the first one, the One Piece characters come across this island where like everything is made of food. So the animals are made of food, the plants are made out of like meat trees, lollipop mountains, stuff like that. They come across the characters from Toriko, where they are food hunters in that show, and everything is based around food, which is why the specials are based around food.
This makes sense.
And so the characters merge well together. And I'm guessing the main character's design for Toriko must have been at least somewhat based off Dragon Ball, because he wears like an orange gi with the blue sleeves that looks like Goku, and he has long blonde hair, kind of like Yamcha.
Oh, perhaps.
So he looks very similar in certain aspects to a Dragon Ball Z character.
I could believe it.
And so yeah, the first one they're hunting the different animals, and they get along great. The One Piece characters are trying to find food for their ship because they've been running out of food. And then at the end of it, they're like, "Oh, hopefully we'll see each other again." We get to the next one, and the One Piece character, I don't know how well you know the characters, but there's the one who's like a humanoid reindeer, and he gets sick, and so they're all trying to find the different foods that he needs to help him get over his sickness. And then yet again, you have a bunch of the characters from One Piece, you have a bunch of characters from Toriko, and it's a fun time. It's like, I don't need to know much about the Toriko characters to get what's going on with their world. They do an adequate job of kind of explaining the rules within the confines of this special. And then you get to the third one, when this was the one which I found most fun because, had more characters that I knew. But this one brings in the Dragon Ball characters, and so the government or whatever from the Toriko world are holding this food-based tournament. So the first episode, they're doing like a foot race, where like they can take whatever path they need to get to this one point. The one rule is they can't fly. And so Goku, Luffy, and the Toriko take the mountain route, and they're off doing their thing. And like you have Goku, or not Goku, Gohan, and like a couple other characters are in an area. There's a point where Nami, one of the girls from Toriko, and like another girl character, 18 I think it was, are all running in this one area, and they run into each of the show's proverbial perverts. So like you have Master Roshi, you have the Bone character from One Piece, and one of the characters from Toriko, and they're all chasing after the girls and are like, "Come on!" It's really fun, and it's if you know anything about any of the animes, it's genuinely entertaining. Then it of course comes down to a point where there's an actual physical fist fight between Goku, Luffy, and Toriko, which ends in a draw, and Hercule wins because he's the only one that is technically standing on the battle stage or whatever, the ring, by the end of it. And it's a lot of fun, and it's entertaining, and knowing that it's technically canon within these worlds is strange. The only one that I don't think is actually, I don't know if it's actually canon because they don't reference any of the episodes here, is Dragon Ball Z. But one within the confines of One Piece and Toriko, they exist in the same world because
Interesting.
those are actual episodes.
Interesting. Interesting.
So yeah, that's the collaboration specials.
The collaboration specials.
Which one?
Specials. That's it?
That's it.
All right. Okay. All right. So my first thing...
That was as rapid as I can make three stories.
my first thing is technically also not episodes of a show. It is also technically two specials, and it is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle OVAs, Teenage Mutant Turtles Superman Legend, and it was
Superman.
And if you probably all know it, you've probably seen the intro to it, which is it's where the turtles get the gems and they turn into men, and then when they combine the gems, they fuse into one being.
Yeah, I remember you when we were young.
Yeah.
You and I watched, I think the opening credits or something we saw.
What is this? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really confusing because the opening credits gives you the breakdown of what is happening, which is that they met this princess who revealed to them the existence of the Mutastones, which if they use, and for whatever reason these all explicitly have time limits, very explicitly they go out of their way to be like, you only have 3 minutes, but they only work for 3 minutes, and the Shredder and Bebop and Rocksteady find the evil Darkstones, and they work for the evil fairy. But I was confused because it felt like it was a sequel to I felt like I was missing something. Like I was jumping in, and at a different point in the story. So the first episode feels like the final episode to an anime that doesn't exist. So it jumps in at the end where now Krang, Shredder, and
Bebop and Rocksteady
are attempting to free the evil fairy so that they can destroy the universe. Also, the Japanese people that wrote this don't understand Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, they do on a surface level, but in these specials, Shredder and Bebop and Rocksteady work for Krang, and while
that's not right.
It's not really how their relationship works. They appear to work for him.
Sort of the opposite, actually.
Yeah. Oh, and Krang has the most shrill, annoying, ear-piercing voice you've ever heard. Like, every time he spoke, it gave me a headache. It's
well,
brutal.
I mean, that's accurate.
It's worse than the American version by it's not only is it shrill, but it's high-pitched. Like regular Krang is like down here where he talks like this.
He talks sort of like this.
Japanese Krang is up here. He talks like that. I can't even do it. It makes my voice break. I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you later. It's brutal. It sucks.
So that sounds pretty Japanese.
Oh, it's awful. It was like shrill.
A lot of the anime voices in particular for in Japanese, the anime voices in particular, a lot of them are shrill and high.
Shrill, yeah, and like. For the first episode, for a lot of it, I was confused. I spent like 20 minutes looking like, is there a third episode that I don't know about? Because it feels like I'm missing, like, here, they already know the fairy. They know how the abilities work. Like, they use the abilities in such a fashion that it's like, like by like episode 4 or 5 of a Sentai, and they go, okay, guys, let's do this. And then they do the transformation. It's clear they've been doing this for a while. Yeah, it's like that. Well, and then so then it ends with, um, they beat the evil fairy and the Krang and Shredder gang, and the evil fairy and the good fairy sacrifices herself to beat the evil fairy, and now they're trapped and interlocked in a never-ending conflict that will just go on forever. And the turtles lose their ability to turn into the super mutants, and that's it. That's the end of that storyline, and that seems to be the final episode of an anime that doesn't exist. It's
Well,
very
I mean,
peculiar.
if we look at an OVA, like it's supposed to be like in some cases, it's supposed to be a backdoor pilot to become an anime,
Yeah.
then that's probably supposed to like they have to rapidly show what so if that had been extended, that would have been like they would have done that over a season,
Yeah, probably,
probably.
yeah. And the idea of it is that they were created to sell two toy lines, which is why in
Hmm.
the there's certain ones where you can see the commercials. But yeah, it was two toy lines. The first one was the hold on here.
The thing where they transform into one super turtle.
Yeah, that was the Super Mutants line. While the second episode is based on the Metal Mutation line. But what's confusing about the second part is very much a sequel to the first part because they reference the events of the first part. Like they reference the Mutastones, they reference the princess.
Why is that confusing? That's usually how storylines
No,
go.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that one, the first one feels like it's not connected to anything, or I'm missing an episode. But the second one, it doesn't take place in its own storyline or universe. I would it feels like it was by description. It's going for a thing where the Super Mutants is its own storyline, its own anime, and then the Mutant Metal is its own anime. So
Hmm.
it feels like they're two, but in reality, it feels like they're two episodes of the same show, but it feels like
Yeah,
you're
well,
missing episodes. It's
it
very
that
confusing.
that feels to me like yeah, like it's a backdoor, like you're showing so Mutagen, whatever, that's season one, and then Metal is season two of a show.
Right, that's what it feels like. It feels like that's the next arc, but they go through it. Unlike the first episode, it has a beginning. Like the first episode, I'm coming in at the end of the story. The second part is I'm coming in at the beginning, but it wraps it all up in one episode, in one 30-minute chunk. Where that one is they refer to it as a mutant stone again, where they get, instead of turning into super mutants, they get armor, like Sentai armor or like a
Hmm.
Kamen Rider armor, and they can summon robots. So it's basically, what if Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle were Sentai, and
Sentai.
it's like, again, it misunderstands. It doesn't. It feels like someone who has only ever seen promotional material of this franchise would write. If that makes sense. It feels like a
Probably
commercial
that's
for a
probably
toy
what it
because
was.
that's what it is. It's a commercial for toys. But that's what but I guess Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the American version, never felt that way. This feels that way, and the animation's all right. The huge chunks of it they show in the theme song, and the fight sequences aren't very good. Probably one of the worst things I watched this week. It was
I
weird.
mean, not much to it.
No, there really wasn't much to it, and it was like, oh man, I would have loved to see like 4 or 5 more episodes of the Super Mutant ones. Like, I'm like, oh, this is an interesting concept for the Turtles. This adds a layer to it, and the bad
See,
guy designs are
it
kind of cool
feels like
looking.
if that feels like a thing where like that is buried in some vault and like a network exec finds it and is like, "Oh, this is cool. Let's make this into an 8 episode mini thing."
That would be pretty sick. I mean, as near as I could tell, there was never any intention to make it into a full series. It was always purely intended to be those 2 episodes to sell the toys, and that
Right.
was
But
it.
I'm saying like it feels like a thing like in
Oh,
modern day
absolutely it does.
time.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Like Netflix would bust it out and be like, "Hey, here's an idea."
What can we do with
I would
this?
totally watch if they brought it back and made like a even like
Make it into a full
a
thing.
6 episode Netflix show where it was like yeah, not very, or 12 episodes. Honestly, I've discovered for anime 12 episodes is kind of the perfect length. But
Depends on
yeah,
the anime.
a nice little short thing that'd be fun.
Um,
Make it pretty.
okay. So if you have nothing else to say about
I
that,
got nothing.
um, Then my second one is a movie. My second rapid fire. It's called A Whisker Away.
A
Have you
whisker.
heard of A Whisker Away?
No.
Came out in 2020, June 18th, 2020, on Netflix in Japanese, and then a week later it was in English. And This one was funny because not the movie itself, but experience. Where as I was listening, watching it, the main character, I'm like, I recognize the voice. Why do I recognize the voice? Typical with anime, there's always at least a couple voices where I'm like, oh, why do I know like where's that from? And I had already started watching one of my have seen Sword Art Online, and the main girl in this is you remember the movie that I was watching yesterday with the orange hair girl?
I remember the movie. I don't think I didn't see any of it.
You
Did
didn't
you?
need to see, but you remember the movie.
Yes.
The main girl from that is the same voice.
Oh, the one who is Rika from Digimon.
Y yes, I think so.
Oh yes.
Maybe. No, I don't know. Um, Asuna. Anyway, not a point. So this movie. So this is an example of I recognize I'm getting old. So I'm just gonna throw that out there now. A thing as I get older that kind of pulls me out of a movie slash drives me crazy, show, movie, whatever, anime. Um, you're 14, you don't love him.
You don't know what love is.
You're 16, you don't love him. Whatever age they are, usually you don't know what love is.
You don't know what love is.
And so when that's kind of the point of a thing, drives me a little crazy.
Yep. Yep. I
Um,
know what you mean.
so
Oh
so
man,
with
I'm
this
all
one,
stuffed up for some reason.
um, 14-year-old girl whose main character name I don't remember. Let's find the character names. Uh, Mio.
Ugh.
Mio Sasaki.
Ugh.
Um,
Sorry.
or sorry, in English, I think it's Muge Taro. I don't know. Anyway, main character girl, loves main character dude. And he has no idea. Actually, he does, I think, kind of, because she's not subtle. But she loves being around him and has a huge crush. And so she's able to turn into a cat, which we do find out why over the course of the movie. But
Is it because she's a wizard?
in no, in the beginning, she's able to do, and so she will go to boy that she likes and spend time around with him as a cat that he thinks is a stray cat, and he will confide to the stray cat, and then she knows things that she can then use as a human to win favor, basically.
All right. All
And
right.
Meanwhile, there's, how these anime love sick, love puppy movies go, where there's domestic issues. She has a stepmom. Stepmom is actually really nice and wants to get along with her, but she's a 14-year-old girl, so has to be selfish. Um, her mom abandoned her when she was young. She has, Justin, I need you to look. She has psychological issues, and takes it out on her stepmom. Um, and So reason why she could turn into a cat is because there's this cat spirit, I guess he's supposed to be. And she like makes a deal with him where he gives her a mask. When she puts on the mask, she can turn into a cat. And then there's a point in the movie where she then runs away from home because a boy has outwardly rejected her, and so she runs away and accepts being a cat. And so when she accepts being a cat, a human mask pops off. So any cat that wears her mask will look like her, um,
All
will
right.
become a human and look like her. And so then the stepmom's cat ends up getting the human mask because cats only live for so long, and if she wears the human mask and becomes the daughter, which she doesn't really want to do, but if she does, then she can live for longer and make her owner happier for longer because humans live longer than cats. Um, Meanwhile, everybody's freaking out because main character girl has run away. And so main character boy, but then the human cat comes back and is pretending to be her, but main character boy kind of is easily able to figure out that it's not her because of course. And so then and she's like, "Oh, you figured out. Okay." And then they go to like Cat Island, which is like a spiritual place, and it gets a little weird. But they all end up where they're supposed to be, and she becomes a girl again, and they're in love, and it's like you guys are 14, you don't know what love is, but okay, it's cute.
What's love got to do? Got to do with it? What's love? But something, something motions.
Yeah, that's a whisker away. It's cute.
All right. So,
It
Jordan,
wasn't the worst thing I watched this week.
I think it's important to say now that
You are Iron Man?
I'm definitely gonna mispronounce names and words from Japan.
That's about right.
I don't do words so good. So this next one requires a bit of background. Next week, one of my favorite Kamen Rider series of all time, is a show called Kamen Rider W. In fact, I'm probably going to talk about Kamen Rider W next week. I really like it. It's one of my favorite. It's everything I love about Kamen Rider. We're going to talk about why I love that show aesthetically next week. But there's a sequel series they made, a manga called Futo Pi. That's Futtopi. And it takes place after the main series of Kamen Rider W. And it's about the same thing more or less that the show is based off of, except for the MacGuffin. Okay, well we're gonna end up doing this again next week, but basically, the MacGuffin, the thing that they use in that series are called memories, and they're basically thumb drives. And you turn it on, and it says that whatever it is. So, like in the case of Kamen Rider W, he uses two. One's like Heat, one's Joker, and he hits one of them and he puts them in his driver. With the monsters, they use them and they put them into a certain point in their body, and they turn into monsters. And then Kamen Rider W shows up. So like in the first episode, the first one was like it turned them into a magma. The first one was magma, and it turned them into a magma monster.
Magma.
And so this show takes place after the main show, where they've defeated all of the main big bad guys, and they're just kind of cleaning up the scraps of the memory drives that are left over, and the people who are still using them. And it's sort of like the show. The only difference is this show is really slow. Like, really slow. Like, the thing I like about Kamen Rider is, and Super Sentai is the same way, most things are wrapped up in an episode unless it's serious. Then it's a multi-episode arc. So, like, most times the monster shows up in the episode, Kamen Rider does a big kick, and then the episode ends and the monster's gone. Resolved. The only times, like, occasionally you'll get secondary riders or like bad guys who come back a few times. So my main issue with this show is it's really slow. Like, really slow. Like, Kamen Rider W doesn't show up till like the third episode. And a big appeal for me when it comes to Kamen Rider and Tokusatsu generally is, and I can't speak for Jordan if he has similar, but it's fun how it looks like live action anime.
Sometimes it does.
That's part of the appeal, is seeing like them do Dragon Ball fights in real life. You know, like seeing the characters fight, or seeing the wire work, or the costumes, or the special effects, or like seeing kung fu in real life is I don't know. It's just, there's something more engaging about it. So with this, like, as cool as it is to see Kamen Rider W fight bad guys in anime form, and as much as like an anime character can do stuff physically in terms of fighting, or like he can do flips, He can do like he can. There's a bit where like he's riding on top of the motorcycle and he's standing on top of it that like you just couldn't do on the original version of this show because it was from like 2003. So it's just like there's just times where it's like, yeah, it does it look moderately more impressive than it would if it were live action? Sure, but it loses some of its luster for me personally when it's not live action. Does that make sense?
It does. Again, for me, you asked if I don't necessarily. It's it's interesting that you compare it to anime when it comes to the live action stuff. I both do see the comparison, but I actually when I watch the Sentai or in particular Kamen Rider, more than I did with Power Rangers, funny enough, it's more superhero.
Oh, I mean,
I
okay,
see
yeah, yeah. But I just mean in
but I
terms of
don't see it like it. I don't it. I wouldn't have compared it to anime.
I more meant in terms of its presentation. It's like it's got like a good Kamen Rider to me is like akin to like a good episode of Dragon Ball Z, a good shonen anime, where it's just about power ups, transformations, and punching each other. And if you get a good one, if you get a good one, there's a
Like I
bit of
said,
compelling
I
drama
see the
there.
comparison. I wouldn't have compared it to anime. I just
Um, so it just for me it loses something when it comes back into animation. It's just not, or at least for this one it did because I'm like, oh, I've seen this in live action and it was way more impressive when he does a triple backflip and he kicks a guy in the face. It's more interesting to me when it's a guy doing it in a suit rather than when it's animated. But also, that having been said, I was getting pulled in. There is a bit of a there is a mystery there, and I was getting pulled into the mystery. And like, it's still Kamen Rider W. If anything, this made me want to watch Kamen Rider W. Like, I love Kamen Rider W. It's one of my favorite Kamen Rider series. So like, I'm stoked to watch that next week. And the question of would I watch more of this? Yeah, probably. When I was watching, I was like, I feel like I would enjoy this more
so
if
I guess I'm maybe confused. Is this the one where that you were watching on the plane where he's in the world?
no. This is something different.
Okay, okay. Because I'm like, if that to me, like, there's a novelty. I get the novelty to that of like a common writer being in a
Yeah,
situation that like
this is just a
that I get.
continuation of the show, and I
Then
like
I guess I don't see the point in it being an anime then in that
that's kind of
instance.
my other than obviously the guys involved who they live action the guys getting older you can do like you don't have to worry about actors getting older
Sure, I
and not
guess,
being able to
but
physically but from a story standpoint I thought I
I
had a thought I was like maybe if I had watched all of Kamen Rider W first and I was really jonesing for more Kamen Rider W and I had watched all of his movies any V cinemas maybe that exist and I was really jonesing for Kamen Rider W then maybe this would be like a oh yeah you
I
really I would feel
yeah,
differently. I guess is my
I
point.
guess I just for me I you said age and all that, but like the way that they make those when they're in the suit, it's not literally the guy that's old. You can just have a young guy doing all the
Yeah,
stunts.
I think it's the
So I just don't see
what's just it's getting the actors who play because these are all the original characters from the original show. So it's not like there's
right.
a new character who they've introduced, but it is for the most part. So I guess it's just you don't have to get the original actors. It's not voiced by the original actors. I watched this. To be fair, there is no dub for this. I watched this in Japanese, and it's not even the original actors from the original show. It's all new actors. Yeah, I
I
don't.
guess. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, like I say, maybe if I had watched all of Kamen Rider W, and I was like, man, I really want more Kamen Rider W, then maybe I might have gotten more out of this. But like, yeah, I'm like, it's
Like I
so
see it if
slow.
you're
It's so there's it's a lot of them standing around rooms having conversations and not doing the thing I want them to
like
do, which is turn into Kamen Rider W.
I guess for me, like I see like if you're doing like a Common Rider show, which is like its own, like it's not like a Common Rider W situation where it's a continuation of, but like
Yeah,
its own one, which you can only see in this version,
But it's
and
an
it's
anime,
only
yeah.
this.
Well, that's
But
what
it's anime, and
that.
like that's where like what I would do at that point is I would have like the theme of the character is anime. You
Yeah,
make like his thing that he turns into is like maybe there's a bunch of references to other
but
anime on
that's
the suit,
but that
right?
that's where I'm like, that's where I'm like when they're like, oh, we're making a Common Rider show and it's anime. I'm like, once it's no longer live action, it kind of loses its interest to me because I'm like, part of the
For me,
part
it
of
depends on how they do
part of
it.
the fun of the Common Rider is seeing the physical suit and seeing how it moves and seeing like suit design is 90% of
Yeah,
what makes Common Rider
I get
important to
what
me,
like
and
I get what you're saying.
it just doesn't do anything for me when it's
I
animated.
think just for me, I'm not a big enough Kamen Rider or Super Sentai fan for that to like dissuade me
It's
from
not
it.
that it dissuades me.
Like
It's just
same like with Power Rangers, for example. Like if they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna do the Shattered Grid storyline, but it's in
oh well, that's different.
animation.
That's different. That's totally different.
It's
It's
not.
very different.
That's not.
Because Power Rangers is not Power Rangers is stealing images from other people anyway. So like doing
To
Power
me you're
Rangers
splitting hairs.
animated. It's not though because Power
It
Rangers
is.
doing Power Rangers animated. They're part of the novelty is not seeing the physical suit design. It's purely about the characters. The fact that they're dinosaur. The suit design is always superfluous to what makes the Power Rangers the Power Rangers. You can do an animated Power Rangers show and it wouldn't lose anything.
I mean, or I could, I'm mostly arguing devil's advocate here, but one could argue that if you were a Japanese child watching Sentai or watching
That's why I said for
Kamen
me
Rider,
loses its luster for me because I'm like no, it's half the fun with Kamen Rider and with Super Sentai is the stunts, is watching them physically do the fights. It's like yeah, is it fun to see Kamen Rider do something that the actor couldn't physically do in real life? Yes, but it loses its novelty. At least for me, it does.
hmm,
But who knows? Maybe next week after I watch Kamen Rider W, I'll be like, yeah, why not? More anime Kamen Rider. But the big thing for me is it's just so slow. It's so slow. It's really slow. Like
yeah, that's where
it's
I say for me the only way that I can see it being interesting is if you're not just continuing off of another already exists.
well,
Like if it's already in live action, I don't want to see it. I could just watch the live action
because
version.
I'm like if this thing were a bit more tighter paced and like I got to see Kamen Rider W every episode as opposed to every fourth like as I was
Like
getting into episode 4 and 5 I was like okay yeah I'm starting to see some transformations, I'm starting to get a bit more into this, but when it was just the
um,
characters who don't look like the characters from the original show
like
talking, I was like this isn't interesting.
I guess just for me to put it this way, for me it's way cooler when you take a thing which is an animation and bring it into live
Yeah,
action.
exactly.
So like if you have a
Yeah.
suit which you've only ever seen in the 2D version and it's on the show and you bring it into like a live action set, then that's really cool. You get to see what it looks
Yeah,
like fully
with detail.
realized,
There's
right?
nothing really all that interesting about
But
taking
like
a live action thing and putting it into
and putting
animation.
it into anime, that's easy.
That's yeah, exactly. That's not very. It's not really. But again, I only watched 5 episodes, so like, hey,
That's
who
fair.
knows? Maybe this will do more
Maybe
for
there's
me.
something which makes it better.
Yeah, the only reason to take a thing that's in live action and put it into animation is to do what you can't do, and you could do all this most of this stuff in live action, like, and it's more interesting looking. But anyway, that is Futo. But, like it seems like they really wanted to emphasize the detective investigative part of that version of the franchise, and it's just like also, it could have something to do with the fact that I was watching it in Japanese, and I'm like, if I wanted to watch this in Japanese, I just watch the original show. Like
Hmm.
that's my big thing with it. Anyway, there's Futo Pi.
Okay. So my next rapid fire is actually fairly new. It came out in 2026.
Okay.
Sorry, I clicked the thing that I didn't mean to. Um, Came out January 22nd, 2026. So it's very new, and it's called Cosmic Princess Kaguya. And it's a reimagining of the folktale, classic folktale from Japan, the tale of the bamboo cutter, which is, the classic version of that story is bamboo cutter is out in the woods cutting his bamboo for his stores, comes across a bamboo shoot, cuts it open, and there's a baby inside. Him and his wife raise the baby. It grows very fast, goes from baby to adult faster than babies typically grow up. People from the moon come down ultimately and take the princess back to the moon. That's typically, and it usually has a sad ending of the princess has to leave the life that, like, her life and family that she has grown to love on Earth behind and go back to the moon.
To
That's
the moon.
typically how that story goes. Um, but in this version, um, a high school student, I'm gonna butcher these names. Aroha Sakayori comes across, from what I remember, like fake looking bamboos, and inside is a baby who, within like the next day, is then a toddler, and then very rapidly is, I think, supposed to be basically the same age as her. And they end up being like getting very close. Oh yeah, that's what it is in this version. It's a glowing utility pole, not a bamboo shoot. Um, and a few days later, the girl is old enough to talk, and the girl's claiming to be from the moon, named Kaguya, after the Japanese folktale.
I am
And
from
then
the moon.
big difference in this version is this version has like virtual reality world kind of thing stuff. And so our main girl is a gamer, and there's this whole subplot where she has this like ongoing rivalry with this other person. Meanwhile, Kaguya wants to be a streamer, a virtual streamer or whatever. And so there's a whole plot line there. And I'm skimming over a lot of this, but it's cute. And it ends with our main girl is graduating, uh, and her friends try to stop the moon people from taking Kaguya back to the moon. Um, and then, hmm, sorry, I'm trying to decide if I want to give away the end of this or if I want to force you to watch this. No, no, I'm gonna give it away. So meanwhile, over the course of the movie, there has been this on the streaming side of things, which is called the place is
So
called.
mad.
I'm gonna give the name because it's gonna make it easier for me. Think it's called Sukoyomi or Sukoyami or something.
Gotcha.
Uh, yeah, Sukoyomi. Um, is the virtual world. So throughout the movie, there is this star, celebrity or whatever, who is like the host of that world, and she's like supposed to be a big deal there and famous and everything. And our main character, like, she was like the streamer that our main character like looked up to basically. Um, and so at a certain point, after Kaguya gets taken back to the moon, um, we find out, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen this movie, which is fairly new. But we find out that that AI person was Kaguya.
Oh,
Um, or not Kaguya. Kaguya? Yeah, Kaguya. Was Kaguya. So on the day of Kaguya's impending, departure back to
do
the
do
moon,
do.
um, our main character girl uh, basically sang a song at her graduation party, which Kaguya heard and then wanted to go back to Earth. And so she attempts to travel back in time, but her ship gets hit by an asteroid, and Kaguya, Moon Girl, gets stuck back 8,000 years in the past, but she can't because her ship is damaged. She can't leave her ship, and so she has like this assistant or whatever who can leave the ship, who begins like communicating for her, and then 8,000 years pass or whatever, and the Tsukuyomi place, the virtual reality place, is created, and Kaguya uh, gets uploaded there as the virtual reality person who was the person that our main character girl had been watching since the beginning of the movie.
Whoa.
So it ends up being like a bootstrap thing, I guess, or a time thing. And so then uh, our main
Whoa.
girl is determined to bring Kaguya back into the real world because she can't leave there. She's trapped there as an AI person. And so instead of going off to being a law student like she had been working so hard to be, she works on building a android body. And it takes 10 years, but then she finally succeeds and they can be together and continue performing and live together and be happy. And it's cute.
I
It's a
don't want to
cute
wait
ending.
for my life to be over.
Apparently, I guess it was released theatrically um in Japan, I'm guessing, because it says here it has a box office of 1.726 billion yen.
Really
So yeah, so that's cool.
successful.
Um it was fun, and it was definitely an interesting take on the tale of the bamboo cutter,
I
which
mean,
I've seen a few different takes on it. So,
seems like you need more training.
Henshin.
Is that it, Jordan?
That's Cosmic Princess Kaguya.
Jordan, I'm very excited to talk about this next one. I'm very excited because this next one was really good. It was honestly it was really this is the reason why I instituted the 5 episode only, because if I hadn't, I would have watched all of them in one sitting. This is, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation. Tojima wants to be a common rider, and I don't know how new
Is
this
that
is.
is that the one where he ends up in a medieval world?
No, this is Tojima wants to be a common rider, and this is about a gentleman named Tojima, who, when he was a kid, was really into the show. Oh, sorry. Before I jump into this, I need to define some terms. Number one, Shocker is the original evil organization from the original Kamen Rider show. All of the people who work for the Shocker organization are Shocker. And then you have Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider is he's not like eventually he got the name Kamen Rider Ichigo, but originally he was just called Kamen Rider. So when Tojima is a child, he determines that he wants to be Kamen Rider.
Okay.
So he trains really
But
really hard.
it felt like you just stopped there mid sentence, like you were gonna say something else and like you just stopped.
He
Was there
so
more to
he
that?
he trains he trains One Punch Man style. His body every
All
single
day,
day.
all day, one day, really hard.
He trains every day really really hard, and he there's the first few episodes are basically his backstory about how when he was a kid he like stood up to bullies, and he was like, if I have to I have to hold back, I can't fully transform, and he goes to transform, and he just puts on a mask and he beats the shit out of people. And he eventually grows into a 40-year-old adult who is sad and lonely and lives by himself, and is like, I can't be a 40-year-old adult who is into Kamen Rider. That's weird. No, it's not. That's weird. I have to ditch all of my memorabilia, and so he sells all of his memorabilia, and he goes back to being just a regular guy living his regular life.
So he's
And
lame.
and to be clear, he is fully aware that Kamen Rider is fictional. He's aware that Kamen Rider is not real. Does not exist in real life. That is important. And so, at a certain point, a bunch of criminals decide to dress up as Shocker. So they wear masks and they dress up like Shocker. And the big thing with Shocker is they're
Like, sorry, Shocker from Spider-Man?
no Shocker, the bad guys from Kamen Rider.
Oh,
You
got
know
it.
the definitions we defined earlier.
No, I zoned out there for a minute.
So Shocker is the, you know how every Kamen Rider has a group of bad guys.
Oh, Putty Patrol. Got it, got
Yeah,
it, got
they're
it,
the
got it.
originals. Um, and so a bunch of guys
I figured that's what you meant, but
decide to dress up as Shocker and rob convenience stores. And as a result of this, it's caused a slew of copycat guys who are all dressing up like Shocker. And I'm not going to be able to do this well or right, but I'm going to try. And the big thing with Shocker is they're essentially Hydra in the sense that they're super Nazis. Like a bunch of them are Nazis because this show came out in the 70s. So like a bunch of them are Nazis. And they wear these black kind of ski masks. They've shown up in some of the Kamen Rider stuff you watched. Like they were in the Superhero Tyson, I think. But they're the big thing with them is whenever they greet each other, they do the salute that I can't do. They do a version of that and they go hee. They do that, yeah. You know the one that you know the one you, if you angle your yeah the salute. They do that, but with two hands instead of one. And so they've decided to do this because their boss coincidentally
really likes Kamen Rider.
is a huge fan of Kamen Rider, yeah. But instead of liking the good guys, he's a massive fan of the bad guys. And so
That's fun.
So he's like yeah, if you guys are the goons, then I'm the monster. And so then he puts on
what that makes me think of, and maybe this is just an on the nose, but it that reminds me of Kick-Ass.
kind of but hold on. Keeping in mind I've only seen 5 episodes, right? So he the main Shigo whatever, the main guy, he goes to he goes to stop them, and he winds up at a kind of mask shop, and he pulls a Kamen Rider mask and he buys it, and he goes to Henshin, but he puts the mask on and he's just crying as he's about to fight them, and they're like, "Are you crying?" And he's like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest moment of my life. I'm so happy." But okay, here's my question. What's the word they say to transform, Jordan, in Kamen Rider?
Henshin.
Henshin, right?
Henshin.
Okay. There's the one thing about I watched the dub of this, and this is not the show's fault, but it's the one thing that drove me crazy was he kept pronouncing it Henshin.
No, it's Henshin.
Henshin, and I was like, that's not. But then I watched the dub. I watched a bit of the Japanese version, I should say, and the way he's pronouncing it in the Japanese version is Henshin. So I could see how if you were listening back, you would think it was Henshin.
Any time that I remember hearing it, it's usually like
Shin.
I'm gonna do it with like what the Henshin.
Yeah, shin, like your shin.
Henshin, like shin.
Like your
like
shin.
your shin.
Yeah, exactly. Not sheen. But he pronounces it sheen. Henshin. And I'm like, oh my god, you're mispronouncing it wrong. But like also maybe in the 70s version it was more like Henshin. I don't know. I didn't watch a ton of it. But eventually, he runs it. He gets spotted fighting the criminals. He beats up all the criminals because he's super strong. Because he's abnormally physically strong, and he beats them all up. And it's there's a high school teacher who watches him, and he's like, "You're just a fake Kamen Rider fan. You're just a poser." And she gets dressed, and she reveals that she is a character from whose name doesn't matter because you don't know who it is, but she's a character from the 3rd version of Kamen Rider called Kamen Rider V3. It's just called V3, and she is basically she has her own transformation. Because the thing about early Kamen Rider is they were cyborgs. Like that was the thing. They were the original Kamen Rider is he gets kidnapped and he gets turned. He is effectively one of the monsters that he fights. Is what he is, but he's a good version of that. And so
interesting.
The V3 is a combination of the 1st and 2nd Kamen Rider, and that's what makes him special. Is he has their fighting moves. And so she gets introduced, and her backstory is she grew up watching V3 with her dad, and she's really into this character who gets killed off in the 10th episode of that show. And I'm watching it, and there's a whole bit where they're going through her backstory or whatever, and she's really into this character, and her dad tape every single episode, and and he has this tape of the episode that she's like, oh, it's an episode I've never seen. I wish I could remember the name of the character. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But she puts in this tape and she watches this episode, and it turns out that this character gets killed off and dies. And I was like, is that a real thing from the... Yeah, sure as shit. Episode, I think it was episode 10 of that show. She gets killed, or episode 30, actually, I think is what it was. She gets killed off just on the original show too. And so her whole thing is, she's like, I'm the second version of this character. This character didn't actually die. I'm her. And they eventually run into, and this is because I've only got to the 5th episode. I don't know how many others show up, but they eventually run into these two brothers. Who is the second brother? He doesn't wear a mask, but he studied all the fighting techniques of V3, so he's V3. And then his brother is the 4th Kamen Rider, who is Rider Man, and he wears a Rider Man costume. And Rider Man has like a kind of like a Mega Man style arm where he shoots like
A Buster Cannon?
not a gun, but he shoots
No, a Buster Cannon.
yes, but it's not a cannon. It doesn't shoot. It shoots it's like a grappling gun. It's like a Mega Man version of a grappling gun on his arm, and he doesn't
Hook
have
shot.
yeah, basically. And the bottom half of his mask doesn't cover his face, which is very strange. And so while fighting, while the guys who are pretending to be Shocker are robbing a convenience store, a guy shows up and is basically like, you gotta stop this. And they're like, why? It's like, you're making us look bad. He's like, what do you mean us? And he rips away his costume, and it turns out he's Shocker. And Shocker is real. And they've actually been real the whole time. And they've been hidden amongst people. And it's kind of cool because he's just a Shocker grunt, but all the Shocker grunts are all also like enhanced humans. But because obviously Kamen Rider is like a stronger version of that, he can easily beat the grunt guys. But to a human, the grunt guys are super duper strong. Like they're like, and so the part I'm at, the first monster from the original Kamen Rider, which is Spider-Man or Batman, I think it might have been Batman, has shown up, and they're about to fight him, and he is like a big deal. Like to Kamen Rider, he's not that big a deal. Like the monster guys.
Yeah, to a human like me or you, it's like coming up against Shocker.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a superhero.
Yeah, exactly. So he's treated as like this massive deal, and they're all just humans. But they make it the point to have them be like, no, I'm perfectly sane. I know that Kamen Rider's not real. I know this isn't real. It's just a show. We're just fighting basic criminals. So I'm at the point where these guys show up, and it's not really clear. Like, you're made to think that it's real, but it's not really clear if it is real or not. I'm on episode 5. It's too soon to tell. It still might not be real. It might all be in their heads. It's hard to know, but there's 4 of them. So, like, is it a shared delusion? Is Shocker real and living amongst them? It's at the point I'm at, kind of implied that they've come from another dimension. Like
that would make the most sense.
They're from common, like they're the characters from the show, and they've come to the real world. That's kind of what it seems to be hinting at. But the show's fucking great. The animation is gorgeous. The fight sequences are super fun. It's really fun. There's a few of these shows where, if you're a fan of Kamen Rider at all, it's really funny. It's for us who watch so many of these shows, it's really funny. It's really funny. The dub, I thought the dub was good. I think most modern dubs, like, we've really moved past the era of the dub is bad. I think we don't get, there's no 4Kids or it's dubbed for the audience who's there's going to be some exceptions later on that I'm going to talk about, but I don't see how this would be made better by watching it in Japanese. I really don't. But it's really good. This is a hard recommendation for you specifically. You would love this show.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm gonna probably come back.
It has
to
a dub?
Yeah, it has a dub on Crunchyroll. Yeah, and it's on Crunchyroll.
Good to know.
Yeah, At least one of these I'm gonna come back for a half scene for next anime, and it's probably gonna be this one. I don't know. I'm torn. There's a couple of these that are really good. I was really, really impressed by. This is definitely one of them. Yeah, I had to put a hard limit on myself. I was like, if I don't say 5 episodes only, I'm gonna watch like 20 episodes of this and not watch anything else because I'm enjoying this that much. You keep asking about the one I watched on the plane. There's a reason why that got shifted to be have not seen.
Because you wanted to finish it.
Because I finished it. Yeah.
Is that it?
That's it. That's Shingo. Shingo wants to be a common rider. It's a. Oh, that was one more thing. Everyone. I always see videos about where people are like, where's a good place to get into Common Rider? This is honestly a decent place because there's a lot of moments in it where the characters are just teaching you about Common Rider. They're telling you their backstories, history of the show, history of the characters, storylines. Like, I now know more about Riderman and V3 than I did prior to watching this show. Like, I knew nothing
And it's in
about
English.
them. And it's in English, yeah. It is a little bit like, I will say, and we're gonna come back to this. English actors don't quite, for whatever reason, they just can't do Common Rider style catchphrases. It always sounds kind of stilted. So when he's going henshin, you're like, this feels not quite there for me. It's just something exclusively the Japanese people can do, where I'm like, this isn't landing in the same way that it would in English for me personally. But
I mean, yeah,
well,
that's just a general.
Come back to that.
That's just a general. I would say certain things, certain languages, just certain things sound better. Like there's definitely like, uh, for example, with Spanish, me going like, "Tu es muy caliente,"
Yeah.
sounds way better than "you are hot."
Right. It really does.
Yeah. It just there's certain things which just sound better.
Okay.
So
not to give anything.
Like for example, henshin sounds way cooler than if I was doing transform.
Yeah, right. Transform is not nearly as cool as henshin. It's just not. It's just not. And like, not to jump ahead, but in reference to that series we're going to talk about later, like you're in the process of watching Tokyuger. Imagine if they said all that transformation shit in English. It just wouldn't work. It's not the same. It doesn't.
It's clunky sometimes too. It takes up more space.
Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't translate the same way. That kind of happens here, but it's more in a later episode. But also, I didn't watch the later show on Crunchyroll, so maybe it would be different on Crunchyroll. Who's to say? But anyway, that's it. That's Shingo wants to be a Kamen Rider. Shingo wants to be a Kamen Rider.
Okay, so my next two things are shows.
Sorry. Tojima wants to be a Kamen Rider.
Okay. My next two things are shows, so I only got 5 episodes of them. So keep that in mind. But the first one is called Sunny Boy. So
Sunny Boy.
I don't know why it's called Sunny Boy.
Does he have a grandpa? An older gentleman and calls him Sunny Boy? Is it Sunny Boy like SONNY?
SONNY boy.
Yeah, that's what a grandpa would call you, Sunny Boy.
Yeah, I don't know why it's called that.
So I was picturing Sunny Boy like sun.
As far as I can tell, this show doesn't even really have a main character. It has a cast of characters. So I don't know why it. So okay, just from the name, what would you think that this is about?
Interesting. Sunny Boy. I mean, I would say it's about a young man who has a close relationship with his grandfather, who's training him to be a fighter.
You are totally off. That has nothing to do with anything. This anime is about a group of middle school students who are transported to an alternate dimension where some of them gain supernatural powers.
It's an isekai. It's an isekai.
In their quest to find their way home, they unravel the mysteries of this new world.
It's an isekai.
And conflicts between them arise.
It's Jordan. It's an isekai, which you've
described. Right. So
described as an isekai.
So, Sunny Boy?
I mean, does he have sun powers?
Again, there's a bunch of them, and no, and the thing too is like the superpowers aren't really the point. Like it it's more about them like there's like psychological themes and aspects and stuff like that.
Themes,
Um
Jordan. It has themes.
and so my thing, okay, my thing is that with only 5 episodes, and I'm sure, knowing how animes work, I'm sure probably later on in the episodes, um, maybe they touch on this, but just within the first 5 episodes. So the way we start is like they're already in the middle school, like they're already at school, and like there's no adults, and it's just the kids. At least as far as I can tell, none of them are adults, and like they like vote on the one guy to be the leader, and then like if you don't follow the rules he seems to have the ability to like punish you, but then as it
Punish.
goes on within the next couple episodes you find out that it might not have been him who had that power, because then one of the other kids does the same thing to him, to the first guy who was handing out the punishments, and then like something happens, and all of a sudden instead of them being in a black, and maybe I just was having a hard time focusing, but just all of a sudden instead of being in this like black void outside stuck inside their school, they're now in a different land, in a different world or dimension or whatever, which they call this world. And then each of the episodes is them like exploring this island that they're on. Like that's what the show is. That's all that I really
So it's Digimon.
saw. Kind of, but not really. Kind of, but way less interesting.
Fair enough. I mean, to be fair,
Um,
how many episodes of this are there?
12.
12 in total.
Yeah,
Oh, see, I discovered 12 is the most ideal amount of episodes for me because it doesn't
it
meander.
depends.
It gets straight to the point.
It depends. In a number of my instances, no, 12 is just the first book. There's
Yeah.
more. Like for a lot of the stories that I have, like at least two of them, um, there's more manga, and they never went back to it. They never.
Yeah, that does seem to happen a lot in modern, with a lot of modern, like,
So
we're gonna
I
talk
have no
about B Stars, but B
idea.
Stars was yeah. They sounds like they just get kind of bored of
Like
of
I have no idea with this one, with how it ends, if it like if it has a satisfying resolution or a
sometimes
satisfying end. But
sometimes they'll give it one last season, but there's still like 4 or 5 more chapters.
um
There's still 4 or 5 more chapters left, and it's like, oh, this is the end of the anime, and it feels rushed because it is.
yeah, I don't think this is one I would go back to
Fair enough.
personally. It's a little too slow, and like
That's it. Yeah.
just reading the Wikipedia here, it's like um it's noted for its non-traditional storytelling. It will occasionally skip over major events and instead focus on their reactions to the
Hate it.
events.
Don't like that. That
And I
immediately puts me
don't,
off.
it
That
doesn't,
that immediately puts me off. I'm not interested in this, Jordan.
I want to see the events.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah,
The reactions to the events mean nothing if me as the
right.
audience don't see the thing that they're reacting to.
Exactly. Exactly. Not a fan of that, Jordan.
And so it's just, yeah, it was dry.
So Jordan,
I,
you wouldn't finish this.
I don't think so. It'd be a tough sell for me.
Interesting. Interesting. So Jordan,
I'd have to be in the right mood.
this next thing is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
This next thing, Jordan. Um, this is sort of similar, but it is, and it isn't. So this okay. Background. So in the '90s, Jordan, there's a very popular television show called Power Rangers. Not sure if you heard of it. You might have heard of it.
I've never once heard it. What is this Power Ranger?
And so, Jordan,
Zzz.
Saban, being the what's the word I'm looking for? Entrepreneurative, ambitious
Un, un,
person.
entrepreneurial?
Basically, he wanted another Power Rangers, Jordan. or no, I think this wasn't done. Wait, sorry, he wanted another Power Rangers. So there were several more attempts made to create multiple Power Rangers. We have talked about many of them in the past. Big Bad Beetleborgs, VR Troopers, so on and so forth. Subaraya, the company that makes Ultraman, wanted their own version. And working with Deke and I can't remember who else, they created a version known as Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad.
I recognize that name.
Starring Boy Meet World's own Matthew Lawrence.
Really?
Yes, and it was.
Did I know that? I might have known
You
that.
knew that, yes. We definitely watched that as children, very much. That took footage from a tokusatsu series called Gridman. And fun fact about Gridman and Superhuman Samurai Squad is they are very similar. Like, very similar. Like, the plots of them are remarkably similar. Put a pin in that. We're going to come back to that next week. But, are you looking up Superhuman Samurai Squad?
No, I'm my tablet only lasts so long on the battery power, the thing there. I'm just plugging it in because my phone is still at 100% and I can do that.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Gridman and Superhuman Samurai Squad are very similar. Where that takes place at a high school. There is a loser geek, not loser geek, but the bad guy is another student who is sending viruses into the computer, and he gets sucked into the computer, and he bonds with Gridman, which is Ultraman, and he fights viruses on the computer. It's more or less the same plot, same story. The only difference is one's Japanese, one's American. That's really the only difference. So this is SSSS Gridman, the anime, which
Gridman.
I
know, that's what I said. I said Gridman.
Yes, Gridman. It is unclear what the 4 S's stand for in the 5 episodes that I watched. But as near as I can tell, okay, it appears to be as of 5 episodes. So I found the more episodes a show has, the worse the pacing is. So this has like 30 episodes, so the pacing is really fucking slow. Or like 25 episodes or something. It has more than 12. So the pacing is really, really slow. So it takes a while for shit to happen. But it's also one of those ones where I kind of have guessed the twist of it. But similar deal as the original Gridman, where it takes place at a school, but instead of the monsters being in the computer, the monsters now seemingly are in the real world. And every time the kaiju kill people, the world gets reset, and nobody remembers that the people who had been killed died, basically, or that they died. They think that they died. Like some of them, they think they died when they were really young, even though they were just at school the other day. And so when that happens, my first guess at a twist is, without looking it up, it's a computer. Clearly, when they're fighting the kaiju, they are clearly
Sorry, kaijin fighting kaijin.
So every time they fight kaiju and people get killed, the world gets rebooted, and nobody remembers that the people were alive beforehand. That clearly means that
they're gonna come back and they're gonna remember.
They're in a computer. They're clearly in a computer.
Oh, yeah, that could be too.
Because like it's very obvious.
I mean, it could have been time travel.
No, well, because Superhuman Samurai Squad, so part of it is the kid has to go into a computer in order to transform into this guy, and Gridman is known for going into the computer. So it was very obvious that the world that they're in is in the computer, and every time that people die, they just get deleted from the program.
That makes sense.
It's really stunningly
when you
obvious
when you lay the cards out like that.
It's
Yeah, it
really,
makes sense.
Really obvious twist. And it's based on an Ultra series in concept, so like it does lose a little bit. Same thing with Fudo PI, where it loses a little bit going from animation to live action animation, but also at the same time, I've never been a massive fan of Ultraman fights because they're always really slow and clunky, and this does remove an element of that because he's now animated. You don't have to have that like it doesn't have to give the appearance of him looking like he's moving slow because you don't have
Mhm.
to worry about scale because it's animated. Um, the
Yeah, so I've seen an animated Ultraman one before, and yeah,
yeah,
I get what you're saying.
yeah, that for whatever reason I enjoy Ultraman more when it's animated. I don't know what it is. Like this was I would watch more. I would watch more of this because I was intrigued by the mystery. The kaiju designs didn't do anything for me, but kaiju designs in Ultraman never do anything for me. They're just kind of vague. Most of the time, they're kind of generic looking. Like I don't know. I've never really gotten the monster design for Ultraman monsters has never done anything for me. I don't know. It's like they're just less interesting versions of Godzilla monsters because they're less interesting versions of Godzilla monsters because they're Godzilla monster costumes that have been repurposed on a budget and
Hmm.
they still look like that. So like I've never seen an Ultraman series that also as Ultraman series get newer, their transformation sequences get really long-winded. So I've never really gotten into that franchise. I keep promising the audience that I'm gonna try, but yeah, I'd watch more of this. I would. I like the art style. I like the animation. It was a bit slow. I would maybe watch some of these other ones first. Like I'm probably going to finish Tojima. I can't speak to this. I don't know if I will finish this, but Tojima wants to be a common rider. I will finish because that show is really engaging. This was early on. It's just really slow. It's really slow,
Mm,
and the premise of it isn't creative enough to really grab me. That's it. That is
that's fair.
SSSSS Gridman. I always miss an S. That was four S's, right?
Gridman.
Gridman. Yeah, I don't know what the four S's stand for at this point. There's no.
Super samurais surely suck.
I've heard that this show. Well, what's interesting is it seems to be a remake of the original show, but there are characters who get introduced who they turn into. I don't know if you remember this from Superhuman Samurai Squad, but part of that show was the different other characters who weren't Matthew Lawrence would pilot um, machines, and then those machines would cover Gridman. I can't remember whatever it was called in that
No,
show.
not specifically.
They would cover him in armor. Well, they still do that in this, where these different characters turn into various pieces of armor, and then he has different forms or whatever that he changes into. And it seems as though it's not they don't say who they are because like the main character part of the gimmick is the main character has amnesia, and so it seems as though they might be characters from the original Gridman show. And I've heard there is a connection to the Matthew Lawrence show. That's what the S's are related to, the SSSSS. But as of yet, there's no indication as to why the show is called SSSSS Gridman.
Okay,
Gridman.
Gridman. Um, so my next and last rapid fire uh is another anime, which is called huh, sorry, this is one of those examples where a lot of the time with animes, you know how I have my Wikipedias open. A lot of time with animes, the only Wikipedia has both um the manga and the anime under one article, and I'm looking at the name, the what it has as the name for the manga, and I'm just like they've spelled it differently. Uh, and that got my attention. But it's called Chrono Crusade.
Chrono
Um,
Crusade.
which with a name like that, you would think that it would have something to do with like time, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I figured it was
You'd
connected
be
to Chrono Trigger.
you'd be wrong.
Oh,
Um, so this one is I only got to watch 5 episodes, which with this one means that I really just scratched the surface because it's got a 24 episode. Well, this is 24 episodes.
yep, slow.
Um, but so we have our main characters, Rosette, Christopher and her demon partner Chrono. Um, and so in this world, I guess there's demons and stuff that are a thing. And they work for like this order, which is called the Magdalene Order. And she's like a nun, and like they hunt demons.
All
And he's
right.
a demon,
All
and he
right.
helps her hunt other demons.
All right.
And so within the first 5 episodes, we find out that she's looking for her brother, who I guess is lost or something.
All
Um,
right.
he's a demon who's very non-demon like and is like chill as fuck, but also seems to keep getting her in trouble because he keeps causing destruction by accident. Um, and then at like the end of the 5th episode, where I got to, they find an angel who like joins their team.
All
And
right.
it's like your classic like anime where, you have your small team of like team Avatar, if you will, who grow in size as the show goes on. And I'm sure there are many zany and wacky characters that they run into over the course of this 24
Zany,
episodes.
colorful cast of characters.
But it was fun. They seem like fun characters. This is
It was
one I
fun.
I
I
think I
had fun.
I think I could find myself watching more of this. It was definitely weird. Like they've got like crosses and like there's definitely for a Japanese based show, I don't know if they're like intentionally like calling on Christian iconography, but in the first 5 episodes anyway, it
Probably.
just felt strange for a Japanese show.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Um
I mean, they don't see it the same way we do, but yeah, there is a.
um But the reason why I was like, "Oh, that's weird," is because they've got the picture of the manga here, and instead of it being Chrono spelt Chrono, it's just on the cover here, it's just Chrono.
Huh. Well, isn't that
So
interesting?
it's just that's just weird. Um, but yeah, no, I don't have
But
with only 5 episodes. There's only so much I can say. But apparently this was 8 Tankobon volumes in
Huh.
Japan, whatever those are.
Well, all right then.
Oh,
Well.
those appear to be like standard manga size.
Okay. Well,
Um,
awesome.
yeah,
All right
I
then.
liked it. It was fine.
So,
Not the best thing that I watched, but not the worst.
so, so is that it?
That's it.
That's it. All
That's
right.
Chrono Crusade.
My next one is Jordan. You're no doubt familiar with the Power Rangers.
I've never once heard of it. We've never talked about
Never
this.
once talked about it. Jordan, this is what if the Power Rangers were actually evil? This is called Go Go Loser Rangers. And this is about a world where an evil organization of bad guys descended upon the planet, and in order to stop them, the I don't remember what the actual name of the team is, but the drag I think they're the Dragon Rangers. The Dragon Rangers every Sunday at 7 have a battle with the bad guys where they beat them. Every single week there's a weekly battle where they beat them. And there's a red Dragon Ranger, pink Dragon Ranger, yellow Dragon Ranger, green Dragon Ranger, and blue Dragon Ranger. And it turns out, Jordan, that in fact it's all a ruse. It's all a work. And
Oh, damn.
the bad guys are actually working with the Rangers to put on a show, and it's part of a truce that they have because the Rangers, when the evil bad guys showed up, killed all their leaders immediately, mercilessly, and without any real effort. And they came up with a truce where, as long as it's
You
all
you
the
guys make us look good and we'll give you a cut.
sort of, yeah, and it's all of the it's the like the putty patrol guys. It's like those guys, and they can't die. They can only be killed by using what's known as these artifact weapons, which are basically how like the Red Ranger had like his sword. It's basically one of
Hmm.
those, and it's what allows them to transform. And so they form this society where everyone thinks that they're good guys, and wants to work with them. So um, each of the colors each has their own squadron of guys, and you start off in the colorless squad, and you work your way up to be like red squad or green squad or whatever. And one of the goons, number 12, or I don't remember what his number is, but he decides that he's had enough of basically being forced and tricked into indentured servitude, and he decides to infiltrate using his ability to shapeshift, because he can turn into a human and maintain his shape, which is what makes him different from other goons. And he decides that he is going to infiltrate the Dragon Rangers and take them down from the inside, because it turns out that they're actually not good, and they're all corrupt and evil. And he runs into this guy who has joined the Rangers or whatever, because he's idealistic, but his family tells him that he shouldn't, because they're all secretly corrupt. But also, in the last episode, the 5th episode, it is revealed that the main guy, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. So, he has joined up with them, and the henchman number 12 or whatever runs into him, and they do like a Prince and the Pauper situation where they switch places, and the goon number 12 goes in disguised as this guy so that they can weed out all the corruption and make them good again and free the henchmen from under their control. And he also runs into someone who's from the Yellow Rangers squad, who wants to steal all of the sacred weapons or whatever for herself, and I guess be in charge. It's not clear as of 5 episodes. I only watched 5 episodes. And then the main guy, who the goon is disguised as, his sister is the Pink Ranger. And I it's not. I'm only at 5 episodes in, so I have no idea how or why or what the context of that is, because his entire family is like, they're all corrupt and evil. You don't want to be one of them, but it seems as though his sister is the pink one, like one of the main ones. So I'm not sure how that connection is going to work. And from what I can tell, the other guy who he's disguised as doesn't come back, because he goes to join the villains, and then they swap places. But it seems like from what I read, he never comes back. So I don't know. There's 2 seasons of it, and they're like, I think the first season's like 24 episodes long or something like that. So it's a little slow. I really enjoyed how clever it was. I like the thing I discovered is so many of these subverted tropes that I like, so I find it particularly specifically funny. So like the fact that he's just a putty patroller and he's secretly infiltrating this, or it's funny. It's a funny show. The animation is really quite interesting looking. The dub's all right. It's not a bad dub. The acting is pretty solid. Again, if you like Sentai or Power Rangers and you enjoy the tropes of those kinds of shows, you will find it funny. And it is on Disney Plus.
Good to know.
I know. Yeah, very strangely, it is on Disney Plus.
Cool.
Yeah,
I like when things are easy.
Right? I would probably finish this. I enjoy it.
Would you say I should watch it?
I think you would enjoy it, yeah. All of these thus far, the only one I would be like, I don't think you'd get anything out of is Fudo PI. But Tajima Wants to Be a Con. Yeah, all of these so far, yeah, you would love. And most of them are on Crunchyroll. Most.
Good. Good to know.
Yeah, we're into the hard shit now, where it's like, oh, I'd recommend this, but you'd have difficulty finding it.
Is that it?
That is it. That is Go Loser Rangers.
Well, with that, it is time for us to move on to our have scenes.
Go Loser Rangers.
So this next one is one that I have seen before. But before I get to it, Justin, I have to ask a question. Do you like the movie Battle Royale?
I do like the movie Battle Royale.
And do you like theme parks type places?
I do like theme parks type places.
then you might enjoy a trip to Dead Man Wonderland um, as a guest. I don't think you want to go there as a prisoner. It's
No.
pretty fucking brutal. Um, but okay, Dead Man Wonderland. Um, okay, I like this show, but it's a hard thing to sell because it you won't finish it because it got canceled.
Oh.
So it's hard for me, even though what is out, I think you would enjoy. It doesn't have like
Ooh.
there's more
Not a
in manga,
fan of that.
like there's more manga, so like you could go and find out what happens via the manga. But as far as I know, anyway, I think I read that there was a movie,
You
but
think you read or there was a movie?
I think I read there
Wow.
was a movie. But I'm not fully. That might have been the other one that I did. But um, so basically, the premise of this one is our main character Ganta. Him and his classmates are about to take a class trip to Dead Man Wonderland, which is a privately owned prison, which also serves as an amusement park. Um, when a mysterious red man appears, killing his entire
Whoa.
class.
Whoa. I don't think you can call them that.
Red man? He's the man who wears red.
Oh. Oh, I thought you were saying something else.
No, no, no,
I
Justin.
thought you were saying something racist.
Yep. He also uses powers which involve controlling a substance which is red.
Oh.
Um,
Oh, okay. That's
which we find out what that is later, but I'm not there yet. I still have to give you the long buildup. Um, So yeah, him and his classes are about to go to Dead Man Wonderland. When the Red Man appears and kills his entire class, thrusts a red stone into Ganta's chest, and being that he's the only survivor of his entire class, he's charged with mass murder. And due to the overwhelming and doctored slash fake evidence, is sentenced to death and sent to Dead Man Wonderland's prison. And then the some of the higher ups plan to kill Gonta, but then he meets a strange white-haired girl named Shiro, who we through later uh, in later episodes find out that they're childhood friends. There's this whole mystery of what's going on, and because we find out that Gonta develops or has the ability to control the blood in his system, which is why he gets sent to cell block G with the rest of the people that have that ability, and they are called dead men. Um, hence why it is Dead Man Wonderland. Um, and so he's forced to fight the other dead men in like a gladiatorial style fight pit where people will watch them for sick amusement and bet on the winners and losers.
bet on
And
it, bet on it.
so the way that the first season kind of seems to end is they are they've been planning like a breakout and they're gonna break out and it kind of just doesn't have a satisfying ending. Um, and it, so yeah, I just it's disappointing. Um, but overall, I do think you would enjoy it, except for the fact that it doesn't have a good ending.
Don't like the fact that it doesn't have a good ending.
I know that's what makes it a hard sell. But
Don't like it.
so apparently I'm just reading the 12 episode anime pulled content from the first 21 chapters of the manga. And it has a total of 13 volumes.
Interesting.
So I guess that would be like the first, what, 21 chapters, let's say 12 chapters per book is usually how those things work. So like probably the first two chapters or 2 volumes is what it pulled from. So like, yeah, there's a lot more to this story, and they barely scratched the surface when it comes to the anime. So a little disappointed.
I'm shaking my head in disappointment at you, people who made that anime.
But that's Dead Man Wonderland.
Disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Oh, and it does have an OVA, which shows one of the characters that you meet in the later episodes. But I think it's supposed to be either after he gets out or before he gets in. No, it's before he gets in because the way that they end it is they're building the prison.
On the outside, always
So
looking in.
so it's a prequel.
Have I always been more than I've always been?
Yes.
I'm waving through a window.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes!
Apparently it was in the US. It was on Adult Swim, Toonami.
Oh.
So yeah, that's Dead Man Wonderland. It's incredibly gratuitous.
As one should be. As one should be. Jordan, speaking of things that are gratuitous and unpleasant, I need to ask this question, Jordan. I'm going to ask this again. I've asked this question before, but I'm going to ask it again. Why are all these Digimon movies such a weird bummer?
Well, I think it's because they know that the people that grew up with Digimon grew up to be weird bummers. I'm looking at
Digimon
you, Justin.
Adventure 2, The Beginning. So this, to recap, for those of you who don't know, is a sequel to Digimon Last Adventure, Last Kizuna. Where, just to remind you all, both Agumon and Gabumon are dead? Maybe? Maybe? It's unclear. And somehow they're still gonna do the finale, the epilogue for Digimon Adventure 2. Just so we're clear. So this takes place some period of time afterwards, because in the ending credits of the previous movie, you saw Davis, and he was working as a chef. And so this movie opens with they're at his restaurant this restaurant that he works at, and a big ass Digi-Egg has appeared in the middle of Tokyo or something, some city in Japan, and they all decide. Oh, I should say this takes place very much after Adventure 2, because everyone knows that Digimon exist. In fact, it has all the characters from the World Tour part of that season.
Yes.
They're all in this movie. Every one of them.
That's,
Every
weird.
single one.
That's
of
kind
those,
of a neat.
Yeah, the Russians, the Mexicans, you all see them and their Digimon at one point. Like if a character from that arc appears at one point in this movie, and so, a guy shows up and he's got a Digivice that's kind of like broken and busted, and they go, I think, into the Digi-Egg or through a portal by the Digi-Egg, but they wind up back in time, seeing what is a horribly emaciated and abused child. Jordan described it as, who is this character from Grave of the Fireflies and what is he doing in my Digimon movie?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. But he's horribly emaciated. He's got like bruises up and down his body. Like this movie implies, spoiler alert by the way, I'm gonna spoil the shit out of this movie, but this movie says, or seems to want to imply anyway, that the reason why DigiDestined exists and why Digimon partnerships exist is when this kid was really, really young, he was horribly beaten and abused by his mother, who is stressed out because she is taking care of his dad, I should say, who is all hooked up to life support. At one point, he's watching television, and she comes out, and she's kind of in a good mood, but then she sees that he's peed himself, and she yanks off of his clothes, and is like, now I'm going to have to clean this up, and she kicks him outside into the cold. Which is why, in the clip I sent you, he's wearing what he's wearing. Is because his mom yanked off his clothes and tossed him out into the snow. And as I'm watching this scene, and then all of a sudden it cuts back and it's Davis and Vemon and Ken and Wormmon, I think, are there. But it's definitely Davis and Ken are there. And it's the original voice of Davis from the original anime.
It just sounds like you're describing two different movies that got smooshed together.
It cuts back to them, and it's his voice, and it pulls me out of it immediately. And I don't know if watching in Japanese would have helped this, but I got pulled out immediately because I was like, oh yeah, I'm watching a Digimon movie. Like I'm like, what is this? This movie implies that the Digidestin exists because of this horribly emaciated child. That's fun. Does that sound fun to you, Jordan? Are you having fun? Does that sound fun?
I think we have different definitions of fun.
It's like, it's so weird because it just sort of drastically misunderstands how Digimon works. So this horribly emaciated child meets this Digimon who keeps saying that he gets his powers from someone powerful, but has the ability to grant wishes, but they seem to be quasi monkey paw style wishes where they come with a cost. But like, so he wishes that his parents would be nicer to him, which turns into this Digimon just puppeting his parents like they're meat sacks for like literal years. And he wishes that he has friends that are like them, is how it's worded. I wish I had friends like me and you, which is, the implication is that's why he creates Digidestin, so he can create Digimon who are friends with human children, so that he can find people to be friends with him, so that he can bring all of these friends to his birthday party.
So does this horrifying plot intersect with like the other one in any
yeah,
way?
absolutely. He's telling this to them.
How?
Because this, they've gone into this portal which is connected to this giant digi egg that they're waiting for it to hatch, and this kid, they run into him and he tells them this backstory where he reveals that this Digimon created all of the relationships that exist, basically created all of the Digidestin. All of the Digidestin exists.
It just sounds unnecessarily complicated.
Because of this Digimon. So there's a point where they're watching the events of, you remember the I don't know if you've ever seen it. I have, but I don't know if you have. The Revenge of Diaboromon.
I know of it.
He's watching that on TV, implying that the events of that movie are canon. But he's watching Omni-Man fight Diaboromon on TV, and the Digimon's like, "See, I told you I'd find you friends. Look at them, they're defending the world for you." And he's like, "You did this?" He's like, "Yes, I did this." And he does this really creepy like turn where he's like, "I did this because you wish for friends. You did this." And he's like, I didn't want this. This is not what I wanted." And he backs out, and he's like, you what have you done? And the parents, like, it breaks the Digimon's concentration, and the parents collapse, and they get up, and they're all zombified. And he's like, "What have you done to my parents? You did this to my parents. I didn't want this. I want you to change my parents back to the way they were." It's like, bro, your mom hit you. Your parents abused you horribly. Why would you want your parents to go back to the way they were? That doesn't make any sense. Did you forget the part where they, and it's just,
Well, I
like,
mean, which is, both scenarios seem bad. You either keep them as puppeted zombies, which is bad, or you let them go back to normal and they're awful, which is also bad.
It's
kind of a lose-lose scenario,
so,
really.
Yeah, it's just one of those, like, it's just the story of a kid who never really fully reconciled the fact that his parents abused the shit out of him as a child, and was given a limitless power from a Digimon who is overpowered for some reason. And so anyway, so they go back through the portal back to the present day, and it's revealed that the big Digimon egg is his Digimon, and through a series of flashbacks and events, the present day version of it becomes overpowered and strong, and is attacking things and people. And so that's when the Digimon the Adventure 2 cast show up, who are very much, as you've no doubt picked up on, secondary characters in their own movie. Like they're in it,
Yeah,
but they don't really affect the plot. Isn't
it
affected by
just
them in any significant way.
sort of feels like they wanted to do this like super serious movie about this horrifying
And they
scenario with
tack
this
Digimon
kid,
shit onto it.
and they tack Digimon
Yeah,
shit on.
the Digimon that he has, the name
Like
of
even
which
even if they wanted, like if you want to say like it was always supposed to be a Digimon thing, it feels like it was supposed to be its own
doesn't
Digimon story, which they tacked
doesn't feel
Adventure
that.
2
It
onto.
doesn't feel that way. The Digimon
Just
that he
from what
has
you're
doesn't
describing.
act or behave really all that much like a Digimon. All it serves the only function the Adventure 2 cast serve in that movie is for them to doubt whether or not the relationships they formed and the bonds they formed with their Digimon are real, or if they're artificially created by the wish of this kid. They're like, no, these bonds that we formed are real and they are organic, and we've been through all this stuff together and had all these adventures, and that can't mean nothing. That can't be due to the power of this one Digimon. That can't be it. And
Can it?
and so the stakes of this are this Digimon wants to give. At one point, they're like, there's 60,000 Digi-destined at this point, and they're like, this Digimon wants to give everyone on Earth a Digimon, and that would cause chaos. And the it says that the Digivices, once again, retcons the Digivices, so now they're conduits to facilitate the connection between Digimon and Digimon partner. Um, and so this movie doesn't even contain like the previous one. It at least had like cool new transformation, like cool new Digivolutions. We're like, oh, this is sick and this is cool. If you're looking for like them to play the favorites, so like you get to see Digivolutions that look like just like they did from the original anime. Pyldramon comes back, but it's not like you're like the previous outing for this where they had Pyldramon Paladin mode, who looks different and cool and at least looks different. It's just the same transformations you've already seen from the show, not really doing any. There's not like there's a new sick transformation they do to beat this Digimon. They eventually beat the Digimon.
Not like you get to see all of the Adventure 2 people get to like go to Ultimate or Mega or anything
No,
like
not
that.
really. No, like you get to see
So
them do like
what I'm hearing is this movie has nothing.
what's weird because they can all still do the fusion Digivolutions, but like I remember them losing that ability at the end of zero two. Like they couldn't do it anymore, but maybe I'm misremembering. But
I don't remember. I know I don't remember them losing
like
it.
there's a lot of, don't get me wrong, like there's a lot of really cool, like they bring in Shakua, like they bring back Shakuamon and oh, what's the name of the one between Gatomon and Sylphimon. They bring back Sylphimon, and Sylphimon's got some pretty cool action sequences. Like there's some fun action sequences that are cool when they're happening, but it's buried under this weird and depressing and upsetting backstory for this new character. It's like, why is all of these Digimon tries the same way? Digimon Kazuna, the last one, they're so dependent on a character you've never seen before, and the Digimon Adventure characters wind up being secondary characters in their own movie. It also doesn't resolve anything from the previous movie. It doesn't explain how Agumon or Gabumon or
Any of them are back?
not, yeah, but the Biomon, how Biomon are alive because they died at the end of the last movie. It ends with, so long story very short. It's
No,
determined
no, it wasn't.
it's determined that the evil Digimon, the reason why he is being evil is because part of his backstory is the guy gets really mad and gets injured, and the Digimon gives him his eye, and and then he's like, go away, I don't need you anymore, old Yeller style, and like thinks he's killed him, and there's this really upsetting scene where the Digimon melts, and it's really upsetting. And so he thinks that the Digimon has been dead this whole time, but it turns out that he's actually alive, and that they have unresolved emotional feelings that they need to talk out. So once again, he goes back in time,
This movie sounds really bad.
and him and this Digimon have a conversation where they basically talk out their issues that they have amongst each other, and they decide that they need to kill the version of him that's in the present day that's now gigantic and is attacking everybody. So Imperial Demon kills him, and he gets revived as a Digi Egg, and it is said that, and this is why, all of the Digivices disappear, and they now no longer need the Digivice as a conduit to be connected to the Digimon, even though I'm positive they've already done that before on the show, but whatever. And it ends with their bond with the Digimon is now closer than ever, and they no longer need the Digivice. And it seems to be implied that like that strengthens the connection to the Digimon and allows them to exist without the Digivice. And so maybe that's the point when Gabumon and Agumon and Biyomon come back to life, because this movie once again insists that epilogue is going to happen, even though it can't.
I don't know about the. I'm pretty sure they also with the Digivices, but definitely with the crests, right from Adventure One, after Apocalypse destroyed them and like scatters their stuff, and they come back and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, we don't really need the crest. It was just a way of focusing what was
Yeah, I'm
inside of
pretty
us
sure
all
that's when they
along."
destroy the Digivices as well. No, because they still
I'm
have
pretty sure.
because there's a whole bit, but then again maybe not, because there's a bit at the end of the movie where the D3 start to disappear, and they're like, "Oh, goodbye D3, you've been, we will miss you," and they disappear, and they're like, "Well, we'll miss you. You've been an instrumental part of our lives, but we no longer need them anymore." But then the movie also ends with, because everything I read declared this as the series finale for Adventure 2, and it ends with Ken.
If it is, then that sounds like a shitty ending.
It ends with Yoli and Ken. It ends with them getting together as a couple, which is, in the epilogue, they are a couple. They're married. But that's part of one of the things that makes that epilogue bad, is there's no hint towards it at all in the original show that they would
Well,
want
I
it together.
mean, kind of. There isn't
No.
so far of the tropes of like she's the hard-headed girl and she gives him a hard time, and like there is a.
Like, she
I
kind of
can
has
see there. Yeah, I
she
can
kind
see
of has
there's
a
the
crush on him when he's mysterious and badass, but that ends the minute he joins their team. They don't really have that kind of, but this movie very much sets up at the end of it a romantic relationship between them, hinting, and they drop a bunch more hints that the epilogue will happen. And what's interesting is the last one, apparently the creator left because of a major creative decision that they approved that he disagreed with. And my guess, it was killing off Agumon and Gabumon.
Yeah,
Because he
probably.
said it made the story incoherent. And I was like, or it made it not make sense or something to that effect. And I was like, yeah, that has to be it, because that completely contradicts the finale of Digimon Adventure 2, the epilogue, which is like, no, we never have to say goodbye to our Digimon. They will always be there with us. Like, Matt goes to the moon with Gabumon, and they still set up him becoming an astronaut in the last one. And this one doesn't explain how Gabumon comes back to life. How any of, like, the last one was very explicit about the fact that they're gone. Like, part of growing up is letting go of your Digimon, and your Digimon will eventually disappear and die. Like, that was a major part of the last one, and this one very explicitly is supposed to be a sequel. Like, there's references to the previous movie. So what the fuck? Half the cast who's alive in the epilogue that you're in story, it's not even like out of story, they're insisting it's somehow still going to happen. In the movie implies that it's still going to happen even though it can't. It doesn't make any sense, and it makes these movies worse off. You're not even mentioning the fact that they're all weird and sad and depressing. Like, I got a comment on a video that was like, I'm glad that Digimon is, unlike Pokemon, willing to go places. And I'm like, yeah, but they don't all need to go places. Like, there was like 8 of these, no, like at this point 10 of these movies. They're all depressing. Every single one of them. All of Tri is depressing. The last Kizuna is depressing. This is depressing. Did the original like, this movie is like, he's the original Digi Destin. Did he need to be a character from Grave of the Fireflies? Like, what was the necessity in that? What was the necessity in making the original Digidestin, the origin point of the Digidestin, be this horrible, emaciated child who has a weird, complex relationship with his parents? That's weird. Why that? This was a beloved childhood franchise. I can't even think of a good comparison. Like, I'm like, I guess it
So,
would.
well, yeah, and that's where I say like there is room to do things like that. Like you can take a franchise and do a more serious take on it. That can be done. They have done that with some of the games, right?
Right?
Like Digimon Survive touches on darker things, but it's a weird choice to do a thing to take the characters which were explicitly for children
Yeah, exactly. And make it
and do it with
weird. And
them
it's not so much that, like, if this were the
repeatedly
repeat.
over and over again.
It's not so much that this one is weird and dark. Like, if Last Kazuna was the one that's sad and it's like, this is the finale, this is learning about letting go and growing up and letting go of childhood things. If it was the one that was sad and this was lighthearted, but literally he's got bruises up and down his body from where his mom hits him. What
Yeah.
the fuck? Like, what is this? Why is this like this?
Oh, but there's David being David.
It's so much. It's so weird because, yeah. And then the next scene, it's Vemon and Davis. They're Vemon and Davis. There's I forget the actor's name, but there's the guy who does Davis and Vemon, and it sounds fucking weird. And once again suffers
Oh no,
from
Whiplash.
right, exactly. And it suffers from the fact that it's got some of the original Derek Stephen Prince. That's what his name is. It has some of the original cast, but not all of them. It's really distracting and noticeable and pulls me out. That's not a fault of the movie. That's purely on the dub. I heard that the guy who does Wormmon refused to come back because it was a non-union gig, and that I get that. I understand that. That's not on the movie, but the kid being horribly emaciated is on the movie. Like, I don't know if it's. I wouldn't argue it's more like. The thing that's frustrating is it just sidelines the event. The Adventure 2 characters have gotten sidelined this entire post-show franchise, and they get probably easily. Ah, man. Ugh. I don't know. I was going to say the worst movie, but some of those late Try movies were bad. They were bad. I'm going to have to go back. I think I may have to go back to some of those because they were bad. They were not good. They were not good.
I don't know. This sounds worse.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I don't know. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see.
From what you've described, this sounds worse.
Oh, a lot of it is just this guy's backstory. Like, a great deal of this movie. It's like it's an hour and like 20 minutes.
Which, if this
so
is
much of it is his backstory.
If this is supposed to be the epilogue to the Adventure 2 or whatever, then
Series
no, that
finale.
makes this bad.
Everything described
then that
series
makes this
finale.
bad.
And I'm like, it doesn't need this finale. This is a bad. Like, the thing is, it just exists to facilitate. It doesn't even bridge the end of the last one to the epilogue of this franchise. It doesn't do that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is. But I don't know. It's hard because it's Digimon, so there's always going to be a base level of it. Bad is a strong word. I wouldn't go so far as to say bad. It's probably one of the worst ones of these. Yeah, I don't know. Those Try movies get really bad at the end. Like, they get. It's not better than the last one, and it doesn't explain anything that the last one left open ended. Is what I would say. In that regard, it's probably worse. That's it. That's Digimon Adventure 02, The Beginning. Why are those movies so depressing? So depressing.
Okay. So, we're going to talk about my second half scene, which I only watched. Well, I mean, technically, I watched the movie as well, but in terms of the show itself, I only watched the first season, because there's like 5 seasons, and they're all like 24 episodes apiece, and there was just no way.
There was no way.
But that being said, the first season it's kind of its own contained story, so it worked out well. But I watched Sword Art Online, season 1. And have you ever watched Sword Art Online?
I watched, I want to say, the first 3 or 4 episodes of it, and just for some reason, I just never went back to it.
Yeah, that's strange to me because this feels like one you would enjoy. It's about video games.
I know. I think it was. I think it was the dub and how they line delivered. Everyone's just sounded flat. I don't know. I don't know.
Hmm.
There's something
Yeah, fair enough.
about the dub that just was like,
Well,
this is really boring.
one of these days, even if you watch the Japanese version or something, you should give it a retry.
Baby, baby.
But Sword Art Online. So the first season it's basically split up into two arcs. Um, so the first arc, obviously, they start off in uh Ein Eincrad, which is the floating castle in the sky, and the creator of the world, the game, whatever,
He's like,
uh,
I'm
Kaya
insane, and
Kayaba,
I'm going
he's
to
like,
trap you
I'm
in
an
my game.
insane maniacal man who has a god complex. I'm gonna trap you all in here and be a god. Um, and so the first part of the season is about them being trapped in there, and they're trapped in there for a while in terms of in-universe time. I don't remember if they ever actually say, um,
Ugh.
but I think it's supposed to like be like a year or two.
That's a long time.
Um, maybe I might be wrong, but uh, I'm just trying to see if it says. Uh,
Listen.
Yeah, without reading through this entire thing, I don't know. But anyways, they're trapped in there. They can't if the people in the real world try and take the helmet off because they basically you put on a virtual reality helmet and it sucks your brain into this world.
It sucks you
So
off into the computer?
so it basically feels like
You get
you're
sucked
in
off into the
you know
computer.
like it's virtual reality, so it feels like you're in the world. And if the people in the real world try to take the helmet off, your brain gets fried, and you can't log out, so you're stuck there. Um, and So the first part of the season is about the Kirito, or Kazuto, as his real name is, and Asuna. Uh, and their life and developing bond and friendships and uh all of that in this world. And then at a certain point, uh Kazuto slash Kirito ends up figuring out that one of the leader of the guild that him and Asuna end up in, the leader of the guild is the creator of the game,
Oh, snap. Big twist.
and challenges him to a duel, beats him in the duel, because basically he's like, if you beat me here and now, because the basically the thing that he was like is like, you guys have to beat all 100 floors, and if you guys beat 100 floors, whoever survives gets released, basically. Um, but then uh, uh, I'm gonna just refer to him as Kirito. When Kirito uh basically unmasks him. He's like, if you can beat me here and now, you guys don't have to beat the 100 floors, and I'll release you all. And from what I remember, Kirito beats him, and so he releases everybody, and you're like, oh, cool, that's great. And then it gets to like the next episode, and Kirito is in the real world, and he is visiting Asuna, who is still seems to be trapped, and it's confusing. And there's been like a little bit of a time jump, and while he's there visiting, we meet Asuna's dad, and a friend of the family whose name I don't remember, Katakawa or something. I don't remember what the name is. I got that wrong. Definitely, it doesn't matter. I'm going to henceforth refer to him as douchebag. Um,
Douchebag.
so douchebag is like, because Asuna's dad leaves, and douchebag is like, oh, me and Asuna are gonna get married, um, while she's in a coma, and can't say no. Uh, and Meanwhile, it's important to note that previously, and I don't know how much time has passed. So, from my perspective, she's still 17 because at a certain point they say that she's 17, and I don't think that much time has passed. So, as far as I'm concerned, she's a 17-year-old girl. Um, so everything he does is 10 times creepier. Um, but douchebag is like, oh, we were childhood friends, and like I've got her dad under my thumb, basically, and gonna marry her, and yada yada yada, and then I'll get control of the company. Also, I'm a douchebag.
I'm a
Um,
douchebag.
and cause so when Sword Art Online released all the people, um, Asuna's dad and this guy and like people bought all of the technology or got all the technology that was used to make Sword Art Online, and they create another game, Alfheim Online, which is running using the same engine and the same everything and all that. And so one of Kirito's friend from in the game, who they're still friends in real life, is like a bunch of players got to the top of the world tree, and it's based around elves and Oberon and stuff like that. Tatiana. Um, and they're like at the top of the tree, they took this screenshot, and you see a
Tatiana.
screenshot of Asuna who's in a bird cage. So she's being kept in the game and still a prisoner there. And then throughout this second part of the season, he's in this new game, Alfheim, trying to rescue Asuna. And the way that the season also, I'm gonna briefly touch on this, but I don't like this plot thread. Um, Kirito, Kazuto, whatever, has in his real life a person that he lives with who was raised with him, and as far as uh, growing up wise, they were siblings, but I guess she's his cousin, and
Nope.
I guess
Nope.
I guess
Nope.
in
Nope. Nope.
Japan
Nope. 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 Nope.
that's
That makes me
legal,
feel
allowed,
weird.
not considered to be weird,
I like
but
it. I
she
like how
is
weird it makes
into
me feel.
him in a romantic sense, and it makes me uncomfortable.
It makes me feel weird.
So I hate that story thread, that storyline. Um, Kirito, I will give him credit, does nothing to reciprocate the feelings. It does nothing but treat her as a sister. So he's completely in the clear in terms of he's a good guy. He has feelings for Asuna. He continues to have feelings for Asuna, and he only has feelings for Asuna. So now that we've talked about that, we're going to move past that. Um, as thankfully, when you get into later seasons, from what I remember, the show does. But um, yeah, he ends up rescuing Asuna. They end up rescuing Asuna, and it's cute and it's fun. And then like they're out of and they're like in the catch-up school for all the people that were trapped in Sword Art Online, sort of like they got blipped, and she like he goes to hold her hand while in school, and she's like all the people up in the cafeteria are watching us. We don't want that kind of attention, do we? And it's just it's cute and it's sweet, and the way that it ends is like they finally get to be together and they get to live life, and like if you could only watch the first season of Sword Art Online and it has a resolution.
Yeah,
Like any
yeah,
of the
yeah,
and,
that's what I've heard.
and
To
any
be fair,
any
though, I
of the
think they
other
didn't. I think they didn't intend initially on doing a second season, and I think the first season was so popular that they eventually did. But I think the first season is supposed to be a self-contained thing,
yeah, well that's why in
to
terms
my
of
knowledge.
I believe that's correct because technically when you look at it go to select the episodes and
Yeah,
stuff,
it considers it a new
it
show.
considers Sword Art Online to be Sword Art Online 2.
Yep.
And the third season is Sword Art Online Alicization. And that's its own thing as well. Or no, I think the third season is the gun one, and then the fourth one is Alicization.
All I know is you
And
need more training.
either way, um, each one kind of seems to be its own thing. And that worked for me because it means that I didn't feel obligated to try and watch all the seasons.
That's fair.
I like all the seasons, and I have seen them. I think most of them. But no, I enjoyed this one. It's fun.
Is that it, Jordan? Is that it for Sword
That's
Art
it
Online?
until we go get to the have not scenes, and I then talk about something else, Sword Art Online. But we'll put a pin. We'll put a pin in that for now, and let you plow on through into your next thing.
So my next thing, Jordan, I previously on the show, previously on Spur of the Moment podcast,
Last
uh,
time on Spur of the Moment.
we talked about Kinnikuman, which is, for those of you who don't know, a anime from the 1980s and manga from Japan about professional wrestling. Well, initially it starts off. It's a parody comic of Ultraman specifically, and it turns into a parody of more of a serious minded anime about professional wrestling. And I wanted to watch more of it, and I wanted to talk about more of it because I find it to be an utterly fascinating show. And having now watched a bunch of what I would consider to be more modern anime versus 1980s anime, I think that Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z suffers from this as well, which is 1980s anime has bad pacing, just horrendous pacing, where shit that like in a modern day anime they would resolve in an episode or maybe 2 episodes takes 5 bajillion fucking episodes for them. Like there's just certain arcs where it's like, oh my god, this show could have been like 20 episodes shorter if you didn't spend 5 episodes of them standing in a wrestling ring monologuing and saying the same. Like a lot of it is just reiterating and repeating shit that they've already said, because you got to remember they're watching this on television and there's no cable, there's no rewatching it, there's no recording, so they have to re-explain a lot of shit, so it makes it feel very slow. But I wanted to finish that. I wanted to finish the original series. And frustratingly, there was a project to subtitle all of Kinnikuman. But most things I read online were like, you should stop at episode 118. Because from that point on, it's just filler. But I was like, completionist me, I need to finish the whole thing. So I got up to episode like 125, and I had like 3 episodes left, and I was like, like there was, it had done this arc where he was just fighting another group of bad guys disguised as good guys, and then I was like, there's like 5 episodes left, and I'm like, how is there 5 episodes of this left? I don't, we're still like in the middle of this arc. And so then I'm googling it, and it turns out that they don't have the last like 4 or 5 episodes subtitled, because this
Ooh.
project they gave up on episode like 24 apparently. So, and I was in the middle of this filler arc, and I was like, well, there's no real point in finishing this, so I just kind of gave up. So one day I will finish all of, when it all gets dubbed, I will finish all of the original Kinnikuman, but I didn't.
Or, or when you're fluent in
I
Japanese and
mean,
can watch it without
I
subs.
couldn't I couldn't find them.
Whatever, whatever happens first.
I couldn't find the episodes period, let alone with English subtitles. So I had to give up. So I started. So after the original Kinnikuman, there is another series. Basically, they took a hiatus and they came back and they did the final arc of the anime, which is Kinnikuman Scramble for the Throne. And I don't know how much you remember about Ultimate Muscle, but remember the his um, Kid Muscle's uncle, who was an army guy.
Yes, that sounds familiar.
That's where he comes from.
Oh,
So
okay.
basically, the final storyline of Kinnikuman, the original Kinnikuman
Introduces
anime.
his long lost brother.
I don't know if they're, I don't know if in the original Japanese if they're actually brothers. That has yet to be revealed because I didn't finish it. Um, but um, basically, what that storyline is Kinnikuman is about to become king of Kinniku Planet, King Muscle. He's about to become King Muscle,
I think
and
you mean Muscle Planet,
um,
Justin.
And in order to become anointed as king of the Chojins, he needs to get acceptance from all the Chojin gods, who all give him their blessing, except for the 6 evil gods, who are like the god of strength, the god of strategy, the god of grip. I can't remember. And they all give their. Basically, it turns out that when he was a baby, there was a fire at the hospital, and Kinnikuman got mixed up with a bunch of the other babies, and in a hurry, each of them just kind of grabbed a baby. So it's unclear as to whether or not Kinnikuman is actually the correct heir or if one of these other guys is. So these evil spirits all give them powers. So he's Kinnikuman or Kinnikuman Army. One of them is Kinnikuman Gazelle or the Kinnikuman Tiger, and he's like a tiger. He's got Kinnikuman's mask. One of them is like Kinnikuman, but he's a black guy. And they all have to have basically what is a battle royale where it's team based. So they each
Battle of the Kinnikumen.
kinda, yeah. It was the setup of it. I was confusing because it was like they all have teams, and their teams fight each other, but they don't fight each other. It doesn't seem, and so then they all have teams, but Kinnikuman, because he joins at the last second, doesn't have a team. So his team is him, Meat, and one other person, and it's like the all the other good the Justice Chojin. Kinnikuman's like, why can't you help me? And they're like, oh, we can't help you because we're part of the Chojin Commission, and that would be showing favoritism to you. But it's one of those storylines where it's just really obvious they're going to show up and join up with him later. So, but yeah, I watched 3 arcs since I talked about this last. There was the golden mask and silver mask. There's a lot of arcs involving masks, but there's the golden arc and the silver mask arc where it turns out that all they retcon where the Chojins come from multiple times. But the first storyline is that basically there was 2 original Chojins who both wore a gold and silver mask. The gold mask of good and the gold mask of evil and the silver mask of good. And when they are apart, all of the Chojins lose their powers. And so the evil guy of that arc steals the golden mask, and they have to beat. It's the same thing like in Ultimate Muscle when they showed up and there was the different kid muscles, and they all turned out to be same deal. They're all wearing golden masks, and they all have to beat them all. And I'm pretty sure that's when you get introduced to Buffalo Man and a bunch of various guys from there. And that's where you get introduced to the Devil Chojin, the Akuma Chojin. And it turns out that once they defeated the Devil Chojin, that the Devil Chojin work for the Devil Knights Chojin. And they all work for them. And the Devil Knight Chojin, that's where you get, Sunshine?
Yes.
That's where Sunshine comes from. He's a Devil Knight Chojin. And they end up going. There's a major arc where they go inside of a Wars Man, the robot guy. They go inside him, and they do a bunch of fights inside of him on like multiple. This is where I'm like the pacing of this. It gets to a point where characters fight each other repeatedly over and over again, and it gets to be kind of dull. Where like they fight all of these guys inside of Wars Man. That's where I kept telling you there's a character. His name is Ashura Man, and he's basically this is gonna be offensive, but he's basically a version of one of the Indian gods, like
like Vishnu,
where he has a bunch of arms, and his whole thing is he takes people's arms. So at one point he steals Terry Man's arms, so Terry Man for the longest time doesn't have any arms, and he's the one who I kept making fun of, where he laughs like gak 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 gak. He laughs like that. It's really stupid. But they fight them a bunch. And so then they beat them, save Wars Man, and what was after the golden masks? I feel like there's one more storyline in there, but eventually it leads to the final, what is the second to last arc of the Kinnikuman anime and manga, which is the Sunshine and Asura Man determine that the only reason why they keep getting beat is due to the power of friendship. And so I kind of missed this bit, but basically they start up, because obviously you're up until this point, all of the fights have been one-on-one, and you're like 100 episodes in. What other form of wrestling do you do if you've only ever done singles?
Well, you could do tag team.
You do tag team, Jordan. You do tag team matches. It's a tag team tournament.
My second guess was going to be Royal Rumble.
And what's really funny is you know how like a lot of anime they run out of material, so they make filler. That's why filler exists. This is the opposite problem. There's too much material for them to adapt. So like in a lot of cases they cut shit from the anime. So or from the manga. So in the manga, there's a big long storyline where they go around America and they fight a bunch of guys in America. That's where I said they had obvious parodies of American professional wrestlers. Well, that in that manga, Terryman, or in that section, Terryman and Kinnikuman become a team known as the New Machine Guns, and that's their tag team wrestling team. And so then when this tag team tournament comes up, Ashura Man and Sunshine have taken these dolls, which represent each of the wrestlers, and put them into a chest, which has cut them off from their friendship power. So now all of the good wrestlers are now all evil, and they're now all heels, and they're now all evil, and they all.
I need you to know, every time you say friendship power, I take you 10% less seriously.
You should, because it is what it sounds like. And so then the tournament basically is all of the good guys pair off into different teams with different names, and mixed in with two teams which are bad guys. To one of the teams is Sunshine and Ashura Man, and then there's another team where there's a guy named Budo Man and a character named he's called Quarry Man, but his good guy name is Quarry Man, but his evil name is Neptune Man, and he's basically Hulk Hogan. Like, he's got Hulk Hogan's mustache, he's got Hulk Hogan's hair. He's pretty much just Hulk Hogan. And they have magnet power, where they can throw people around using magnets. It's very strange. But
so, must be very frustrating that you can't finish it.
Well, that part of the arc, it ends with that part of the arc, where they get to the
end, but I meant the show.
Oh, well, that's the thing is, so once they beat the tag team tournament, they beat the Budo Man. Turns out, big twist, he's actually a guy named King Neptune. So it's King Neptune and Neptune Man. And as the tournament goes on, as the good guys get beaten, their friendship power comes back. And part of the tournament is they all turn their back on Kinnikuman, and so Kinnikuman can't join the tournament because he doesn't have a partner, because Terryman is acting like a dickhole. And so they eventually restore him and Terryman's friendship. And the way that Kinnikuman, and this is what I like about Kinnikuman, is there'll be all sorts of callbacks to characters and moments that you've completely forgotten about because they happened like 100 episodes ago. So like after Kinnikuman wins the first Chojin Olympics, he goes on a tour, and part of the tour is he runs into a character called King Kamehameha, who
Goku?
Well,
runs into Goku?
No, he's not Goku. King Kamehameha, named after the Hawaiian god, not the god, but that's what the move's named after. But anyway, he trains Kinnikuman, and so you know how Kinnikuman is known for the Kinniku Buster.
Mm-hmm.
That's only one of, early on, he's like finishing move number 13, and he has like a bunch of them that he does, and they're all different. And the Kinniku Buster is just one of them.
Interesting. And clearly the most successful one.
Right. They call it the perfect move. So one of the bad guys' moves he has, it's called there's a couple different variations. There's the Neo Kinniku Buster, and Ashura Man, he's got a move he calls the perfected Kinniku Buster. And so, in order to defeat the perfected Kinniku Buster, Kinnikuman develops a move called the Kinniku Driver. which is the reverse of the Kinniku. So
Should have called it the Super Duper
so
Buster.
so in order to join the tag team tournament, Kinniku Man or King Kamehameha disguises himself as a character called Kinniku Man Great, which is basically just Kinniku Man, but he's black. And I mean, literally, it's just like the costume and the mask is black. And so a big portion of the mystery is who is under the Kinniku Man, because a big part of Kinniku Man is the mask. He wears a mask and he can't take off his mask. So amongst the bad guys, the question is, who is Kinniku Man Great? Who is Kinniku Man Great? And so at a point, Kinniku Man Great gets killed. He gets beaten and he gets killed and he dies. And in order to continue the tournament, Terry Man disguises himself as Kinniku Man Great. And one of the moves they do, and it's the sickest move in that show, it's a movie called Muscle Docking. It's a move called Muscle Docking, where...
I'm not going to say what that sounds like.
Yeah, I know what it sounds like. But one of them does a Kinniku Buster, and the other one does a Kinniku Driver, and they combine into one super move. And it's sick. It's honestly the coolest professional wrestling move I've ever seen. And it's physically impossible. You could never do it in real life because you'd kill yourself and the person you're doing it to. But it looks sick as fuck. Yeah, so Terry Man, as a favor to King Kamehameha, disguises himself as Kinniku Man Great. And so then for the rest of the tournament, is for the bulk of it, it's like, who is Kinniku Man Great? Because he seems like he's much younger and much sprier, and his moves are different, and he's doing moves differently. And there's a really funny, this constant bit where everyone's like, where's Terry Man? Like, everyone just turned, and they're like, I don't... And the one girl's like, it just seems like Terry Man has just disappeared, and we can't find him no matter how hard we look. And then there's a bit where Kinniku Man's Great's mask gets torn, and he's got blonde hair. And everyone's like, it's very strange how he has blonde hair. Where's Terry Man? Yeah. Where's Terry Man? Huh.
Where could he be?
Where could he possibly be? It does that a few times where, like, there's a couple of, I already mentioned a couple of the really good, like, there's a couple of really solid twists in this show. Like, just really good twists. But there's one in particular that's really bad, where there's a character
so bad it's good.
It's one of those, like, it's really obvious, and it does that thing, you know what shows do, where they'll do a big twist and they'll pretend like it's a big twist, and you're like, this is really, so, like, you remember Ramen Man?
Yes I do.
He gets killed and beaten by some guy, and you think he's dead for, like, a huge chunk of the series.
Like DED dead?
Yes, like DED dead, yes.
Man,
and
that's pretty dead. And
another character shows up, and his name, instead of Ramen Man, is Mongol Man. You like the Mongolians, Mongol Man? And he has
I got it.
He has the same top knot that Ramen Man looks like, and he has the same head shape. And the only difference is the mask kind of looks vaguely feline, like it kind of looks like a leopard, but it is otherwise very obviously and evidently Ramen Man in disguise. Like, it's just really, and so then so there's a bit where it gets revealed that he's Ramen Man, and it's like, oh my god, it's Ramen Man. It's like, what? The guy who looks exactly like Ramen Man is Ramen Man? Who would have seen that coming?
What madness is this?
What madness is this? And so, yeah, so after they win so eventually it's revealed that the second Kinniku Man Great is Terry Man.
It's the equivalent of, like, oh, that person who's wearing a black bandana has Hulk Hogan's facial structure and his handlebar mustache, and it's definitely Hulk Hogan. That was Hulk Hogan all along.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was like. It's like a bit like, I'm a Mustache Man, and the Mustache Man takes off his bandana, and it turns out that it's Hulk Hogan. And you're like, what? I had no idea it could have possibly been Hulk Hogan.
I'm Handlebar Man.
Who would have seen that coming? It's very strange. Yeah, and just, like, so many of the fights, like, so many of the fights in the show go on for 5 episodes too long. So many of but it's just a consequence of the fact that it's a fucking anime from the 1980s, and pacing shows are horrendous.
So, any final thoughts?
There was one more thing. Oh, so yeah. So episode 118, the next episode, it doesn't really address the fact that they've. Oh, sorry, I should say. So, it gets revealed that Kinnikuman Great is obviously Terry Man, and so they rebrand to the New Machine Guns. So now that's their tag team name. But so they win. The New Machine Guns win the tag team tournament, and the next episode of Kinnikuman is they're on a random spaceship in space, just partying.
Well, that's an odd change of events.
Yeah, and there's no reference to the fact that they've won this tournament apart from the fact that they're clearly celebrating, and it's very. There's no addressing of it, and then it does one arc where it's the same deal. A bunch of guys show up in disguise and they reveal themselves slowly, and Kinnikuman wrestles them one at a time. It reveals it because within the context of the Kinnikuman universe, there are multiple factions of Chojin. So there's the Justice Chojin, who are the good guys, your Terry Man, your Kinnikuman. There is the Devil Chojin, that's Buffalo Man and a bunch of other guys. There is the
that's what made the DMP such a big deal, is that there was 3 different branches teaming up.
Yes, and so then there's the Devil Knights Chojin, that's Sunshine, and then there's the Ultimate Chojin. No, sorry, the Perfect Chojin. So there's the Perfect Chojin, and that's the guy that's Neptune Man, Hulk Hogan, and the Neptune King, and then this final filler arc introduces the Ultimate Chojin, which is another. And then there's the final arc had just sort of started, and it was they initially show up, and it's all of the character. Like there's a second Kinnikuman, and they're trying to figure out who's the real Kinnikuman, and that was the final bit. A lot of this show, the biggest detriment to the show. I am interested to watch when we come back to anime. I would like you to watch the Netflix one. And I also am going to watch the Netflix one. Because I want to see if you need to have seen the other Kinnikuman, if it is an enjoyable show, if you have not seen any of the rest of it.
Or if Ultimate Muscle is enough.
It is enough, yeah. Because a lot of Kinnikuman is reliant on knowing Japanese. Like there's a lot of jokes which are Japanese puns, Japanese specific puns, or Japanese wordplay, or like there's an entire bit in one of the last episodes.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, but worse and more specific. And like there's an entire bit in one of the last episodes of the original Kinnikuman where they're, in order to determine which Kinnikuman is the real Kinnikuman, they're quizzing them on like kanji. Like there's an entire bit where they're teaching a lesson about kanji. And it's a lot of like, this would be funny if I spoke Japanese, or this would be funnier if I spoke like Kinnikuman does a lot of puns, Japanese specific puns that aren't as funny. And so there's a lot of episodes where like, just as it's getting interesting, it cuts away to Kinkitsuman, who you would know as Skullduggery from Ultimate Muscle. Him, eventually they give him a wife, and he's got a kaiju sidekick. And there's a secret agent guy who it constantly cuts away to, making jokes that I don't find funny and just make the pacing go on forever and make the show feel like it's going on forever. And like adding to episodes where it's like, if you cut this and you combine these 2 episodes, this show could be 20, 30 episodes shorter, and it would be a better show for it. So I'm curious, because the trailers for that show make it look really serious. Like, and it's not to say that Kinnikuman isn't serious, but it's like half and half. So it'll be interesting to see if that anime cuts out Kinkitsuman and all those characters and just focuses on the wrestling. If this is a more concise and better show, because there's an entire point in those last episodes of Kinnikuman where they're not wrestling and they're just doing this quiz show, where it's like the disguised versions of the evil characters versus the good characters, and it's really tedious and an absolute slog. And you're
Sounds like it.
Just get to the wrestling already. So then Scramble for the Throne cuts straight to they just won the tag team tournament and they're in a parade, and it skips right to the next segment of the series. So I'm like, when this show is focused and it's just doing wrestling and the characters are fighting and doing wrestling moves, it's fun. But when it's trying to be funny, it is an absolute slog. That's it. That's Kinnikuman Part 2. We will be back for Part 3
Okay.
at a later
So
date.
now,
At a later date.
now, are you good?
Yeah, I was just saying at a later date. We're gonna come back to Kinnikuman.
Okay. So now we move on to have not scenes, which this one ties into my what I just did. I watched Sword Art Online Progressive Aria of a Starless Night. And I was just reading a little bit about what Sword Art Online Progressive is. Um, and it was basically they did a not I hesitate to call it a re-release, but it's an expanded retelling of the Aincrad
It
storyline.
reminds me of not really because it didn't sound like it included the main character, but it sort of kind of makes me think of you remember Dragon Ball Path to Power?
Kind of, yeah. Um, I'm more talking about what this movie is based on,
Yeah.
which is it's a retelling of, and so um, this movie was based specifically on, from what I can tell, like the first edition or the first whatever, um, which, so yeah, it in terms of, and I don't know if this came across when I talked about it, but in terms of the original anime and the original manga too, there's a number of time jumps. Like
Gotcha.
it will skip past large sections of times.
Hate
So
time
like
skips.
at one point in the story, they go from being on like the first floor and then like they do time jumps where like all of a sudden they're like up on like the 12th floor or something like that. Not those exact numbers, but to give you an idea, that's kind of what happens. Where like they don't go into all the nitty ditty details of everything that happened, particularly in the anime, because obviously with an anime you have a set amount of episodes that you have, and you know a long manga to tell like everything that because like from what I remember reading, the manga has like 12 or 13 different issues. So,
Gotcha.
they have to combine those into an anime kind of thing. Um, anyways, so this is a expanded retelling of basically the first floor of the 100 floors of Aincrad. Um,
So like how many episodes is this?
keeping in mind it's from a different character's point of view, it I would say it's hard to explain exactly. It both does go into more detail and also skips past storylines because obviously it's not from Kirito's point of view. Um, so I would say 7 or 8
Really? That's
episodes. It kind of does.
quite a lot actually.
Kind of. But again, that's where I say it's hard to measure because it's not from Kirito's point of view, right? Like
Gotcha.
it's from Asuna's point of view. Um, which is kind of what makes this special and different is I don't in that original story, for example, like this a good chunk of this movie sets up her getting into the world of Aincrad, like what she was like before she was even in the which we don't really in terms of from the original anime, we don't see um we don't see Kirito before he's in Aincrad. Like that just doesn't happen. That's not a thing, right? So the fact that we see Asuna in this before she's in Aincrad, that right there is expanded,
Yeah,
right? Like that's extra stuff.
I
And
understand
then
why they
like
didn't expand it with the main character, with the original character.
I mean I guess because
That exists. It's called Sword Art Online.
yeah, well I mean to be fair, I don't know for all I know as like the progressive novels go on, you probably do get scenes from his point of view, right? Like it's just this movie because it's a movie. Obviously, they had to have some way to distinguish it so you weren't just watching the show again.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. But
Um,
also, like, some people like that. Hey, man,
I
I'd watch a shorter version of that show if it were a movie. Save me the time.
like here's what I'll say when it comes to this movie. Um, if you went and you watch if all you were going to watch is the first season of Sword Art Online and you weren't going to touch any of the other seasons, this is a great companion piece to season one.
Fair. That's fair.
Because
That's
it
fair.
shows you like you literally get the scene where in the original anime when you remember the scene that you heard me watching where it's the creator talking about how it's his world and I was making fun of like oh he's a megalomaniacal dictator with a god complex. That is literally a remake that you see in the anime, but you see that scene from Kirito's perspective. But
Gotcha.
this time you get to
Gotcha.
see it from her perspective.
I understand.
So it's literally like the speech that he gives is pretty much like shot for shot remake. And
Interesting.
it's just it is cool to see it from that different or like um in the original anime. I can't speak for the manga. I've never read the manga, but in the original anime, you don't see the scene where Asuna and Kirito first meet. Like you don't see that at all. You time jump to a later point in time
I
and they already know
I
each
think
other.
that's maybe why I stopped watching that show because like I think it felt like I was missing episodes. I think that's why.
Um and I could see how that would be
That
frustrating.
sounds familiar.
Um
Or like
but
I
this
feel like I
movie,
missed
yeah,
something.
this movie fills in like a lot of details and it sounds like from what I was reading, it sounds like that's a lot of what that the Sword Art Online progressive is filling in a lot of those moments that they skip past.
Interesting.
Um
Devilishly devious.
and I enjoyed this movie, but I don't think you would if you just watched it.
Yeah, fair
Maybe you
enough.
would. It would be interesting actually to see what the perspective of someone who hadn't watched that first season and hasn't read the manga, if they watched this, what their perspective would be. But as a companion piece, I know that there's a sequel to this, which continues the more in-depth moments kind of vibe or whatever, which would be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
But it's funny because this is actually technically the second Sword Art Online movie.
No.
Um, the first Sword Art Online movie um, takes place, from what I read, in between. I believe it was in between the third and fourth season. Um, so it yeah, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, no, I don't think. Oh no, apparently this did have a. I'm guessing it was a limited release, but this had a box office, which is $14.3 million.
Interesting. Interesting.
So I'm guessing it had a limited release.
Interesting.
But yeah, no, it was nice having a companion piece and having something that kind of went in tandem.
Tandem? Hand tandem? Handem. Or is that it?
And this came out in 2021. So it's newer. Yeah, that's it for this. I have one thing left after that.
So, my anime. I wanted one of the things that popped up and that was like, ooh, I need to finish that since we ended with Beastars. The second half of season 3 came
I
out.
think you mean Sexy Zootopia.
Sexy Zootopia. The second half of season 3 was significantly less sexy. No. Okay. The big thing about this is number one. I think the manga is this is another example of they wanted to cancel it, but they wanted to give it one last season, and I don't. Apparently, according to comments I saw, it is a better ending than the manga. I don't know how that's true. Um,
Keep in mind that eventually I'm probably going to watch it.
so
So,
well, okay, the big thing about this show is early on they introduced the concept of the B star, and so you're like, well, okay, typical anime trope. There's obviously going to be a big competition in the final season where a bunch of characters compete to become B star, and our main character Legoshi is going to become the B star. Like that just seems to be where this is where probably where this is going to go. Um, it's not. The big thing with the second part of the last season is it's really rushed. It's like the beginning half of the season sets up a bunch of plot lines and a bunch of plot threads, and then the second half of the season gets to the end of the first 2 to 3 episodes really meanders. Like they're really meandering. They not a ton happens, and then the second to last episode and last episode, all of a sudden the show realizes it's one of those shows where it realizes it only has one episode left, and it needs to rush through all of the plot lines it's set up. So like, they introduce the concept of, and this is one of my issues with the show overall, is the metaphors get to be kind of muddled a bit, where they want to be like like the relationship between the forbidden nature is both an LGBTQ thing and a race thing, and it gets mushed where they want to be like the taboo nature of predators and prey, or predators and what's the word I'm looking for? Herbivores. The idea of them being together is, at least from my perspective, and based upon a previous conversation with Soraya on it, is meant to be fairly amalgamous with that of relationships between LGBTQ people and gay relationships. It's meant to symbolize that taboo. But then also, the show also wants to have the notion of these characters being together in a romantic relationship across. It wants to be like these people being animals is like a race thing. So it wants to have the idea of the intermixing. It wants to have it be a metaphor for interracial coupling. So a lot of the language and a lot of how they speak about interspecies coupling is treated as though it's interracial coupling. That's the parallel that they're, in my opinion, trying to draw. But to me, that becomes sort of muddled when it's not really the same thing. Where like it treats the apprehension people have about intermixing from a species perspective as being a predominantly social thing, when the fear that Legoshi might get hungry and eat her is totally valid, whereas dislike of a racial of a colored person, non-colored person together is silly and not real. That's the kind of difference. Does that make sense? I didn't explain this very well yesterday, so I feel I want to explain it better. So like later in the show,
basically you're saying it's real threat versus perceived threat.
Right, exactly, right. They act as though it's a perceived threat in the show, but it is a very real threat. So like a character that they have is Legoshi's grandpa is a Komodo dragon, and he is paranoid about everything and everyone he touches, because just touching people will cause the poison to poison, and eventually his
because
wife,
he's an animal who has a very real characteristic, which they're trying to play to the real characteristics, but they also want to like try and like make it into a metaphor. And yeah, I can see where you're saying that it gets mixed. I absolutely see the argument.
It gets absolutely like, so like, yeah, they
muddled,
treat,
I would say muddled.
Yeah, exactly. So like they treat him not wanting to kiss his wife as he's being this prude and being overly sensitive, but his concern is totally valid. He can poison and kill her
because the creators of the show have decided to give them real animal characteristics. No, you can't. They're trying to have it both ways, basically, where they want to humanify
anthropomorphize.
Yeah, thank you. They want to anthropomorphize them and attribute human characteristics to them while also having them have the animal characteristics. And in certain circumstances, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Like you can have there be like sort of an allusion to the fact that um I can't remember their names. Bunny Girl and Wolf Boy. You
Haru
can you can
and Legoshi.
Thank you. You can
Named
make
after Bella
metaphor.
Lugosi, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, I learned that. Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
You can get away with making kind of metaphorical statements about it being a class thing with them, because the repercussions are a little bit more subtle, for a little
A
lack
little
of a
bit.
better
Like
term,
it's not that it
compared
doesn't always work.
compared to for the example you used of the Komodo, where he literally has a physical
Yeah.
attribute that if he touches someone, they will be poisoned. Like that's you can't just sweep that under the rug and not
Right,
address
and
them.
so then as the series goes on, they introduce the concept of hybrid animals, and they try to equate them to a mixed race uh,
Couple,
person, yeah,
baby.
person. And so there's a character later on that gets introduced that's he is half leopard and half gazelle, and he's resentful of
Upbringing.
herbivore his herbivore side, and he wants to be and he wants to eat people, and they're treating that him his behavior is like, no, he's just a psychopath, but they want to treat it as though like his existence is entirely social, where it's like, but it's not, and they don't do anything. The show in the last half of the third season, it doesn't have enough time. The show maybe would have benefited from one more season because it doesn't do anything with that character beyond making him into just kind of a generic villain. And the
Mm.
final season introduces it introduces the concept of there's
Basically, interesting idea, but it doesn't necessarily have the gas to finish.
yeah, pretty well. Where he just kind of becomes, oh, he bares his teeth a lot, growls a lot, eats people, and Legoshi has to get into a physical fight. So like the end of the show is like, oh, we need a big final confrontation. So in the last episode, second to last episode, third to last episode, maybe they introduced the concept of the black market has this inter-black market competition where they're all competing to see who gets to control the black market so that they can have a final competition. Even though a lot of the show has set up the idea of the B-Star competition, it's very, very odd. But yeah, and yeah, it's weird because they treat certain like there's a point where he the Louis is attracted. He's only attracted to carnivores, and he's in bed with this woman he's supposed to marry, and she's touching his horns, and touching his horns is kind of attributed to like it's phallic. You get the idea. Um, that's what
No,
it's.
Justin, I need you to spell it out.
She's like, your horns are so rough and hard and
So
stroking.
stiff
Like,
and
like
masculine.
every character in this show.
So phallic.
I don't know. Maybe in Japanese it's different, but in English, like every character has a fucking monologue where it's weird and like it reads like it's I don't know if you know what the Omega verse is, but it's written like it's an Omega verse or uh, uh, um what's a really famous smutty fan fiction website, but it reads like smutty fan fiction. Like it reads like erotica. Like if you've ever read erotica, it reads like that, where its character being like, it's Legoshi being like, when I look at her, I have to accept the connection, and that I will never be able to truly touch her in the way that I want to, because the intention, the connection between us is too like that, where it's really low, and they're doing that, and every time I see her soft white fur, it sends a
I
feeling to my
I
chest that I
so
just
badly wanna I so badly wanna caress it and hold it deep within myself.
but
And
I can't. You've seen enough episodes that you know what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I do.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
I just think it's funny to make you try
yeah.
and describe it.
When I look at her, it represents the innate innocence of my nature and how it's compatible with the aggressive carnivore. And it's like that.
It's so over the
It's so
top.
over the top, but like there's so much attention paid to details about animals that is just funny. Like
A weird amount, yeah,
like
like how Haru, when she gets frustrated, she
she
stomps
stomps
like
her feet,
bunnies do.
which is what bunnies do. Yeah. There's a lot of other animals who I'm totally
That's the
blanking
best
on.
example.
The,
That's the best example I can give.
the there's a point where he has to where Legoshi
Oh,
has to
and
identify tail language, which is really
and,
funny.
and and the fact that bunnies really are really good at they're good at stomping their feet, and they're good at
Yeah, the fact that she's constantly horny is yes, is a
yes.
reference to the fact that that particular type of buddy likes to breed. Um, but yeah, the dog there's a point where he has to identify tail language, which tail language means. But yeah,
I
the
mean, the fact that the girl wolf wants to be part of his pack.
yeah. But yeah, there's a the ending. They introduce an evil mayor who has an evil plan. Who like
Is it a sheep?
and no, it's a lion, which is really funny.
Oh, oh, that
Uh,
is funny.
um, but it gets to the last episode and it does that thing where it's like, oh shit, we're on the last episode. We need to resolve this, and just it all gets resolved within 2 minutes.
Oh, that's
where
lame.
where Louis like, and then the mayor did this,
But
and then
see,
the mayor did this. Take him away, and it just
see,
doesn't.
I can't decide after having experienced this a few times this week. I can't decide what's worse. Um, it having a hastily slapped together resolution, but at least you have an ending,
Right? Yeah.
or not having an ending and it getting canceled.
Not having an I saw someone ask that question online as well, and I would say not having an ending.
I think not having an ending is worse.
I don't. Like that's the thing. Is like, but there's also a metric to that, because if it's like you it's like it's the final season and it's hastily slapped together and it comes out like a year later and you don't have to wait all that long, then okay. But if it's like anime and animation is different. But if it's like, yeah, they've been off on hiatus for 2 years and they come back and they've rushed through the, like, I'm sure The Boys, for
Right,
example, is going to be bad.
but
That's
that's where
worse. That's
what I'm
worse.
what I'm what I'm more implying is like, for example, like if it ends on a cliffhanger, what if you don't get an ending?
Yeah, at that point,
Period.
yeah, I'd much rather have
Right?
an
Like
ending.
what
Yeah.
what if like you don't know they're gonna get another season,
Well, this in
right?
particular, it's interesting because it feels constructed. And again, I don't know. Apparently, the manga ending is worse. I don't know how that's possible. This just kind of leaves everything in limbo without giving away the ending more than I already have. It just
So they could come back
they
if
absolutely they could do. I've seen a lot of people. Oh, they should do like a special or like a final special or something, because it does
sure.
leave everything hanging where you could come back and Louis now the B star and everyone's a bit older and oh yeah
Because like
that was the
yeah,
other bit the
you don't want to be me who watched Dead Man Wonderland and am like,
yeah.
this is really good. I'd like more of that. Oh, well, the studio
But
that made this got shut down and they're never going to make
you've
more.
got stuff where it's like the so a bunch of the final season is Legoshi is on the run because he's been framed for devouring, and so it gets to the end and he does the big competition and he beats the guy, and the guy shoots himself in the head, and you think he's dead, and then they're like, no, actually he's actually alive, he's still around, and then they're like, but he's a devourer, he's arrest him, whatever, and then the guy walks out, a guy walks out, he's like, actually, he didn't do it. I've been here the whole time. He didn't do it, and if anything, he's a good guy for solving all these crimes while being framed. Good job, Legoshi. And then that's just kind of how it resolves. He just kind of walks out and goes, no, 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 everything's fine. And it feels really, really, really hasty. Really hastily put together. Because, to my knowledge, this got canceled, and then they decided to do a final season, which is why it feels hastily put together. But
So
yeah,
at least you got a final
yeah,
season.
that's what I it's hard not to be like, yeah, I'd much rather get but I don't. It depends on how shitty. Because I don't want. Because if it's really truly shitty and it's a character assassination and it makes me angry,
That's fair.
no, I don't want that. But if it's
That's
like
fair.
it's at least a reasonable ending, even if it feels hasty, then yeah, I'd much rather a hasty but reasonable ending, I guess. Anyway, that's B stars. You should finish B stars.
So to wrap up this
It's
week,
pretty good.
I watched Chainsaw Man.
Is he a chainsaw man?
Um, I think you'd like this one.
Yeah, no, it's one of
Joking,
those ones I want to watch. I heard it's good.
joking
I've
aside,
heard good things about it.
um, so it's the okay.
It looks sick, and the animation you sent me,
It's
it looks
12
sick.
episodes. It's 12 episodes
Oh,
long.
perfect length.
Um, well, as of okay, so this one's a bit weird in how they've gone about things. 12 episodes long, but like where it ends is not the end. Um, so
Gotcha.
like it's not like the end, and there was more manga and stuff. So in 2025, September 19th, 2025, and I haven't watched this. I want to watch this. Um, but in September 19th, 2025, they continued it and had a sequel film, which is titled Chainsaw Man the Movie, Reze Arc, which continues the story. And I don't know what happens in that, but um, that continues the story. And then apparently an anime adaptation of the manga's Assassin's Arc, which I'm guessing takes place after the Reze arc, has been announced. So I'm assuming that might be 12 episodes as well. Hoping, I don't know. But that will be interesting to see where that goes. But so this one's funny. It's kind of a sort of a horror comedy show. If you want to watch it, I'm not going to give away all the itty ditty plot details. Not that there's a lot of them, but basically, Cold Notes version is our main character Denji. He was
He's a chainsaw man.
a homeless guy, I guess. Like he had basically a terrible upbringing, and he lived with. So in this world, basically there are demons, um, or devils, uh, demons and another type of thing, and they're all different. And the government basically has a group of people called like the security force or whatever, um, who they are the government's people, and they hunt down the demons and the devils and the this and the that. And some of them have contracts with the demons and the devils and the this and the that. So they have the powers and stuff, so that they can fight the evil ones. Um, Meanwhile, there's Denji, who he grew up with. I'm just gonna read the name here because Pochita, who was a chainsaw devil, and then he's forced to survive. Um, Basically, there's a point where he's gonna die, and so he takes Pochita into his heart. Like he replaces his heart with Pochita. And so he's a human soul who has a devil heart, which is why he's half human and he's able to turn into the chainsaw devil.
Gotcha.
That's why he's a
Gotcha.
chainsaw man.
That is what
Um,
makes him a chainsaw man.
and so he's forced to pay like to work basically with the government people, um, and help them hunt devils. And that's his main motivation is his life was shitty before, and while he's helping them, he gets fed, he gets to live in a nice place, and his biggest motivator is the girl, lady, whatever, who recruited him. He wants to have sex with.
Like one does. That makes sense.
So early on, his motivation is he wants to touch boob.
Like one
Because
does. Like one does.
he's I think he's like a 17-year-old kid or something like that. He's a high schooler. So his motivations are simple and basic and perfectly relatable.
I can relate to it.
Um,
I can relate to it.
and there's a part where a different can't remember what she is. It's not a devil. Power. What is she? I'll look it up after. But um she ends up with them. But and he touches her chest after he saves her like three times. And yeah, no, there's a lot of funny jokes in there. There's a lot of gratuitous violence. I mean, the guy has chainsaws for hands and a chainsaw face. If you didn't expect violence in it, what are you doing coming to this?
I mean, that is true.
Um,
That is true. That's true.
And um, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Apparently, unlike typical anime, in which a production committee consisting of multiple companies is formed to regulate production, this series was solely produced by its animation studio, Mappa.
Interesting.
Um, yeah, one of the eventually, I would like to watch that movie, and then eventually when the sequel comes out, the continuation or whatever, I'd like to watch that too. Next time we do anime, maybe you should watch some Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man. I probably will.
But that's
Uh,
it. That's Chainsaw Man. That's it for me. That's anime. Good night, everybody.
um. Okay. My final thing. Jordan, I'm very excited to talk about this. You keep asking about it, and I finally get to hear about it. This is, um, the Red Ranger becomes an adventurer in another world, and it is honestly really good. Just
Yeah, the
right off the
amount that I
bat,
saw watching over your shoulder, I was like, this
um,
looks like something I would enjoy.
the basic premise of it is in the title. It's a Red Ranger who, in the process, he's in the process of the final battle with his series' bad guy. Basically, the show opens up and they're about to defeat their final bad guy, and he gets sent to what is ostensibly a D&D world, magical world with magic, and he becomes friends with a witch, a spellcaster, who his characteristics are that her dad used to be what they call, I think, the wand of the whatever, the basically the
Wand of Wand of Gamelon?
basically the king's right hand wizard, basically. And
Oh,
she,
Merlin.
yeah, she wants to be that. That's her characterization, and the fact that she has huge boobs.
I mean, that's pretty important.
That the fact that she has huge boobs is a major part of her character. Just they constantly reference it always. There's multiple shots, multiple scenes of her mostly naked in a bathtub, and made watching this on the airplane very awkward. Um,
Yeah, it did.
uh,
Yeah,
but
no, this will be one that I will enjoy thoroughly.
um, but so and yeah, basically you're a
Uh,
Power Ranger, Super Sentai, gets dropped into a fantasy world, and all of
and
his
all they do is poke holes in the
um
logic of
and
it.
it's really, it's like a D&D world, and they all have there's a point where they join the Adventurers Guild or whatever, and they have their stat cards, and she's got the stats of a typical wizard. Her intellect is super high, her spellcasting is super high, and they look at his, and it's just like, your punch power is super high, your kick power is super high, and they find him upsetting because he doesn't have any mana, but yet he's able to do all these impossible things that they just don't understand. And every time he kills a monster, he vaporizes everything that comes off of them
No loot
instantly.
for them.
Yeah, he vaporizes it instantly. And if you're for you specifically, Jordan, you'll find this funny. What was interesting to me is I watched the dub of this, and I suspect that it probably would be funnier in Japanese, only because it's like I said earlier, English voice actors don't really nail saying transformation catchphrases. It's okay in this, but what's funny is it still does the, like, so when he does Kasuna change, it has his shit all has a disembodied voice or whatever. And she's like, what? So he transforms.
Where's that voice
Where's
coming
that
from?
voice coming from? And every time he transforms, he does a little, just like any other Super Sentai. Like obviously Jordan's watching Tokyuja right now, and like, you know how they're like, I'm the whatever of the whatever, I'm Tokyo
Yeah.
Red. Well, his team is known as the Kazuna 5. So he does the same thing where he's like, I'm the blah 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 of the blah blah blah, Kazuna Red, and there's just a big explosion behind him. And they're like, where the fuck did that explosion come from? What the hell? And then there's that point later on where
This one's on Disney Plus as well.
this is on Crunchyroll.
Oh, Crunchyroll. Okay.
At least I'm pretty sure it is. I did not watch it on Crunchyroll because I couldn't get logged into Crunchyroll. But from what I could see, it was on Crunchyroll. And so yeah, so all that stuff probably would be funnier in Japanese, but it's still very funny in English. There's a point later on where they meet what is I think it's supposed you're supposed to think of it as a Sentai, but like I think of it more as a Kamen Rider. Basically, there's a subplot. The thing I love about this show more than anything is it's concise and to the point. Like storylines that in a show like this would normally take multiple episodes resolve itself in like one episode, and it's phenomenal. But basically because it cuts in to the end of Kazuna Red's story, you're like, oh, that's the end of his story. For the first few episodes, I'm like, oh, I would love to watch a show that's about the Kazuna 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
But throughout the show, it cuts back to his backstory throughout the show. And it shows you moments, and it does all of the classic moments from a show like that. So, like, they introduce a sixth ranger, Kazuna White. And Kazuna White has a unbelievably tragic ending.
Of course.
Because that's just a trope.
That's the trope.
That's the trope, yeah. That's not a Power Rangers trope, that's a Sentai trope. And there's a point where we get introduced. Oh, I should say, the Kazuna 5, their whole deal is they're powered by the power of bonds between people. And their aesthetic is like bonding things. So a lot of his stuff, a lot of his weapons are like bandages and like first aid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a point where he summons, in order to fight monsters, he summons their version of their Megazord. And he's like, it's powered by the bonds between us. And she's like, why would you use such a vague and undefinable power source to power your big machine?
You need mana. Why don't you use mana?
Why aren't you using mana? And so there's a plot line that is unresolved in this, where it is hinted that another Sentai or whatever, came before and left their power there for these people. So they eventually meet a group of elves, and one of the elves uses like a satchel to transform. Instead of a belt, it's like a satchel, and she takes a mask and she puts it into the satchel, and it still has the satchel. Like it has the voice.
That's kind of cool.
And she's like, and the witch is like, she's also powered by a disembodied voice, but she's more, in my opinion, her power set is more Kamen Rider. She's more of a Kamen Rider than she is a Sentai, because she's alone. She doesn't have a team.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get to see various different. There's episodes. There's one where, it's the episode where there's a bad guy who shows up. Oh, so the bad guys of the Casino 5 are the relationship enders. That's their bit. So they want to destroy the relationships between people. That's their thing. So there's one episode where it's a flashback to one of the monsters is dating the
pink one,
Casino Blue, and she wants to destroy their relationship because she's pissed off at something stupid and small. So there's one episode where, and which apparently there's more than one. There's a bunch of Sentai cameos. I missed most of them except for one. There's a point where one of the relationship enders, everyone's all like, it does that bit where everyone's all happy and she uses her powers and it cuts across and they're all fighting, and two of the people that get the powers used on are Go Busters. They Go Buster Red and Go Buster Yellow, and their little rabbit robot guy are just there, and they get turned against each other. That's really funny. And yeah, for you specifically, it makes fun of the tropes of Sentai in a way that's just, it's so funny. Like they all, as the like, there's a point where he summons like, you know how every Sentai team has a big gun where they all combine and they use a big gun. They use the big gun and it blows up the guy, and they're all doing a pose at the end, and they're like, why are we all doing poses? Then there's a point by the end of it where, like,
it sounds like fun. You've sold me. You've sold me. I'm gonna have to watch this.
My thing is, they
even just more. For me.
They should, yeah, absolutely. They should make more. It does kind of, there's a big final fight. It ends in such a fashion that it's like this feels like we're ending this in the middle of this. I think there's more manga that they haven't adapted into into
Yeah.
anime yet.
Usually when it comes to anime, that's usually the case, is there's
Yeah,
usually more
I
manga that they haven't
I
done
would
yet,
totally
but
do a spin-off where it's Kamen Rider goes to a world and becomes an adventurer. I would totally do that, but like a modern Kamen Rider. Like this is making fun of modern Sentai and how ridiculous it is, and how their shit takes 1,000 years to happen. Like it needs to be like with like a silly belt and a silly transformation device. Like it needs to be a modern Kamen Rider. But then there's a
yeah.
funny bit where, um, the team at the end, the team back in the regular universe, because it's really interesting. The ending of the show, it cuts to them in the universe he came from, and from their perspective, it's the ending of a Sentai has played out,
Oh,
where it's like basically the ending credits of it is basically like the ending of the Kasuna 5 show. So like from their perspective, the Red Ranger has disappeared and he's dead, and they've replaced him with a new character, um, a new person who is like early on in the show. There's an episode where they show they call it, the guy's name is Red. They show Red's backstory, and it does the episode where in Power Rangers it would be um, the Wolf Ranger from Wild Force, where it's the bad guy who's actually your friend, and you got, or the sing or the Green Ranger, yeah, where it's the bad guy, it's the bad guy who he feels familiar, and then the twist is that he's your friend. It's that monster, and there's an episode where it's like it's entirely dedicated to that conflict, and like if this were the regular version of that show, there'd be several episodes dedicated to them going back and forth and him eventually becoming. It gets to the end, and now, obviously, trope of that show, he's joined their team now as a good guy, and it plays out like that. That's a post credit scene for a show like that, where it would be end and you'd think the Red Ranger had sacrificed himself and he's dead, and now there's a White Ranger and he's a new guy. You don't really get to see him. He's just you get a brief hint at him, and then he shows up in the summer movie as a main right. But yeah, you could definitely, if they're not doing more of this, they should. It's really funny. It's well animated. The dub is good. It's funny. It doesn't like I said. Modern anime, when it comes to dubbing, they don't feel a need to censor anything.
no, not really. Not in the same way that they used to.
Oh, that was so there's certain things where when you say them in English, like they're directly translated from the English, and when you say them in English, they sound silly. An example of that is,
Yes.
trying to think of one Go Busters. Go Busters is Tokume Sentai Go Busters, which I don't remember what Tokume means, but it's basically something Squadron Go Busters, right? So they refer to it to the Casino 5, the something Squadron Casino 5, right? Whereas in Japanese they would just call it Sentai. Sentai translates to Squadron in English. Sentai, it's the same thing as what sounds cooler, Sentai or Squadron.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why when they brought the
Like,
Sentai stuff to North America, that's why they called them Power Rangers, not Power Squadron.
right, because Squadron sounds lame, but that's what they're
Yeah,
called in Japanese.
Rangers sounds marginally cooler.
Right, exactly. But that's what they're. So when they calls them the something Squadron, you're like, oh, in Japanese it would be something Sentai.
Yeah, well that's where like if for me if I was doing the dubbing, I just would have I would have changed certain things and not done literal
Yeah, I would
translations.
have
So
called them
like
Sentai. It would have been like whatever Sentai, and it would have.
or like if you want to call them that something not like if you want to attribute it to something North American in the dub to appeal to the North Americans, I would have called them Rangers.
I
And he's the
I
Red
imagine.
Ranger.
I imagine they probably. Well, they do call him the Red because it is called Red Ranger Ghost Tour. So it is. He is technically called a Ranger, but the team itself would just. It's sort of how I'm like, don't say transform if you're gonna do Kamen Rider in English. Just say
Yeah,
Henshin. Henshin is a
yeah.
perfectly acceptable foreign enough sounding code word that it works. But yeah, it's a good show. Good show. Good week. I did not have a bad time at all this week, and I suspect I will not have a bad time next week either. Because obviously, if you've been here for 6 seasons, you know, Jordan, what happens next week?
Toku Sentai, Toku Sentai,
or Kamen Rider,
yeah, or Godzilla,
or Godzilla,
or
the turtle one,
Turtle, Gamera,
Gamera.
Or you can do the Ultraman.
But Jordan, we have to announce. We always announce what we're doing for it. What are you doing?
The Train Sentai, which name is escaping me at the moment.
Jordan, I'll say mine, while you.
I can't Google my everything's shut off.
Damn it, Jordan! Damn it. Okay, I'll Google it for you.
Something Kyuger.
Tokuger.
Tokuger.
Resha Sentai. Resha Sentai Tokuger.
Yeah.
So that's. I'm pretty sure Resha is
Train.
Train.
Rainbow Train.
Train Squad. So in English that'd be. I'm pretty sure Resha is.
Pretty sure it's Rainbow. Because the fact that they're the different colored lines is a big deal. Pretty sure it's a Rainbow Train line, like Rainbow Imagination Train line.
That makes sense. Hold on. Yeah, it's Resha Sentai Tokuger, but now I want to know it. Okay, remember RESS Resha.
RESS.
Sha. Japanese. What does it mean in Japanese? Yeah, it's a term. It's a term for train. Russia is a term for a passenger train specifically.
Yeah.
So the direct translation would be Train Squadron Tokuger. And that just doesn't sound as cool as Russia Sentai Tokuger. Georgia Russia Sentai Tokuger.
I mean, yeah, because getting anything else was difficult.
Getting anything else was difficult.
I tried.
And I am doing...
Train Squadron. You were the last choice.
You were the last choice. I mean, nobody chooses Tokuger, at least not to my knowledge. I don't know a Sentai fan that is a huge fan of Tokuger.
I'm not having a bad time with it.
We will find. We'll talk. We're gonna talk about this next week. I've never finished it. I watched like 6 episodes of it and I quit because I was like, I can't.
I can understand that.
Their transformation sequences are.
And you're doing a dope ass show.
I'm doing.
A dope ass show.
I'm doing a dope ass show, but I want to get the name right. Dang it. Come on.
Dang it, Bobby.
There it is. I'm doing Garo Makai no Hana, which is flowers of the Makai. Garo. I'm doing Garo, which I guarantee you, even more so, nobody's heard of this show. But yeah, it is sick as fuck. It is sick as fuck. I am enjoying it thoroughly. And then yeah, there's gonna be some other stuff, other Sentais.
Good.
I'm gonna watch Kamen Rider W. I'm gonna try and watch as much of that as I can. I'm gonna probably watch that after we finish this. But I'm excited for Tokusatsu. And then after that, we gotta review. We're gonna have a way too late review of Malcolm in the Middle.
Life's still unfair.
Which I've seen some spoilers for. Which, fucking internet. Ugh, annoying. But whatever, it is what it is.
Gonna try anyway.
Gonna watch weird Disney shit. It's gonna be fun.
For next week, you mean? For the following
week. We're not gonna do it for next week.
No. Okay. Because I was like, with all the shows I gotta get through, Justin, do you think I got time for that?
No. Following week. It's only 4 episodes, so it shouldn't be too hard to get through.
I stand by what I said.
Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on my Twitch, Zethgore187, and when I'm not doing that, I'm doing this.
And when I'm not doing this, which I do every Sunday, I'm on TikTok, Justin Spurr. I occasionally post videos there, rarely. And then we're also on TikTok, Spurr Moment P. You can email the show if you want to email for whatever reason. It's justinsbusiness@gmail.com. You could Patreon. Leave a comment. Leave comments, likes.
Subscribes.
Hit no, if you want. I mean, it's going to come up at any moment. Box on the left. That's the super special bonus episode 5 where we just talked about the news because we were on vacation. That's the last thing we did, so that's going to pop up. Or a random video. that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy. John, how many videos a week do we put out even when we're on vacation?
One every single day.
One every single day. We got shorts. We got all kinds of content. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom.
Nom 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 nom.
Content.
Done.
It's good to be back for season 6. We'll be back next week for Tokusatsu. We'll see you then. Bye.